just want to kick this shit off by saying, fuck y'all. I ain't got to clear my name on a motherfucking thing. Every time I get mentioned, one of y'all bitch ass niggas get 24 hours of attention. I'm finna get this shit off my chest and lay it to rest. Let's go. And if the beat live, I feel like Mariah Carey. Got these niggas so obsessed. My pussy so famous, might get managed by Chris Jenner next. He can't move on, can't let it go. He hook nose full of that Tina Snow. And since niggas need making help to make money, bitch, come be my hoe. All of you bitches is we on the Bible. Talking shit for a North can find you. I can never be judged by a bitch that was dancing, making all Kelly go viral. Hey, I'm sexy as fucking, I'm freaky. Get whoever I want, any meaning. Why the fuck would I stay with a nigga that's weak in the sheets and don't know how to please me? Bodies on bodies on bodies on bodies. Say he for pagan and now he the topic. These niggas thinking they lower the value. I just free come on, I'm turning the profit. Hey, when a nigga be kissing and telling, say he'll play over here in his feelings, but I won't give up the pussy again. Shit, I add him to his friend. These hoes gonna be mad at Megan. These hoes mad at Megan's law. I don't really know what the problem is, but I guarantee y'all want me start. Bitch, you a pussy. Never finna check me. Every chance you get, bitch, your weak ass wanna dress me. Bitches swear they cheat, but the G must stand for pussy. When the fuck did all the gangsta niggas turn to groupies? Everybody wanna kick it when you ain't a threat. These niggas don't like me cause they know I'm on their neck. Y'all goofy assholes look so dumb every time y'all celebrate fake news. Using my name for likes and views. I don't give a fuck what y'all make trend, bitch. I still win. Nigga, ain't you here? I ain't scared of dick. Any man go against me, I handle shit. I'm the Teflon done in the courtroom. They be throwing that dirt, don't shit stick. All these little rap niggas so fraud. Saying they spit they hardest bars. These niggas hate on BBL and be walking around with the same scars. Real curvy, no edging. Niggas fight to get in my section. Don't speak on my bike count, but the dick ain't worth coming back for seconds. Cosplay, gangsters, fake ass accents. Posted in another nigga hood like a bad bitch. I'm a big dog bitch, can't live sense me. Hoes get views when they tryna diss me. Make one move, got them in the tizzy. Killing shit, that's why they tryna rip me. Still going hard with the odds against me. These niggas don't have fans, they bodies. These bitches don't have ass, they shots. And they still tuned in if they fans or not. Allegations from the opposition. Bitch niggas just eating it up. These bars get paid to lie. Y'all talk shit and be broke as fuck. Bottom line is I'm still rich. I'm making bad and I'm still good. Bringing up who might have fucked and the bottom line is they still would. I just wanna fuck my nigga in peace, but all my old niggas still love me. Niggas ain't hit this pussy in years. Damn, I knew my shit was heat. None of you niggas was wife material. None of you niggas was worth all the drama. None of you niggas was hitting it raw and mad. I'm not one of your baby mom. Always got my ass out. Always let my titty show. When I'm in the gym, I think about bitches that I'm shitting on. I'm way too fucking cocky to take him back if he been cheating. I can't let none of you raggedy bitches think that y'all my equal. Ever since I claimed the summer, all you bitches want a season. That's the hoe why she don't like me, bitch. She can't give you a reason. You know motherfucking well these bitches wanna sound like Tina. Don't you ever grab a mic and think that me and you competing. Hey, that bitch in the house ain't been there. Hoes go names start trending. Why every time we y'all see this hoe go interview, I get mentioned. I don't give a fuck who think what. You niggas is type for nothing. On the internet typing this shit to me.
Write him a letter or something. Write him a letter or something. Write him an open letter or something, girl. What's going on, you guys? Happy Friday. It is a favorite breakdown commentator, CTV. I'm tired as hell. I was ripping and running last night. I was ripping and running today. So, girl, I am on fumes right now. But happy TGI. Yeah, happy TGIF. You see what we're here to get into, girl. We're going to have a little 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Before we do so, make sure you guys thumbs up the video. Thumb it up helps with YouTube's algorithm. More importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another Conscious crew member and telling them to get their arses into the sanctuary. Also, shout out to all of the new subbies. Make sure that you guys have all of your notifications set to all. Last but not least, please share to wherever you have digital community at, whether that be your YouTube community wall, your Facebook, your Snapchat, your MySpace, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you lay the link. Just let the horse know that we're loud, live, and in color. With no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Let me shout out my auntie Trisha for the nasty piece. A donation on this Friday, honey, for love. Thank you, Auntie Trisha. Thank you, Phil. Hey, y'all. Let me speak to y'all coming into the building. Thank you, Tanya, my newly fresh single bad bitch, honey, free at last. What's going on, Tanya? Hey, Phyllis. Hey, Teresa. What's going on, Sin? Hey, Boo. Hope you well. What's going on, Dreamin'? Hey, Vala. Hey, Sabrina. Hey, Queen B. Moore. What's going on, Corey? Hi, Shirley. What's going on, K Person? Hey, what's going on, Kanisa? Hey, Intersex. Hey, Boo. Hey, Just Be Real. Hey, Love. Did I give you your ranch back, Boo? I don't even know because I can't see nobody ranch on StreamYard. What's going on, Moon Witch? Hey, Corn Silk, Wendy, Medical Vampire. Hey, Love. What's going on, Queen B More? Hey, my other Cynthia. Hey, Sharon. What's going on, Sabra? Hey, Sabian. Hey, Sexy Nessa. Hey, Sharon. What's going on, Rady Puzz? What's going on, Miss Bradford? Hey, Bill. What's going on? Hey, I thought it was fire. Yeah, I had to temporarily shut the wrenches down because something had happened on my platform. I needed to investigate. Let me go over to the main YouTube app and put your ranch back up or whatever, honey. Let me see here because I said as I see everybody, I'ma put the ranches back up. Let me see. All right, you back good. All right, so I wanted to come and give you guys a little 1-2-1-2, girl. I'm tired as hell, so part 2 of the video from yesterday probably will come tomorrow. I just got home 3 hours ago and I'm still just organizing my damn life or whatever. But I wanted to come and respond to yesterday's live, and I wanted to talk a little bit more about Shalon and Monique and Daddy and everything going on around that situation. Because one of my acquaintances who's on their way to becoming a friend, if they don't get on my damn nerve, called me today and was like, CTV, did you look at your comment section? I said, no. He was like, they wear you out in your comment section from last night. I said, I know. I said, and so? I said, I told them disgruntled assholes, okay, to let it all out in the comment section, girl. But I haven't looked at the comment section, so I don't know what people are saying. I'm just going to assume that they're doing the raggedy shit that they always say. Nobody's hating on Larry, and why you defending Larry? And it's the same shit I done heard day in day. I told y'all I'm numb and immune. I'm numb and I'm immune to the shit, honey. Y'all be wasting y'all breath, girl. Okay, I'm the kind of bitch who you can knock out. And I'm gonna get right on back up. What you said about my sweet babies? That they ain't in your custody no more. Bloop, right upside the head again. Lift me back up. What you said now, bitch? That your babies ain't in your custody. Bloop, bitch, get right on back up. What you had said, bitch? That your babies ain't in your custody, girl. I'm just Terminator tease, girl. This is what I do. Okay, that's almost like a police officer being afraid of bullets, girl. It's like police officers, being afraid of danger, girl. It's like, no, your career designs you to rush toward the danger, girl. To rush, it's like being a journalist, honey. You gotta rush toward the hurricane. You gotta rush toward the storm, girl. So I'm in social media, okay? There's going to be never not a time where I'm going to speak on whatever I want to speak on. Okay. You sound crazy. Okay. To think that the same comment section left to you or the same live chat left to you to have an opinion somehow absolves me of having an opinion. I'm the damn commentator. If anybody get to talk about it, if anybody get to have a conversation about it, if any damn body gets to have a say so, baby, it's me. That's why it's called Consciouztv. It's called YouTube. Like I said yesterday, the real issue is Hold on, y'all. Y'all know what the real issue is, right? As much as some, and it's only the non-truth seekers, girl. Only non-truth seekers say I'm biased. But the gag is, you might as well say we are biased if that's your narrative, because we all know that if I sat right here and I joined in the echo chamber and I was saying the things that you believe, and I was saying the things and echoing the things you want to believe are true, that you would be sitting here hooraying, hallelujahing, celebrating. You'd be going up, okay? This is about some people having an issue with the fact that I am not here to please you. I have my own mind, and I damn sure have my own perspective, especially when we talking about people who I actually have relationship to. All right. Now, we got these old adages that family sticks together. What about your friends? Will they stand their ground? Will they let you down again? Oh, so unfortunately, everybody's not built for standing in the gap. We oftentimes do see who the real ones are when everything is up in smoke and up in flames and things get real scary, and then people start going into self-preservation mode, and all of that loyalty or commitment or camaraderie or sisterhood or brotherhood, or it all comes, it all starts to disappear all of a sudden when things get real shaky, honey. Okay, self-preservation taps in. Look, the truth is, none of y'all will ever be able to tell me about people that I know. That's why I have conversations that we'll be able to unpack between me and Vincent. Okay? Y'all are the ones who outside the club. Y'all be the ones who don't be having no intel. Y'all don't be having no balcony view. Y'all exist literally outside the door. Okay? I be inside the club. How you knew, or how you figure we were able to break down and bust down Tasha K's smear campaign against Von Ray? I was able to do that, right? Because I was on the inside of the club. I had access to her. I had access to Sledgehammer Head. That's why we were able to vindicate Von Ray of those grape allegations. See, unlike your unfavorite content creator, who does have to exist exclusively, always outside the building. Okay, they can only tell you what they believe is happening in the building. They can only tell you what they believe is happening inside the club, girl. They're reporting live, on their Gail Weathers tees. But this particular content creator has relationships. And if there's anybody more qualified and suited to have an informed perspective about things, it certainly would be a bitch like me who's in a relationship to said people involved. Now, I understand y'all's position, okay? Y'all don't got no choice but to just, result to your feelings and your perceptions based upon whatever. However, please understand, we not the same. Please understand, girl. Me and you not the same. Please don't ever come on this bitch expecting me to have the same opinion as you, because I'm coming from a relational opinion. When I have relationships to everybody involved, I'm coming from that perspective. You got to come from the perspective of the outside. I have the luxury and the privilege of not having to exist without that information, of having to exist without the content being more personable. You get to have a very impersonal experience of the things that become content. I don't. And that's what makes me unique. And all these matters is also what makes me necessary. It's what makes my voice necessary. It's what gives me the authority. And maybe that's what some of you all, not my conscious crew member, because a lot of the people who were in the comment section yesterday are not even conscious crew members. Those were raggedy, tired ass robotic cockroaches, okay? Who, just saw the stream and just wanted a space to be able to contend in. Don't get it conflated and confused that everybody who's here is always a conscious crew member. Okay, everybody who be here in the live chat or everybody who be here in the comment section is not necessarily a conscious crew member. But even the conscious crew members are able to have their own voice. You guys know we have open range dialogue. We peel back the layers. We do deep dives. I mean, look at how long the Storm and Road, Vaughn, Tasha K, Sledgehammer Head saga went on for. That shit went on for like a month or two on my damn platform. It all happened here. And things weren't able to come to a conclusion except by way of my involvement, because Storm and Rowe and Sledgehammer Head don't have a relationship. So Storm wouldn't have been able to talk to Sledgehammer Head. Vaughn and Sledgehammer Head have a oppositional relationship. That's why the recorded call that Storm played between Sledgehammer Head and Von Ray was so contentious. Half the time, I'm the only real neutral party. Half the time, I'm the bitch who is the person who gets along with everybody in the situation, which is, once again, what makes my position and posture so unique. Because I'm oftentimes the middleman. I'm oftentimes the person who can get along with everybody. I'm oftentimes the person who everybody tends to feel safe with. So I know what people look like in their madness, in their raggediness, in their brokenness, in their anger. I know what they look like in their wellness. I know what they look like when they getting what they want. I know what they really be wanting. I know how they act when they don't get what the hell they want. I'm also a Scorpio, so I pay very deep attention, honey. Very observant of people, honey. I study their psychology. I study their movement. That's just a natural part of me, honey. Anybody who's ever been around me physically can tell you, first and foremost, CTV is definitely an observant person. I read the room. I read the environment. I read the energy. That's also a part of my empathic thing. That goes into like automatic mode, is assessing the situation, reading temperatures, reading everything. That's all just a part of my nature. And then being a Scorpio compounds that. So I'm able to also see things in people's nuances that may go over the head of the general public who don't really give a damn. Because let's really be honest. Let's be honest and really talk about it, girl. After the Carly Russell situation last year, the missing Alabama woman who had got abducted on the side of the road, and this massive ass rescue mission ensued, to bring her to safety, only to find out that she made the whole thing up and made up all these lies about being kidnapped and being thrown in the back of a damn 18-wheeler by Pennywise and his interracial girlfriend, who took her back to a cabin in the woods and cornrowed her hair and fed her ass jelly beans. Girl, my hope in humanity was blown. Wow. Hold on. Goodness. Oh, wait. Oh, baby. What? Wait, let me see. Wow. Oh, baby, y'all in for a wild ride. Yes, God. Wow. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Girl, get into the tea. Whoa. Oh, bitch. Tomorrow gonna be real interesting, girl. What? Hold on, y'all. I gotta put y'all. Hold on. I'm gonna have to. Hold on. I just gotta make a whole call. Hold on, real quick. Hold on.
All I know is to be no reason. 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 All I know, and you know, look at what happened. All I know is to be no reason. 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 All I know, and you know, look at what happened.
All right, y'all, I'm back. Oh, baby, it's the Hunger Games for me, girl. It's the Hunger Games for me. It's the Hunger Games for me, girl. Okay, hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. I'll be back. Girl, I just got all the tea, bitch. Wow. Girl, I am shocked. Wow. 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 Girl, it is up. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm shook right now, y'all. I am literally shook. Oh my God. Oh, baby, 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 baby. Thank God for me being me. I just want to take time, the Father, Son, and the Holy Daughter, to just thank you for not making me an idiot. Thank you for always putting me on the right side of history. Thank you for me not being a gullible, naive, dimwit. This is why I always come out on top. This is why I'm always able to vindicate people, because I stand on truth. And as a result of standing on truth, the facts and the truth always attract me and find their way to my doorstep. Thank you, God, for always revealing all things, because when you are a truth seeker, not a narrative creator, not a salacious ass driven person, but when you lead from that Iyanla energy, baby, when you connect it to the heart and the multi-infinity of the universe, baby. Okay, it all comes together so beautifully. It's a wrap. It's a wrap, girl. It's a wrap, girl. It's a wrap. On that Larry Reid situation, girl, it's a wrap. It's a wrap, bitch. Chess, bitch. Wow. Wow. I can't even, hold on. Can I even, can I give y'all a hint? Oh, girl. Bitch, y'all in for a ride. Y'all in for a ride. That's all I can say. I don't even know right now how much I can say. Wow. 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 Hold on. Let me. Hold on, y'all. Oh my God. Hold on, y'all. Girl, I be right in the middle of my vibration, girl, and the manifestations be manifested as I be in my vibration, girl. How many times have we been live, girl, and I've been standing in my vibration, girl, just being completely present, and boom, girl, the manifestations start popping out as I'm literally standing in that synergy. Hold on, y'all. Okay, y'all. Wow. Y'all in for a rap, bitch. Y'all in for a rap. Y'all in for a ride. Y'all in for a free Uber Lyft home, girl. Y'all are in for free WIC vouchers, girl. Free $100 EBT benefits for everybody, girl. This is epically messy as hell. The word I'm going to use as a hint word, manufactured. Y'all are going to know what that word means really soon, girl, when I lay this thing out for y'all, girl. But the key word is manufactured, okay? Man-made, honey. All right? Oh God. All right, so let me bring back my focus, girl. Wow. Where was I? Inside the club, outside the club, neutrality. I'm the person who typically has a relationship to everybody be involved. So that's why my perspective oftentimes is going to be different from y'all's perspective, etc. Oh, I was getting into Carly Russell. Right, baby mother, manufactured. Use your vowels, okay? Also, shout out to my baby mother, Corey, my baby mother Amara, and my baby mother Teresa. My baby mother Amara came back around for the double round. Oh, yes, God. Shout out to my baby mother Queen B. Thank you, baby mother. Thank you, baby mother Corey, who says for a salute because you've been working. And you know, this is the working season, girl, because Larry always get dragged around the season, girl. If y'all notice, around this same time last year, this when the whole unhinged Levantre shit was going on, girl. Remember, Larry just got, it's a spirit on this time of the year for Larry, girl. This when his algorithm get intense, girl. This is just when business is booming, girl. This is when controversy is up, honey. Is around this time of the year. I'm gonna have to look into Larry's astrological chart, huh, to see what be going on in them stars. For its bonus day, gotta pay my support, Zaddy. Period, baby. Shout out to Queen B-Boy. Oh my God, my baby mother Teresa, happy Friday. Happy Friday to you, love. Thank you so much, honey, because we're working, all right? So there's that. This thing that kind of threw me all the way off, y'all. I was in my shit. Now I'm kind of like, I done got knocked out of my focus. Okay, yes, thank you, holy daughter. Carly Russell. That Carly Russell situation really changed my life. Let me bring up bald-headed Carly. Hold on, y'all. Let me bring up bald-headed Carly. Because that Carly Russell girl situation really took me clean. Girl, I ain't been the same since, y'all. I have become more unconventional ever since Miss Carly Russell girl took us down the Alabama dirty brick road, child. Okay? Happy Friday, Lakeisha. Yes, honey. Blessings from the Holy Daughter. Too much patriarchy in that Trinity thing, girl. They know the Holy Spirit is feminine. Okay? Look at how Jesus described the characteristics of the Holy Spirit. Nurturing, soothing, protective, etc. Ironically, a lot of the qualities of the divine feminine. But because religion and certainly Judaism and Islam and Christianity are very much so man-made, man-centered religions. You know, of course, they got to make the woman, the feminine, they got to play down that role, you know, because it's a man-made world, even in the man-made, God-made world, all right? But they still left hints and clues, girl, about what the real tea was. So it's the Father, Son, and the Holy Daughter. We got to recognize the power and the placement of the divine feminine in this thizzle. Shout out to my baby mother, FB, for the nasty piece of child support check. Thank you, baby mother. Thank you. Okay, y'all, so this Carly Russell, girl. Carly Russell had done took me clean out, y'all. This situation right here, it changed my life. Let me tell you, everybody who was around last year, when we had bust down the Carly Russell situation, girl. Now, let me tell you something. My boo nosy hoe. Hey, baby mother Latrice. Hey, Latrice. Hey, baby. This my spiritual wife, y'all. This Macco ex-wife, honey. Okay? Big dummy for not making that thing work out, honey. All right. Hey, boo. Carly Russell took me clean out, y'all. Now y'all know my boo Nosy Ho. Nosy Ho had clocked Carly Russell's edges right off the rip, girl. Okay? Had clocked it right off the rip and was like, girl, she lied. She lied. She lied. But y'all know, we be out here for real. When black women get walked, when they get lost, when they get snatched up, girl, when they getting towed up, beat up on, we be out here standing in our protect black women vibration, baby. Okay? So I was committed. I was committed, baby, to finding Carly Russell in the wilderness of Alabama, baby. We was on live for days, scourging through that footage, girl. Remixing it, rewinding it, slowing it down, zooming it in, magnifying it, girl. We were making fetch happen over here, okay? And then, boom, there was a journalist who happens to be a YouTuber who had put some saturation and some contrast in the street footage. And then you could see Carly Russell as loud as all outside. Get out of her driver's seat door, walk around to the back side of her vehicle to the passenger side, lean in and get something, and then darts off right into the wilderness. Now, in the original footage, you can't see none of that because all of the lighting distorts her silhouette. So you can't see that in the original footage. But once you edit it, put a filter on it, then you saw her kidnap her damn self. 2 days later, she pops up to add insult to injury with a ridiculous ass story, and then finally tells her lawyer the truth, girl, that she made it all up. There was never no baby. There was never no hostage situation. There was never no kidnapping. Then, the same day she went missing, she had done stole from the salon or the spa she works at, girl. She had done snatched up and then roll of tissue and a towel, I guess, to wipe her ass with in the wilderness, girl. She was really going to try to make those bruises real, honey. Carly Russell was walking ballroom realness, girl, for those 2 days, girl, because she needed to be able to return home to look like what, in fact, she had been through, which is why her wig had flew off her head and she had let her new growth grow for the past 48 hours, girl, okay, because she needed convincibility, honey. She needed passing privilege, okay, as a beat up, lost, battered, and burnt woman, honey. It was a mess. Now, mind you, before we had filtered out the situation, I was so committed to finding this bald-headed black woman through the woods, girl. I was so committed, honey, to standing on principle. I didn't care how weird it looked. I ain't care. I was tunnel blind. I had tunnel vision, girl. I even had y'all believing that she might have been snatched up by a damn spirit in the wilderness, girl. That we might have captured. This might have been, in a long time, a unique historical moment where somebody literally vanished in plain sight, girl. Okay, we was entertaining whether there were UFOs hovering above the damn proximity, girl, whether she got zapped up, whether they had beat her ass up, girl. Girl, we went there, honey. We went there, honey, unapologetically into the supernatural of it all, girl. We were going to make fetch absolutely happen. And then my heart was broken when this woman had lied. She had lied. To us. Oh, I felt like such a fool. How could you do? Why would you do this to us? Why would you play on our top like this? Wait. How could you do that to us? So, after that happened, girl, it changed the landscape for me. from the Jussie Smollett, remember the Duty Low situation with his girlfriend, alleging that Duty Low had put screws up her son's buttocks. An outlandish ass story of her going out into the backyard and unearthing the screws that the five-year-old had buried, and she had all this on surveillance, but she never showed the surveillance, and all the medical tests came back clean, and her lie detector test came back funky, and then she had to make a public apology and, you know, admit she lied and made up the whole thing, and then he sued her ass for $1 million and won. Okay, a defamation lawsuit, girl. It was just like one piece of fuck shit after another piece of fuck shit after another piece of fuck shit after another piece of fuck shit. And we had all these people just consistently playing in our face. I just couldn't do it anymore. I was unwilling to go with popular opinion. I could not take this believe the accuser first thing, honey. Even if the accuser was accusing somebody of kidnapping their ass, bitch, I got to side eye that girl. Once you bring it to social media, automatically, for me, it's about an investigation, not about believing. After that Carly Russell shit, girl, I could no longer go with any popular mantra about anything because I just kept being bamboozled and hoodwinked, even all the way up to the Levante stuff, which was stockpiled on Larry's side with receipts, all the way up to him winning his lawsuit against Levante, who literally ran from the lawsuit, dodged the lawsuit. Didn't want to have that narrative sit inside of the court system. Didn't want to have a thorough, reputable investigation brought to those claims. Avoided being captured. Larry just spoke about this. And it's live on yesterday. He won his judgment against Levante. So for me, I'm not going to keep responding to the Levante shit because it's a wrap. Larry won. The criminal justice system did what they were supposed to do. And this so-called accuser that Larry's haters want to make into a victim ran away from a dozen opportunities to have justice brought to this narrative he sold to the internet via 3 different uploaders. And something that I learned that really scared me, especially with that Larry and Levante litigation, was Larry had a 6-7 hour unpacking with damn near everybody who knew Levante in his Patreon. Broke down the situation from beginning to end. The lawsuit itself consisted of pulling up court records, rental records, to prove when Larry knew Levante and his mother. I'm talking about indisputable facts, 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 not feelings, not narrative. I'm talking about the facts. And to still have a minority of people not wanting anything to do with those facts, not having a critical eye, man, I realized that the court of public opinion is trash. Which brings me to the Monique thing, which also scares me. Because Monique's son has a convincing narrative about his mother Let me pull them up. Has a convincing narrative about his mother. Okay, here it is. Has a convincing narrative about his mother, right? And because his mother, just like Larry in this case, already has a warped reputation because of the things done to her, just like the things done to Larry were done by liars. That's why people were successfully sued in Larry's case. That's also why Monique, ironically, won her lawsuits against Netflix. You see a pathology. See, I've been able to see a similarity between Monique and Larry in terms of once people clobber on your reputation, once people clobber on your name, it makes anybody going forward believable just by default. Because there's already so much filth and soot on your name, even if the facts have vindicated you time and time and time again. And I'm talking about lacking total critical thinking, right? The fact that you had a young man, Daquan, accusing Larry of giving him HIV back in 2013. The fact that there were 3 different HIV tests done from 2014, 2016, 2020, 2021, 2022. The facts. And do you know what idiot ass mother lovers did? Some idiotic. Because see, non-truth seekers, they ain't going, if you brought it down from the Lord, baby, they'd be just as blind as Stevie Wonder Girl, okay? But do you know what some idiots, I mean, sometimes this idiocy is just spellbounding and it's offensive. You know, like some dumbness is just offensive, girl. It offends your brain. Like your brain starts to actually physically hurt. Like there's a physiological shock put to your damn thinking capacity. Some idiot assholes, and it was hoes claiming to be dirty foot nurses, snag-a-tooth nurses who worked in the healthcare system, allegedly. And then come to find out those people making those claims had a revoked nursing license. But you even had some people claiming to be doctors and nurses talking about, well, you know, there's medication out there now, you know, that can make you test negative. There's medication out there now. There's medication out there now. Girl, I didn't slid down a wall. Slid down an entire wall when I heard that. Because don't you know that HIV positive people will always test positive even if they're on HIV meds? Because what the test is testing for is your viral load. It's testing for HIV. It's not testing for your viral load. It's testing for HIV antibodies. I want you to listen to this. HIV antibodies is what the HIV test tests for. It does not test for your viral load. So even though the medication lowers your viral load, which is what makes you undetectable, you have a low viral load. The HIV test itself is not searching out your viral load. It's searching for the antibodies in your system. So an HIV positive person who is undetectable will always, in fact, test positive. The medication they're on that reduces their viral load will never have them testing negative. And you had idiots who worked in the medical system who were trying to explain away the black and white with, but there's medication. But there's medication. But there's medication. That's how things that blew my head off. And then I realized that, oh, social media is insufferable, girl. This is why this is the raggediness and reality of the court of public opinion, because it's based upon just that, a fucking opinion and perception. Fast forward to Monique. I couldn't believe that Shalon did 3 different TikTok videos when he said he was only here for one. Said he wasn't here for clout, but then hashtag DL Hughley, hashtag Club Shay Shay, hashtag Monique, hashtag Black Kids Celebrities, Celebrity Black Kids, etc. Girl, but he ain't here for clout. And he ain't interested in no frisbee match with his mama, but was on his 3rd, 4th TikTok video in less than 48 hours. He was on his back to back, which is cool. He got his side. He got his story. Monique has already admitted to being wrong, to dropping the ball. So we already know that his claim is substantial to a degree. But when Monique dropped the facts, when Monique dropped, let's put up the receipts. When Monique dropped the receipts among a narrative that she was emotionally unavailable, that she ain't been trying with her son. Now, this all according to her son's narrative. My mama don't love me. She ain't shit. She's a liar. I'm calling all cap. She claiming she's waiting on me. She hasn't done anything or postured herself at all to demonstrate whether she's in fact waiting on me. What Monique did to defend her name is show you guys a year's worth of text from her and her son. Because her son never at any point acknowledged that Monique was trying at all. So even for the people who was like, where those text messages came from 2021. But her son's narrative was his mother was never there. He never acknowledged that as an adult male, his mom ever tried, that she was ever available at all. And the reason why there ain't no current text is because they're currently estranged for the reasons that Sydney said. His attitude, he's gotten real difficult, disrespectful, etc., which ironically, Shalon never even refuted. He never said, my Uncle Daddy is lying. He never said, my Uncle Daddy is telling a big ass fib. He never said that. He never even addressed the last text in the Monique expose slide on her Instagram, where Sydney texted his ass. And let me pull up Monique's page right now. If you're in the building, thumbs up. Share, 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 share. Okay, let me pull this up right here. How doing? Share my old nasty piece of screen here. Girl. Let me sit me down a little bit. How doing? Okay, let's do it. Okay, you see here, girl, text going from 2020, December of 2020, all the way through 2021, girl. April, March, June, October. Boom. Here's Sydney's text to Shalon. Remember today, and this is Uncle Sid. If you don't change your immature ways, you're going to lose me, man. He had a typo. We can't be mad at you, but we're definitely sad for you. How do you go from putting your mother on hold when generations of family are able to see Sanae, which is the granddaughter, on Nicole's side? Okay, so Nicole is Shalon's girlfriend, the mother of his children, and her side of the family has seen the grandbaby. The grandbaby done been had. Everybody doing photo ops. Everybody kissing and smooching and loving. Here it is, Sin is first of all checking him about his badass behavior, which been going on for God knows how long at this point. It's come to a head, which is why now Sid is calling it out. So, we don't know whether he been popping off and just out of control or just, being disrespectful, etc., cussing everybody out for weeks. This has been going on for months. But whatever it is, it's now come to a head. But the issue now is complicated and compounded because he's also had their granddaughter now. The text goes on, but you gave no instructions to Tuffy or your mother as to when they would or could be able to see Sine until after Tuffy brought this fact to your attention. Okay, so he didn't even reach out, and I still don't know who the hell Tuffy is. But, she's in relation to the family. Interestingly, you're a man now, but you were a little boy just days ago as you needed me to walk you through getting a car. Okay, so this is all around the time that Monique done gifted him because she his mama. He shouldn't have to ask her if she sees her child whose life she's trying to be in, see him trying to accomplish something. So once again, while he thought it was a flex, that, I ain't asked you for that though. The flex was, this was your mama demonstrating effort, sacrifice, demonstrating her love through action. Because not only do the text messages from 2020 all the way up to the end of 2021, a year's worth of interactions and phone calls and checking up and praying for you and kicking with you and just keeping up with you and making sure you're all right and making time for you, even when you call her and she's busy with an interview or she's on set, making sure she prioritizes you and write her into her schedule, asking you to call her, just keeping up with those daily interactions. Once again, showing that this is the emotional support being shown. This is the presence and consistency of engagement being shown. Then she saw you trying to do something good because you're starting your own family. She sees you trying to get a car. She wants you to have the best because I'm trying to figure out what goddamn car you need $10,000 for a payment on unless your credit score is at a negative 75. So apparently, girl, the dealership needed the whole goddamn payment for the vehicle, girl. They needed the whole gross amount, girl, for the car, honey. Okay? That credit score was on a middle part bust down. Okay? Nonetheless, she gifts you because, right? She's acknowledged, I ain't been there like I should have. I ain't did you right. I ain't loved on you. There was a time I was completely checked out from being a mother and being a wife. Now I'm making sure to do the right thing. I'm going to show up in my marriage this time, and I'm going to show up in my son's life this time because that's the right thing to do. And the only thing I can do is bring correction to the issue by giving him the love that I have for him. Sydney goes on. Interestingly enough, you're a man now, but you were a little boy just days ago as you needed me to walk you through getting a car. The items for the baby you wouldn't even have if your mother... The items for the baby, Sine, you wouldn't even have if your mother Tuffy and I didn't care enough to do that for you and Sine. You needed to be rescued from your apartment weeks ago by Tuffy, but you cussed her out days ago. What's wrong with you is what I assume the rest of that sentence looks like. So here it is. He starts with the note of you've been wilding. You've been out of your fucking mind. You've been out of order, immature as hell. And I'm calling you out about it because I don't know who the hell you think you is. And he ends on that same note where everybody who showing up for you, you giving them your ass to kiss. Now, the reason why, once again, the black and white in these text messages are so significant is because Shalon's narrative, especially that first video, made Monique completely look like somebody who still has not been interested in being a mother. Made her look like someone who was still not being a mother, who was just as removed today as she was 35 years ago when she had him. So now we know Shalon is a perspective he's a perspective manipulating liar. You're giving us your perspective, which is I'm an abandoned child. But the part you're leaving out is the fact that your mother and your father or your uncle daddy has been making consistent strides to be in your life. From leaving you a $45,000 trust fund that you were able to tap into, and in your words below, by willfully giving you 10 grand to put down on a vehicle that they don't ride around in, but out of love and support for you and what you're trying to do, to being so anxious and excited for their granddaughter that they went on a baby showering shopping spree to supply you with car seats, bibs, socks, clothes, little beanies for Shanae's head, completely looking forward to having an opportunity to extend the family, having another blood to love on. And yet, you get them for their negotiating skills on the car. You get them for the 10 grand payment on the car. You get them for the shopping spree items on the baby. And then left them out of being able to kiss cheeks and rub elbows with Monique's granddaughter, with Sid's niece. That's a gag. But you didn't say all that in your dissertation. You left all of that out conveniently. If we would have never had those receipts and Monique and Sid had never responded, it would have completely appeared to us, based upon your narrative, that your mother still has absolutely nothing to do with you. And because that is dead ass wrong, everybody can side with the fact that you didn't deserve that, and fuck Monique. She is wrong. And for her to have a man claiming that he loves her, Sid, your ass is just as wrong for being an enabler. It was all there. But those black and whites in these texts, and that live stream and testimony gave us a lot of information about the fact that at this point, no. It's not that Sid and Monique are the problem, boo. Maybe, in fact, you are. Because now we know that you're a liar. You only told one side of the story. And then you played into the opposition that's already against your mother, who is not a fan favorite. Monique has become the person that people love to hate because they disagree with the way she went about this and the way she went about that. They felt she was asking for too much. She's being greedy. She can't let shit go, blah, 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 blah. But regardless, separating all of your bias against Monique, in this situation with her son, she's been vindicated. And he strategically made sure to read comment sections to see what people's issues were with Monique and how she handled this, and then conveniently wrote that into the teleprompter and slung that shit back to Monique. When I got up here, I said, okay, bitch, it's a wrap. Monique has admitted since 2015 she's been talking about dropping the ball on her son. He didn't spray her in 2024 with no new tea. We been knew this tea. Monique been talking about this as a regret in her estranged relationship and her desire to have a second chance. What we had no idea about is all the attempts she had been making to be in this damn boy's life. And Shalon conveniently weaponized D.L. Hughley's gripe with Monique. So it became about opting up. Weaponized the fact that Monique was back in the headlines again for tapping into the Taraji P. Henson situation with Oprah, because you know she got unfinished business with Oxtail Winfrey. And I gotta give it to Shalon. Epically strategic, epically manipulative. And because I see bullshit a mile away, and because I done been victimized by some of the best manipulators known to man, I know what manipulation sounds like. I know what it looks like. I hear what you said. I also heard what you didn't say. And people were upset at me because I was siding with Monique, who had black and white on her side, because everybody felt sorry for the son. I'm sorry. I can't indict people based upon the way I feel. Not when facts enter the chat. I don't have time for these reindeer games anymore. What I do know is that people are mad as hell in the world. And social media is a space that allows people to get their shit off. Social media is a space that allows people to be in control of their own narrative, whatever that is, based upon their perception. If they have been the victim, if they have been hurt, if they have been offended, it's an opportunity to not only be heard and to get your shit off, but you to also be in control of your perception of your experience. Now, perception and reality are two different things. But perception is a lot of times people's reality. Because there's your personal truth, and then there's the facts. There's the truth. And somewhere in between, a lot of times, the personal truth and the truth lies the complete reality. DJ Academics recently came under fire. His ex-girlfriend of 5 years, who he had a very toxic relationship with, made some accusations and was holding something over his head. And he got tired of her feeling like she had something she could destroy him with. So what he did was went live and he emptied the clip for her and spoke about the situation that she'd been basically trying to use to emotionally blackmail him with, which was a situation in 2022 where his home got raided because a woman that he was sexually involved with had now made SA allegations against two of his friends, who, according to her, had gang raped her in his backyard beside his pool while he was upstairs asleep in a drunken coma. Now, because we stand in a society where, well, we believe the accuser, the victim first. We believe women, people first. This was triggering because a lot of people who've been essayed, once again, saw their reality and what was going on. Just like a lot of people who are disgruntled with their parents saw their reality in Shalon Jackson's situation and his perception, his circumstances, his said circumstances. But then DJ Envy not DJ Envy, DJ Academics realized, oh, that's what was happening. Okay. You guys now been put in a position to take my word for the woman, because the woman that he was speaking about, the story really wasn't about her, but the story included her because the story was what his ex-girlfriend was trying to use. So then the young woman who had alleged that she was raped by his two homeboys at his house came forward, and she was upset, and she told us that, you know, she's going to come back and she's going to tell her side, and, you know, that DJ Academics knows what happens. He's lying, blah, 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 blah. You know, she got hit with strays by him going into the details of the situation and in order to liberate himself from his ex-girlfriend. Now, as a result of that, DJ Envy then showed the receipts, which was a text exchange between him and the sneaky link who had claimed to be raped. And the text messages completely reflected that this woman was consciously aware. She willfully participated in an orgy situation. This young woman, over time, because she was so worried about DJ Academics' perception of her changing, that he would see her as dirty and as a whore and as a slut and as a skank. She went from initially trying to just explore his mentality, like, well, I hope you don't see me as different, and I don't want you to think da 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 da. And he's just kind of like, Ma, I'm good. It's whatever. Like, you just need to worry about getting tested, because according to the ring cam footage, baby, it was no condoms in sight. Y'all were having a good time. She like, I'm gonna do that, but I just hope that, you don't, I don't know, she just worried about how he feels about her, because now she's embarrassed, because she didn't know that her and his friends' actions had been captured on candid camera until he brought it to light to her the next day, because she had spent the night after the homeboys left. She was still in the house. So her and DJ woke up together, had waffles and, sweet tea together the next morning. So she started already trying to change the narrative, according to him, which she did not refute, on site. It went from, no, I ain't do nothing, when he already knew she had did it, because he had already had it on camera. So then when he showed her the camera footage, so then when he told her, I saw it on camera, baby. She said, oh, well, nothing happened. I just had danced naked for them. But wait, it went from innocent fun, we ain't do nothing, I don't have no regrets about what happened last night, because he asked her, do you have any regrets about it? No, I ain't got no regrets. Ain't nothing happened. We just had a good time. Nothing sexual went down, no nothing. Then when he said, I have you on tape, oh, well, I was only dancing naked for them. Then when he showed her the footage, then she began to spiral. And then because he sent her home after he had put her on blast, caught her Uber, she was really taking that, walk of shame back home. So she's in the text messages, on the way home, just embarrassed. And she's trying to, clean all this up. And oh my God, this is a cringy situation to be in. Fuck this man friend. And he got it on camera. Wig was sliding all the way back, girl. Wig was sliding all the way back. To the bike, it was back. So then, as they going through the text and having this back and forth conversation, he says, hey, it's all good. Have a nice day. Just make sure you go to the clinic. Make sure you ain't got nothing or whatever. And then she slides in there, yeah, maybe I'll do that and I'll get a grape kit. So he don't think nothing of it. He just like, all right, cool. Like, whatever you need to do. So then she hits him back up, like, I need your friends' phone numbers and name. He's like, well, what's going on? What you need their names and phone numbers for? Like, you probably should have asked for that before you busted wide open for them. Now you need their name. So you did all this with a bunch of niggas and you ain't even got their first or last. You ain't even got them in the call out, girl. Like, you was really on one that night, right? So he like, what's tea? And so she starts going into, well, it's just looking real foggy to me because I don't remember doing all that. But remember, she already went from telling him we ain't do nothing to, well, I only had dance naked for them to, well, oh my God, I hope your attitude don't change about me now that this is all on camera. So now she's in damage control mode, and I think I need to get a rape kit done, and I need your homeboy's first and last name and phone number so that I can file a police report. As a result of him not wanting anything to do with that, because he like, police report, you willfully consented to this. I ain't about to be involved in this shit. She want the footage and all. I ain't about to give you the footage and all this shit because you know what you did. Now you know you're just lying. But because police have to investigate a claim, that's your right. She was able to go make that report. And they had to investigate as a result of her making that allegation. So the feds bust up in his damn home, threw him, his mother, his disgruntled ex-girlfriend who was there at the time, and his goddamn chihuahua face first on the floor, put all of them in handcuffs and ran his big ass down there to the police precinct and interrogated him about this whole ordeal. There was a search warrant for the home, so they were able to bust down all the VCRs, girl, get all the VHS tapes, get the footage. Apparently, once they had investigated the footage, the authorities came to the conclusion that this was consensual. And Miss Mamas, because now, mind you, at the time that he's now doing this whole expose to explain this whole shit, this is now a year later. This is a little over a year later now. This is an incident from what, two years ago, a year and a half ago. There's been no arrest. Nobody's in prison. There's no trial. There's no charges. There's no nothing because the feds considered this to be a sham. So when she came forward, upset, claiming that he lied, this, that, and the third, she got a rape kit done, boom, 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 but everybody been free, and there's no investigation. She did not return it back to us, the same way that Christian Keys never returned back to us with a damn thing. I'm going to go down to the police. I'm shaking the table. I got a pen. Okay. Never heard from Christian Keys' ass again, baby. After social media, after we flamed Robert F. Smith and Tyler Perry the fuck up for weeks. Flanked their ass up. Flanked their ass up. Putting together circumstantial ass evidence. This is the type of shit that is interesting to me. Because everything on social media is perception based. And for me, I'm not even going to be as invested as I used to be in these type of situations because I see the way people can weaponize situations and scenarios, just like DJ Envy. I keep calling this damn man DJ Envy. DJ Academics. There was a woman captured screaming on one of his live streams. I mean, she was going ballistic, screaming. Well, somebody had recorded the live stream and all this shit. It went viral when all these allegations came up against DJ Academics. And then people started projecting into the audio saying that this was the sneaky link being gang raped. Come to find out, the footage was not some exclusive footage. This all happened during one of DJ Academic's live streams. The man that you see coming into the video frame is DJ Academics. You can hear him walking away from all of the yelling and commotion that's going on in the other room. And come to find out, that was his ex going ballistic because he had been dragging her on the internet, or people had been dragging her on the internet, and she was pissed off at him. He had actually called the authorities to have her ass removed from the property, etc. But this audio was being shipped around as this is the audio of the SA. And people were shook and people were triggered because this woman was in such great distress. And it just really goes to show you the power of perception and the power of content. And it's been obvious to me from the beginning on social media that people on social media don't have the ability to really do the work. And because mostly people are here to be entertained, making things truly make sense is not something that is a true priority to the general court of public opinion. That ain't what this jury is here for. First and foremost, this jury is here to have something to be entertained by. Whether that entertained by is something to be outraged over, something to be concerned over, something to want to champion behind, looking for something to have a purpose in. All these things are in the subconscious. I'm here for entertainment. So for me now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just sit back and have commentary. And I'm going to just have conversation. This ain't the criminal justice system. This is just social media. We can talk about it. We can have a conversation about it. We can explore it. We can, unpack it all. We can build upon it. We can let the pendulum swing and go backwards and forwards and this, that, the third, because that's the position that we're all left to. So bringing it back up to speed with the Shalon situation and Monique and Daddy, or the Larry and the Vincent situation, is I'm a content creator and I'm going to produce content just like all the other content creators who talking about the Larry situation. I just happen to be somebody who knows Larry. And in this case, I also happen to be somebody who knows Vincent. And I'm not a religious deity. So for the people who think that I'm here to convince you of something, you totally have the wrong bitch in mind, because you clearly don't know that I've never, ever been here to convince anybody. I've been here to release the perspective, to speak to the truth, and to release the facts, and to make it truly make sense. Bitch, you better check my motherfucking record, because my name is tied up in federal courts in the memorandum of lawyers who have petitioned to drop their clients because I was on their motherfucking ass. Yeah, remember that situation from a few years ago when Larry sued the other blogger and I single-handedly chased the lawyer off of the damn case? And he spent the next 2 years submitting memorandums to quit. All that's in the case files. And you know why I had strength and the power and the authority to do that? Because I had the truth on my side to do it with. Because even a lawyer can't contend with the truth. When you're defending a lie and you're defending a liar, it doesn't matter that you have 20 years of experience. It doesn't matter if you have decades of experience. It doesn't matter if you have a certificate. It doesn't matter if you have a master's degree. It doesn't matter all of that. I had the truth. And I was driving hoes crazy with it, including the oppositional party and their legal defense team. what we're going to do is have commentary. I don't care really what you believe, because Monique is not a religion and Larry is not a religion. They're not Olympian gods. So their reality is not predicated upon whether you believe in them. They're not going to fade away because they're dependent upon your prayers and your belief. You are entitled to think what you desire, to come to whatever conclusions you want, because your conclusions in the grander scheme of things and the black and white and the substance of things, they don't matter. It don't matter to such a degree that all these things that we can produce content about and conversations about and dialogue about and feelings and beliefs and perceptions about become nothing more than another tired-ass story in the algorithm, soon to be lost, because no content on social media has a long shelf life. There's too much information and too many stories popping off at every given hour, all day, every day. So one thing is always on its way to replace another thing. Why you think media and content creators have to jump on things right now? Because it won't matter a week from now. The shelf life is itty bitty when it comes to the things that we make content out of on this platform. So I don't need none of you raggedy hoes, and I'm not talking about my conscious crew member, but the actual raggedy hoes, telling me that you can't change what I think. Who's interested in changing what you think, boo? You're just mad because I'm going to talk about it. And you're mad because the 1 million people in total who really follow Larry are going to continue to. Really, the court of public opinion has already been won on Larry's side. That's why a bitch with 1 million subscribers couldn't even put a dent in that. How the hell the man escalates in viewers and subscribers as a result of you witch hunting against him? Make that shit make sense. So the case really is already closed. The doors of the courts have already been adjourned. And despite how disgruntled some of these people are, they can't help but come over here and subject themselves to the perspective. As much as they don't want it to make sense because something in them wants Larry to be a supervillain, they still gotta come over here. Because it's just a little speck of them that's attempting to be balanced. It's just a little speck of them that's just attempting to be informed. It's just a little speck of them attempting to be non-biased. Because you don't see me nowhere else. You don't see me in these hoes chats. You don't see me in their comment sections. You don't see me. Oh, I don't do all of that pussy popping on social media. I don't go jump in other people's faces. I don't go evangelizing my perspective nowhere. I sit my ass right here and my business and do what every content creator does, which is have a conversation. And I'm going to come to whatever conclusions I desire to. And before I take anything back, bitch, I'll add more motherfucking to it. And you bets believe that any situation where I have personal proximity to, that I'm going to always come with my perspective, whether it was the fallout between King Jives and Larry over the years, whether it was the fallout between Storm and Unhinged, between Von Ray, Sledgehammer Head and Unhinged, or whether it was a conflict between Storm and Natasha over the R. Kelly audios. Remember when I resolved that? Because if anybody's voice matters more than y'all's, the general public, it's damn sure gonna be the people who, once again, inside the club and got relationships to people that y'all gawking about. I already done told y'all, and I'm gonna continue to show y'all through action that you can't stop me, boo. I don't give a damn. I'm not prohibited by your expectations. I'm not prohibited by or bound or subjected or interfered with based upon your perspective. I don't give a damn if you like it. I don't give a damn if you love it. I don't give a damn if you believe it. I don't give a damn about none of that. What I give a damn about is talking about it, baby. Because that's what we're going to do. And you got every right, baby, to haul ass, honey. You can stay for a minute. You can stay for 2 hours. You can subscribe. You can unsubscribe, boo. You can be notified or not notified. You can share or not share. Either way, boo, I'm here. It don't make no difference to me. I'm where I always am, right here. So don't be trying to, if anything, force your shit on me. Because see, you got to come find me. You're the one actually pushing a narrative. Because you got to go from chat to chat, attempting to get creators who you don't agree with to subside with your narrative and your perspective. I'm not in your comment sections. I'm not emailing you, boo. I'm not outsourcing for you to come push and evangelize my truth to you. You're the one who got to come find me. I don't get notified when you arrive. I don't get notified when you log into YouTube. I'm sitting here minding my business, having my conversation, unpacking my thoughts. And that's the way it's going to always motherfucking be. And I'm intelligent and resourceful enough to encourage y'all to pop the fuck off when I drop the link, or to pop the fuck off in the comment section, because I know whether you mad, whether you agree, whether you at peace, or whether you upset, baby, that every time you click and every time you comment and every time you reply, that is engagement for my platform, and that only benefits me. So I'm going to always leave the road wide open for the mad ass motherfuckers. I'm going to always give y'all space too, boo, because y'all the one. Y'all the team who make the dream come true. But I also ain't toxic, insecure, or pressed enough either to have to be in my own comment section windmilling every comment down. Sometimes I may drop down in that comment section and put a little 1-2 in there and stir shit up, honey. Being a light that's going to attract the moth to the flame, girl, because I commented underneath my last live stream, girl, and I pinned my comment, girl. Position myself to be the light. And then the moths came accordingly. You need to go off, pop off, boo. Pop off, baby. Yes, God. Get my engagement going, girl. Tell me how upset you are, love. Tell me all about it. Because once I come in and swing, boo, I haul ass out of the club. The way that I deal with my comment section, especially when I know we're talking about some controversial shit, especially when I know I have an unpopular opinion and I already know I'm outnumbered, I'll get strategic, honey. I'll drop down in my own comment section, honey, and swing. And then y'all know that scary hoe who hit and then run? I hit your ass and haul ass, baby. and leave you in that mess in the comment section, girl, in your feelings going off. There's a method to the madness of it all. You need the oppositionals. You need the haters too. That's why I let them hoes live too, baby. Y'all all a part of the engagement. Whether you like it or love it, whether you agree or don't agree, you're all a part of the engagement. Your like doesn't translate as anything than a click in a view to the actual system. The system is mechanical. It don't determine, oh, because you don't like what's going on, that this view don't count. Or this engagement, we're not going to count it because you're disagreeing. You disagreeing counts as a click in a view, which translates into a check. It translates into a recommendation of the platform. It translates as an algorithm pitch. Even when the ops are talking shit on their platforms, the fact that they have your name up in lights now also acts as free for promotion, because when their content comes up, so does yours. See, it's all a collaboration amongst a big ass dysfunctional ass family, baby. What's going on, Max Got Facts? You know what? Wait until I learn your full name, nigga. Okay? Max ass done start gagging me, y'all, because he followed me on Instagram, and on Instagram I use my legal name. Okay? But wait until I return. Wait until I return the favor. Wait until I keep that same energy. Wait until that happens, baby. We gonna see if Max can stand the rain. We're gonna see if Max, baby. We're gonna see if them facts can withstand the rain. That's what we gonna do. I ain't gonna do that to you, Max. I'm gonna drop the link in case anybody want to come up in this jail. You know, if you want to talk about social media, the dynamics of social media, if you want to talk about, you know, perception, you want to talk about, you know, if you just got any thoughts about what we discussed here, girl, because I'm just here to tell you, I don't give a fuck. I ain't the girl who gives a fuck. For better, for worse, I don't give a fuck. I'm here to do me. I enjoy doing me. I enjoy getting in all of this, and you don't gotta like nothing, and you ain't gotta agree on nothing. You can be in your truths and your perceptions, and it's gonna be all right. It's really gonna be all right. I just dropped the link in case anybody want to come up, and if not, I'm a haul ass because I gotta get the rest of my shit together. I gotta get in the shower, honey. Get my hair together. I think I want to do an old nasty facial, honey. You know, just make myself feel real feminine tonight, girl. Real feminine. Oh, my boo, Shauna. Hey, boo.
How to do? How are ya?
I am lovely. How you doing?
Oh, I'm good. And thank you. I love how your spirit changed. From the beginning, I was you're kind of tired, and you got the spirit lifted you up real quick, didn't it? So my question is back to when you were talking about, because I was ride or dying with you on Carly Smollett's and believing. So what you said, it kind of changed your view on humanity, and what I was listening. I've been listening the whole time, but I wanted you to expand on that. So now I'm gonna let you say. What do you mean it changed your view on humanity?
Well, not so much as my view on humanity. It just really helped me to understand the dynamics of social media and how the court of public opinion is literally like, that is their facts. The facts in the court of public opinion are your feelings, and it's your perception. And, you know, even in the Monique situation, as I stated, you know, once Monique had laid out and showed you guys that she had consistently been involved in her son's life for a year, that they had, you know, and those text messages reflected her emotional interest in her son, her mental interest in her son. And then to come to find out that there had been a trust fund established for him that he utilized, that, you know, he had been gifted 10 grand, that, you know, they had bought all of the stuff for, you know, her grandbaby. And it was just like, at that point, Shalon should have came, if anything, under subjection. And the fact that that didn't balance out the conversation, at least, where at the very least, it could be said, okay, we know Monique dropped the ball. We know she wrong. But Monique agrees that she wrong. And her son agrees that she was wrong and he's been injured. But at the same time, there is a problem on Shalon's side. And he left out all of his mom's involvement with him. And so what does that mean for us on the outside looking in? Well, it don't matter. It didn't matter. It was almost as if those receipts never happened. And, you know, we were able to tug on Monique's wig and talk about the injuries caused by, you know, absent parents, emotionally unavailable parents, etc., narcissistic parents. But it was just interesting to me to see that because Monique is already the villain, it's almost impossible now for her to vindicate herself, even when she has the facts on her side. And it really does go to show you the power of perception and the dynamics of social media. And then with Carly Russell literally weaponizing social media, weaponizing the media, weaponizing the search and rescue, you know, funds and the police department in her city, and causing this big old stir over her feelings because she was just wanting attention from her ex-boyfriend and her family. It just reminds you that a lot of this shit, it shows in scripts, inscription shows that a lot of this shit is a Tyler Perry production. And because the internet is undefeated and it's unregulated and you get to be premeditated, you get to arrange things according to your perception. You get to chop and screw shit and put together shit in a way that tells the story the way you see it. You get to carve out and create a whole reality. Some of the things that these people are doing in the exposés is no different than what a writer does in creating a script. It's no different than creating a stage play. It's no different than creating a set. Because you also know you got to be believable. That's where the equity is in the narrative, whether you are telling the truth or whether you're telling a lie. You know, either way, convincibility and passability is everything. And I understand why social media falls for it, because once again, you know, most people come here to be entertained. They don't come here to be fucking FBI agents and Secret Service and you know, they come into, you know, they come in to take to just be removed from their everyday reality. They're coming to engage in something that's outside of the stressed out bubble they lived in, even if it is taking on somebody else's stress. That's better than living in their own stress and their everyday life and their health, etc. Which is why so many viewers and things really thank content creators for their contribution and for even being a thing, because, you know, we get our viewers and our fans through their lives. You know, they're looking to us to take them away, to whisk them away into another reality and world. And I think while social media can be a great space for people who have truly been victimized and people who have truly experienced injustice and people who have truly experienced an injury or a violation, it is also equally detrimental to people who are here to cause injury and to victimize other people based upon being heartbroken, being envious. As a content creator, I have had smear campaigns against me by people I didn't even know. just existing and minding my business in my space. People I never even had to have conversation with. People who I never even did wrong to. And people attempted to dox, people slandered, people did, and for what? Which I don't even fucking know you. I don't know you. I don't interact with you. And even if I was acquainted with you, I don't fall out with people dramatically. I tiptoe out of the sanctuary. I just move on about my life. I'm Kelly in Survivor. I ain't gonna dish you on the internet. I just move on. But then once you come for me, then it's up, bitch. And sometimes I decide to offer bitch heads and to step into being a Targaryen and have to flame your motherfucking ass up and induce trauma into your ass. And now you in a padded room. Now you crying and you in breakdown and begging me off your neck. Now your legal defense team is asking to be removed from supporting you at the hands of me. Now that me having your ass tied up with a damn cow's tongue and magical tape binding your ass in a freezer somewhere. You're texting me, begging me to get up off your girl. But there didn't have to be no conflict to begin with because, bitch, I don't know you. And I didn't do anything to you. And so me just being an experiencer, me being a content creator, me observing the court of public opinion and like, you know, I honestly can't even be mad for anybody taking advantage of the space because the public makes it so easy. But I know with everything I done seen with Jesse and Collie and DJ Academics and, you know, and Duty Low and Von Ray and Tasha and Larry and Levantre and seeing, you know, people be vindicated in the court of law and all of this shit. It's just like, now I know for sure games get played. Now I know people come here and say anything and can be believable and can create a narrative around an audio or a narrative around a text message. That's why I showed the text message I did. I don't know if you were there yesterday, Shauna.
I sure was.
Yeah, I had showed the text message to show that. It's just like, girl, you know, and I was giving an example of how of the choices we have when we have content on other people. Like I got things in my possession that if I wanted to misrepresent, I could. And the public would have no choice but to accept it at face value. Like exactly what it sounds like. It sounds like exactly what you're hearing it as. But it can still also not even be that. That's going to be based upon me representing the truth as it is, or representing it according to what I'm trying to accomplish. You know, and so it becomes a very interesting thing. And the Carly Russell thing was just the last straw for me. And I was like, you know what? No, I'm not aligning with no mantras. I believe in protecting the truth. I believe, and what I'm always attempt to do now is just look at situations honestly and earnestly. And I'm going to use everything I know. You know, because all of us are at a different level of perspective based upon where we sit in things as a content creator and also being a viewer, but also being a person. Like I'm informed by all of that information. I know how it goes on this side of the tracks. I also know how it goes on the side of the track of viewers because I'm a viewer also. I'm also a human being. So I'm subjected to my own brain and my own feelings and thoughts and judgments, etc. So I'm in everybody's shoes, but certainly when I know people, definitely that makes situations very interesting. You know, I was talking to the same friend who called me this morning. It was like, girl, they are thrashing you about in your comment section. And I said, good, all great for me. And that led to us, you know, having a conversation about just where I am, where I honestly feel relieved now that I don't give a fuck. Like I feel relieved now that I just don't feel committed to going with popular opinion. I'm okay with folk having their opinion. I'm just trying to have mine. And like I said earlier, I don't go around evangelizing my truth to everybody else. I sit my ass on my platform. I don't go windmilling in people's chats. I don't go pull up on other people's panels, etc. You know, I got to really be close with you to do that. And even when I do that, I still do that sometimes for the people that I'm close to. But I just generally stay in my own lane and do what I do. And I'm okay with that because I'm not pushing an agenda. I'm just participating and providing perspective and thought, etc. And people can think whatever the fuck they want to think about it. They can think it's biased. It's irrelevant. But I was also telling him how, you know, the perspective of, because this friend is married and has a wife. I said, the perspective of you as your wife's husband and the mother of your kid, right, is going to be different than the perspective of the bitch who can't stand her ass at work. Is going to be of her. And on one hand, people shouldn't expect you to side with the bitch who can't stand her at work because you're not the bitch who can't stand her that she works with. And some people would expect you to either be committed to what you know about your wife and who you know her to be, or entertain this person who is providing a whole different experience. And that experience either is true or not true. But how oftentimes have, upon investigating matters, whether it's matters our children get into where maybe a kid is accusing them of hitting them or doing something that you come to find out that your kid isn't doing that, or your mom isn't doing that, or whatever the case may be is doing that. People lie. People tell the truth. You just don't know. And all you can do is work through every situation. And this situation with Buddha and Larry is fascinating to me because I know both of them. And I was told something very, very, very different. And I know for a fact that the vibration that Buddha is in, not that per se everything he's saying is a lie, you know, because he got feelings around MBN, or he got feelings around like reading things my way, and it's his brand, and or not his brand, but he created it. It's like, okay, well, you know, cool if that's, you know, whatever. But me and you had a real we had a great connection, and we were able to have some very, very intimate conversations. And you're going to be able to hear, you know, just how safe Buddha was with me. You can tell it was just dialogue between two people who really liked each other and who was, both of us are transparent as hell, and the conversations was just able to be fluid, you know, because
Oh Lord.
that's just where it was. And this is night and day. I know that Buddha, like Larry said, is mad as hell. He is mad, and he has a reason to be mad because of things that took place around his employment and the way things went down toward the last chapter of his professional relationship to Larry. And do y'all find it interesting that everybody who always claims to have a gripe with Larry, whether it's Levantre, whether it's his mother, whether it's Unhinged, whether it's Bishop Whitehead, or whether it's now even Vincent, they all make it a point in their commentary to talk about Larry's money. They always make a point, no matter what they're saying. They can be telling you they were in an affair and he this, that, and the third, and blah, blah, blah. But they always make it a point to make sure they tap on trying to pick at or reduce his level of financial security, because even Buddha made it his business in everything he said to make sure, because none of them can really help it, because this is really what it's ultimately about. Even he, in his commentary, made sure to say, and there's all these houses and all these properties all over the country, and not one of them are owned. Sir, what in the hell does that have to do with the price of tea in China? You are sitting here attempting to lead a charge against Larry based upon him being unethical, him being immoral, him being ultimately a piss poor person, because he really didn't accuse him of anything criminal. He just made these moral and ethical appeals regarding Larry. Oh, he cheated on his wife with me. He's living off the church's money, etc. Which, and see, this is where the code began to crack for me, because not only did you make it a point to target the fact that he don't own his properties. Why would that matter if you're really ultimately trying to low-key hint to the fact that this man is an abuser, etc.? What the hell, whether he owns anything matters or not? Tell us about that. Talk to me a little bit more about that, sir, because see, I caught how you slipped that in there while you're trying to use all this other conjecture around what you're saying to be what you want people to ultimately believe this is about, which is standing against this religious manipulator. Tell me about him money. Tell me about his bunnies. Tell me about, oh, he don't own none of, because remember, Unhinged, when she sat down with Levantre's big arm mammy, and Unhinged, you're sitting across from a woman attempting to lead a narrative that Larry's been inappropriate with her son. What in the hell? What is the value, the substance, and you then inserting, yeah, because he think he got all this money, and he always talking about his money, and he ain't even got no money like that. He don't even own his house. And then the mama is sitting there, yeah. And I'm just like, and it was the same thing with Bishop Whitehead. You know, everybody who angry at Larry.
Why do you sound like an old church woman after the exercise?
That's what she was. Yes.
But you know why she said it though, don't you, Consciouztv? Because see, the wealthy owns nothing but manage everything. It's a way to protect your assets, which she clearly did not do.
So
See, that's the big gag of it all. That's why he's mad that he don't own any properties. It may not be that Larry don't own any properties. It may be how he owns his properties. That's the problem.
Talk about it now.
Because when you know what you know, people who know how to own things without owning them themselves, aka their LLC owns everything. So if you come after me, the person don't own my house. My LLC does.
my business does.
And because
my company does. It ain't me. It ain't me. See, I got an organization, and I'm trying to bring like 5 or 6 different subsidiaries underneath this one organization. But I myself don't actually own all of it. My company does. So when you get individuals that say, well, he owned our first stuff, so do you know anything about management of the business that I manage? Because I don't have to own any of these things personally.
And you can
It,
have multiple businesses under one EIN number. All you have to do is put known as, and you can have multiple business on one EIN number. Damn, because
EIN number is
that's what you see like big companies like Pfizer do. They have like Johnson & Johnson under there. It's a whole. That's why when you try to boycott certain companies, you're never really going to be able to boycott them because there's such a huge conglomerate under so many different names.
yep.
It's going to take you a
And
minute to get a hold of them all.
yep,
Okay, hold on,
and
hold on,
they
y'all.
have
Hold on,
like powerful lawyers too.
hold on, y'all.
I'm sorry.
Let me, so Alexa says, why didn't Larry deny the claims? That's the question. So you clearly didn't see Larry's live stream, and you clearly wasn't in his Patreon yesterday. But when you really think about it, what was there really to deny? Okay, you're going to come forward and make a bunch of claims about me and you being sexually involved, where it's not a crime for me and you to be sexually involved. You are a grown ass, broad shoulder ass man. In the hypothetical that me and you were sexually involved. So if in your brain we had a 13-year sexual relationship, what the hell what really is there to speak to? I mean, you're accusing me of being a homosexual. The last time that I checked, it's also not illegal to be a homosexual in the United States of America. Okay, you're now going to make claims that I'm living, off the high hog of the church's money. Okay, you clearly can see that I'm a content creator. I have rather large platforms across Instagram, Patreon, Facebook, and YouTube. You see that those platforms are monetized, which means that you also see that I have multiple streams of income. You see people super chat me. You know what those Patreon tiers cost. So you're going to sell a narrative that I have to travel and have to live high end off the church's money when it's out in the open and you can see with your own common sense that I have big multiple streams of income. So I don't even need to speak to that or to refute that either, because that's a moot point. You can see the truth in plain sight. Hell, he just posted on his community wall in his Instagram one of his residual checks from one of his Hollywood gigs. This is not even shit that calls for a speaking to. Okay, then you bring up Levantre and you say, well, when Levantre said what he said, then I just knew that it was true because some of my experiences had reflected that. Now what you have to do in bringing up Levantre is now you got to be the one to justify why Levantre ran his ass away from a lawsuit. You now got to justify why Larry Reid won a judgment against Levantre in the court of in the court of the criminal justice system. Yeah, in the court of law. Now you got to make all that make sense because that's already a wrap. That's also a moot point. I don't have to keep refuting shit that has already been dissolved and resolved and I've already victored. Okay, so what else did you say? Okay, you said that I was driving my ex-wife crazy, that I was cheating on her, etc. What you want me to say to that, especially when, once again, my ex-wife is alive. She can attest to that or not attest to that or just pay your ass dust Beyonce style like everybody else, because at the end of the day, what does the inside of my marriage have to do with coming to the general public to talk to these folk about my private life, whether the things you're saying are true or not? I mean, what you want me to say? Because if I say that's not true, but it's my word for yours, or it's me and her word for yours, the same people that already believe that that's a lie and that you're telling the truth are going to be the same people who going to continue to believe that what you said about me and her was true. So really, who am I? Like, some of this shit, I be sitting back thinking, like, how does a person address this? And really, who are they addressing it for? Because Larry and his ex-wife co-parent and love the fuck out of each other and have a great working relationship, successfully raising their daughters together. So exactly who is some of this like fodder for, really? It seems baseless. It seems really pointless. What else was said? We already talked about the audio of Larry busting up in his ass. We already talked about how Larry has an inappropriate sense of humor. I demonstrated that based upon banter and conversations between me and Larry that are in the context of fun and humor. And if I wanted to weaponize those things to create a narrative, I could do that. And that's what I demonstrated by showing y'all just some of the banter between me and Larry. So that audio didn't mean a goddamn thing. What else was said? 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 Okay, you made a bunch of claims about the other members in the camp, etc. Once again, they're not even social media personalities. They're not even, they don't even have like platforms really. So you get to take advantage of just spinning the block with that, and that's fine. And you're ultimately accusing people of being gay. And you're also talking to a group of people who don't know these other characters that you're speaking of. Like, you don't know Pastor Philip. Like, they don't know Pastor Philip. They don't know Shamako. They don't know any of these people. They don't know anybody involved. The general public, that is. So, and with them not knowing it, once again, all you're accusing them of is being gay. Okay. Now you add spice, and you hold on, and you add spice to it, saying that everybody's fucking each other. Okay. You're saying that everybody is hot and horny. I mean, okay. I mean, at the end of the day, like, if that's the case, then what? Because as a viewer, I'm trying to figure out what the fuck that's supposed to mean to me. I mean, I don't know. Like, if you're hot and horny and you're all fucking destroying the shit out of each other, now, what is the substance of that for me as the consumer of that information? Because Shamako is a single man, Larry is a single man, Kendall is a single man, Philip is a single man, Alicia Dunn is a single woman, Latrice Spencer is a single woman, and Nathan is the only one who's married. And we don't even know the true context of whatever it is you showed up there on the screen. And we also don't know the nature of Nathan and his wife's relationship. They could have had off seasons, just like Larry and Lisa had off seasons in their marriage. They could have an open marriage. We don't know the context of that, but what we know is that you're choosing to be in control of the narrative. And because nobody else concerning the audience has no choice but to be onlookers, they have no choice but to listen to whatever your perspective and definition is of these situations. So at the end of the day, when we really look at everything that's been communicated, you ain't really accusing nobody of any criminality. You even called Levantry a liar your damn self in your own video. You have an opinion about NBN network and nobody's really a successful entrepreneur over there. And see, that's the other parts of it. Larry don't own no properties. Ain't nobody over there a real entrepreneur. Ain't nobody over there really generating no money. All these people they ain't talented. They don't bring nothing to the table. Oh yeah, baby. Once again, tell me more about that. I want to hear more about that because see, now we're getting to the substance and the meat of the things. And ironically, everybody that Vincent spoke about were people that are exceptionally close to Larry. Everybody that he named are exceptionally close. Ironically, now everybody and every last single one of those people are corrupted to their core. Now, in the circumstance of you no longer collecting a check from NBN Network and personal relationship dissolving with Larry. And you, like everybody else who are forced and can't look away from Larry despite how mad you are for whatever reason, had to bear witness to Larry moving forward in his life with all those same people. You had to watch them in Aruba because he called out where they traveled to. Miami, Dubai. I see where this is going. And you know why I see it even more? Is because, bitch, I know you. Because we've had a conversation, because we've had conversations throughout the years when it was all good, baby. See, I know what your gripes are. I know that you never liked and you was always jealous of everybody around Larry. Because you even talked about these people superficially to me. Talked about how this one ain't attractive, and if you look at him long enough, you see that he really ugly as hell. If you look at that one, he ain't really hot. But then, I'll let you tell it, you've been hot and horny with all these things that you've been dragging to me. There's a deep warped disconnect when it comes to Buddha. There's definitely a manipulation. There is a personal envy and a personal greed that is there, that is boiling. And it's finally coming to a head. And to be honest, I'm happy for him because everybody who ever came into contact with Buddha did not like Buddha and can't stand fucking Buddha. And everybody always knew he was a hater. Everybody always knew he was a hoe. Everybody always knew he was bothered. Everybody always knew that he had loose screws. But he also had great qualities. And people did they 60, 40, 70, 30 rule. And now that he's separated and he's far removed, and now he is speaking, it's almost a relief, girl, because you're letting out everything people already saw and knew and complained about being in you. All these people knew you never liked them. It came out in several situations across the board. It came out all throughout the years, which is why you done been fired, rehired, evicted from the group, back in the group, evicted from the group, back into the group. Problematic as hell. In and out of the mental asylum. Bouts with drugs. So I'm happy for him that he gets to free himself. And if Larry and the team are emotionally intelligent enough to let him exist in whatever twisted nightmare he has constructed in his mind, and refuse to participate in his delusion like they did for so long when they graced him with relationship and gave him community and gave him proximity and love, etc. If you want it to be that for you, sir, then that's fine. Because what nobody not about to do after knowing you for 20 years and dealing with you for 20 years is be dumb enough to argue you out of your delusion. Because we at the end now, baby, these are the end games. We at the end now. So it's really no point in the fight. So go hoot, go holla, go tell everybody that we all horrible people and we all on payroll and we all whores and we all. If this what it take for you to make peace and for you to make yourself feel better about not being able to sustain relationships to any of these individuals, because it's easier to blame them for why it didn't work out than to blame you, but ironically, you the common denominator. All these people still in. All these people still together. All these people still thriving. And you're sitting in a makeshift studio with a Toys R Us 3D backdrop, foaming at the mouth, looking like a twisted pig's ass in the face, completely pressed down boots, and ironically, got everything to say once you've been given your walking papers. Because we still see that footage on Larry's platform of you very happy in Times Square with the family, and you out there on the balcony of the Miami property, enjoying the luxury, as you said, off the backs of the church, if you tell it. The reality is Vincent is not any better than the sins he has put on everybody he has accused. And the proof of that is the fact that his own omission, he participated in the backbiting, the usury, the fraudulency, and the lies for 17 years. And I am so sorry, baby, because you didn't do these crimes and you didn't sit in these lies and frauds and you didn't sit in this behavior because you was a 17-year-old boy or a 21-year-old boy, but you was a grown-ass fucking man with an evolved brain. Oh, now we get to hold you completely accountable for the things you intentionally signed up for that now you don't benefit from, and now you mad as hell. Because everybody still gets to go forth in the glory. And you got to really figure out what your tomorrow gonna look like, and you don't have a cushion regarding your identity. You don't get to relax on just being Larry's personal contractor or his editor or his producer or etc. Now you starting at base level. And now you're going to use his name to grift off of. And you're going to use your proximity to his legacy to grift out of in the name of being a proverbial victim. But you were a grown-ass motherfucking nigga when you signed up to deceive Larry's wife. You did that as a grown man, as somebody who was alleging that y'all were in a sexual relationship. You claimed that Larry don't even love his fucking children, but you cheated and attempted to perpetuate behavior against their father that could have broke up their nuclear family. So you didn't love them fucking children either. You thought it was a flex to say that, yeah, because I've been in them 5-star hotels as well, off of the hills, off of the backs of the cedars and sowers. Well, Larry just produced a digital church over the last few years. Now you have a 40-year-old brain. You have a 30-something-year-old brain. You got a man brain now. So all these things you participated in willfully. None of the things that you allege were going on, you gave a fuck about. when they were going on. You was here for all the dick, all the nut, all the ball set, all the deep throat, and all of the rodeo. You was here for all of the coin of it all. You were here for all of the glory of it all. You were here for all of it. Because unlike Levontre, you're not alleging that you were 16. You're not alleging that you were 15. You were a grown ass fucking nigga participating in the fuck shit of it all. And when you got to meet your maker like everybody else, you won't have the opportunity to have Larry by your side when it's getting ran down on your ass. You will have to speak for your fuck shit as well. And you're going to have to answer to why you didn't stand on business when it mattered. Because you were mature enough to know what you were doing was wrong. And I'm going to tell you how I know that, okay, because let's entertain Buddha's world hypothetically. Let's entertain it hypothetically. Let's say everything he said was true about his entanglements with Larry. And now you a grown-ass 30, 40-year-old fucking man. Wanting the immunity of a 16-year-old boy. Wanting the immunity of a 14-year-old girl. No. Because since everybody like to say, well, the brain don't evolve until 25. Okay, this is a 30, 40-year-old motherfucking man participating in the fuck shit for the long haul. You know how I know that you knew you were fucking wrong? Because you kept it from Lisa. Even said out your mouth, only one other person knew, and that was Shamako. So the fact that you participated in secrecy meant that you knew you were doing something that was not right to be open about. And your excuse for that is what? Because let me tell you something I also don't get with. All these grown-ass people who be wanting to blame the pastor for manipulating them. No, bitch. Because while your pastor may be saying and doing one thing, them scriptures never change, ho. Them scriptures never change. Them scriptures talk about getting to know the Lord for yourself. The scriptures talk about you praying to God, loving thy God with all your heart, might, and soul. And then you get into the community. And then you get into loving others. But you get into loving me first and foremost. So all these hoes who like to blame their religious leaders and their spiritual leaders won't even be able to hide under that when it comes to having to really face off with their creator and blame the pastor. Because the first commandment was to love and know me with all your heart, might, and soul. And then you do all other things. You pursue the kingdom of heaven first, and then all other things shall be added unto you. Now, if you made a choice to let a man replace God, you're going to have to go to hell for that. You got to get touched on your ass by that. You got to hit the flame for that. Because just like that man is going to be held solely for his decisions and solely for his choices and solely for his violations, so are you, especially since you are, according to biblical standard, at the age of accountability. Hell, which in biblical days started around 13, when your parents are now absolved of your sins, and you get to be held accountable. See, Vincent's story would be heroic and worth championing over if he kicked the glass ceiling when he was at his highest as a beneficiary. Those are fucking heroes. You don't get no cool points because you sat around and sucked the well dry and sucked the bank account dry and got every check and got every piece of nut and every piece of dick and every piece of fuck off and every piece of freak off you could get. And now I see the light. How convenient. How convenient. No, ma'am. You will whip the shits in your hypothetical multi-cinematic version of the universe. And you had to be removed from that situation. Unlike your narrative that you left. You had so many opportunities according to you as a grown-ass man with a 25-year-old evolved brain, with a 30-year-old brain, with a 40-year-old brain. Because in that same dissertation and diatribe that Buddha had, right, he also said, bitch, I done did everything under the sun, baby. I done, everything you can imagine I done did, baby. I done been a son, I done been a hoe, and guess what? That was him acknowledging that I am a man who had autonomy. I am a man who had agency, baby. And I did what the fuck I wanted to do. See, nobody caught all that. Nobody catch that shit. Now, on one hand, you trying to hide under being the proverbial victim at the hands of being manipulated by our religious and spiritual leader. But at the same time, you talking out of both sides of your dick, sucker, by thinking it's a flex in a commentary where you trying to be the victim. And you try to be the victim hero by saying, yeah, can't nobody frame me with my tea, baby. Yeah, I done did the drugs. I done did the hoeing. I done did all that. Can you rewind the tape back? So which one is it, bitch? You were under religious manipulation? Or you were some free-flowing ass nigga who was out there living your best motherfucking life on your terms and your conditions? See, if you let people talk long enough, you'll see them talk themselves into a goddamn bloody, hypocritical ass knot. If you let people pussy pop enough, if you let people backpedal enough, baby, if you let people run that motherfucking faucet, that super soaker thrower long enough, bitch, and you really listening to a motherfucker, you will see the truth in all the plain sight. And look at this sick motherfucker here. The Saint Michael Alchemist, who said, this channel always come back. Why you in Christ always come back is not related to my search. I rather the Egyptian Muslim. You see how these hoes, they can't get enough of me? You see how, first of all, YouTube can't get enough of me. So shout out to YouTube for forcing me on these hoes, for forcing the CTV agenda. Thank you. For one, so shout out to YouTube for doing their job. But two, though, you see how this hoe is here. This disgruntled, dysfunctional, decrepit Wi-Fi having ass bitch is here. When he already knew, according to his narrative, girl, that this was a channel he's not interested in. But yet he had no choice but to type into the chat, participate in my algorithm, get me a click in the fucking view about something that I don't got a goddamn thing to do with. So, baby, what I got to do and can do for YouTube putting my content on your homepage? That seems like something you need to go talk to YouTube about. But just like every other hating ass addicted hoe you press and you a fan too, bitch. So you might as well just go ahead and accept it, because I already told you hating ass hoes that all a hater is a disgruntled ass fan. All a hater is a fan who refuses to accept that they a fan. So get with it, Miss Alchemist. But if you just let these hoes talk enough, you will catch all the middle ground, all the gray area that exists in the middle, and realize what game is being played on you. So no, Vincent's story is not noble. It's not anything. You well into your goddamn 40s, your late 30s, whatever it is, your brain been evolved since you were 25 and came to completion. And you, in your own words, admitted to pussy popping on a handstand and wilding the fuck out and living your motherfucking life on your own terms. But at the same time, want to try to spin a narrative about being religiously fucking manipulated. But I don't ever, I ain't never heard you say that the scriptures told you to pussy pop or do drugs or wild the fuck out. And also, neither have you accused Larry of being in the crazy house and or doing drugs. So who are you getting those teachings from? Oh, those are coming from the Gospel of Vincent. Tell us more about all this agency and autonomy you actually had, because you, in fact, were not being controlled or manipulated. You knew where you wanted the dick, how you wanted the dick, where you wanted the nut to land. You know what trips you wanted to be on. You know what jobs you wanted, and what roles you wanted to fulfill and participate in, according to you and your truth. Mm-hmm. So, all in all, what this tells me is that, girl, you're doing this for you. This is really for you. This ain't got nothing to do with Larry. And I'm glad that Larry is letting Buddha have his moment, girl, because this is for Buddha. This is for Buddha, baby. This ain't got nothing to do with NBN Network. This ain't got nothing to do with Larry Live Brand. This ain't got nothing to do with Larry and the crew, girl. This is for you. Okay, Shauna, William, Perp, thoughts?
I have a question.
Sure.
What made you record a 3-hour conversation with that guy?
I'm not at liberty to say it.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so that's fine. But I had another question, one more question. So, back to the Carly Russell. I too felt dumb for a second. But then I realized that I'd rather be the person that believes somebody until they give me a reason not to, and whether that's online or in life. So I quickly stopped feeling dumb after that. But my question is, from now on, are you going to approach like people's story, like say Shalon, differently when you come and to discuss it online?
Okay,
or on your platforms?
Say that part one more time. I'm sorry.
Are you going to come to discussing situations like Shalon's? Because clearly this isn't the end. People are going to come online with their stories. Are you going to wait a few? Because I can't remember what content creator I follow, but they said that I wait 3 days before I come to the public with my opinion or commentary on a situation. So my question is, what in the future will be your approach now that you see people are just here for the shits?
I'm just gonna be true to myself. Like that's and I'm happy now. Like I'm just gonna be true to myself. I'm just gonna make my own assessments. I'm not worried about who believe what. I'm not worried about whatever I see in the situation, whatever I know about the situation, whatever I assess about the situation is what my priority is. It's not about what social media is saying, what the group thought is about the situation. I'm just going to be honest with my perception of things, because in the past, especially up until Carly Russell, and I think a lot of content creators, even those of us who still march to the beat of our own drums and take our own unique approaches, even in that, there still is something kind of like in the back of your mind where you're tempted to join the thought of popular opinion, because there's equity in just echoing what everybody else already agrees to. And I think the part of us that wants to be always accepted and wants to always be picked and want to always be loved and want people to always feel well about us, that we'll always wrestle with that part of ourselves because we are biologically designed to be communal as a communal species. That's why we live in packs. We have families. We live in neighborhoods. We live in close proximities to each other because we are a pack species. So there is a biological, neurological wiring that creates this need to be a part of community, which means also conforming to community. So this is something that a lot of us have to overwrite, though. And I wasn't happy at the times where I found myself even compromising a little bit. I don't want to compromise at all. I want to be true to the way that I see things. And if I do agree with everybody else, I want it to be because that is where I organically arrived at, but not because that's what I'm pressured to arrive at, or not because that's where it's easier to arrive at, or not because that's where it's more lucrative and equitable to arrive at. I want to arrive there organically. And it just so happens to be that I also see it the way that everybody else see it. But I want to be true to myself. And if I see it differently, then I see it fucking differently. And we just going to have to cuss each other out about it. And we just going to have to get up here and scream and go back and forth and put an iron to it and see what the middle ground looks like about it. But I'm not interested in carrying the thought of public opinion. I'm going to say what the fuck I want to say, and I'm going to come to whatever fucking conclusions I want to fucking come to, and that's just what the fuck it's going to be. And if I change my mind, it's going to be because my mind has been changed based upon also continuing to listen to other people's perspective, etc. But even after I listen and I still feel like, bitch, you ain't convinced me, it really ain't making no motherfucking sense, it's just going to be what it's going to be. If I don't feel like it's enough of what I need to be there for me to, you know, come up out of my seat, that's what I'm going to do. And I'm also going to allow other people to sit where the fuck they at. What I really don't like is, once again, the fact that, unlike the viewers, I'm not traveling around social media evangelizing my attitude. I don't come into other people's spaces to force anything because I don't give a fuck about what other people think. That's why y'all don't see me out here in these YouTube streets with nobody. Y'all don't see me out here windmilling in chats and windmilling in comment sections and hitting panels and doing all of that shit because I don't care. I'm only concerned to begin with about what I think. I'm only here to have my own thought and opinion. But what the viewers do, and a lot of other content creators do, is it's not enough for them to have an opinion. They got to go everywhere else too to interject and evangelize and Jeho witness their opinion. And I'm never going to be that pressed because I'm not actually pushing a narrative. If I was pushing a narrative, if I was trying to force something on anybody, I would be out here making sure that I could be seen in all the spaces I could be seen at. Because everybody is open to me hitting their panels. Everybody always has an open invitation for CTV to pull the fuck up. I have loads of social media friends, as you guys already know and already see. I have all the space and ample opportunity in the world to be wherever the fuck I want to be all over the place and where I want to be. And the only place y'all consistently, for the most part, solely see me at is right fucking here. So it's just interesting to me that when I don't have the popular opinion, then it must be that I'm a paid employee or that I'm being biased or etc. Bitch, I got an opinion just like you, bitch. And it just don't, and you just don't agree. And that's actually just okay. I mean, I could easily call you fucking biased because you're already a hater. And I know you're biased because there are facts to suggest otherwise, and you still be with the fuck shit. So just move the fuck around. Rotate, ho. So when it comes to any other stories, first of all, I'm not emotionally attaching. I'm a commentator. Whatever is hot, whatever is trendy, whatever appeals to me, I'm going to insert myself in. And if any of the motherfucking niggas that I fuck with get into anything, you're going to see me show the fuck up. Just like you saw me show up for Larry. You're going to see me show up for Vaughn. You're going to see me show up for Sherelle's World. You're going to see me show up for Storm Monroe. Anybody that I fuck with, you're going to see me show the fuck up. And I'm not ashamed to call myself a friend to nobody. I'm not ashamed to have relationships. I'm not ashamed of none of that. And I understand that viewers can hate the people that you are friends with. That, like, there are people who hate Sherelle, the people who hate Storm, the people who hate Larry, the people who hate Vaughn. I ain't got nothing to do with that. You can hate them for whatever fucking reason you're gonna hate them for. You're not gonna convince me of no hate. You allowed to have your hate. You allowed to have your criticism. You allowed to have your commentary. You allowed to have your attitude. You allowed to have your judgment. You allowed to have your belief. You allowed to have all that. Because who the fuck you not gonna see me is in your face, in your shit, trying to convince you of a motherfucking thing. But if I welcome you here to drop the link, you're more than welcome to share. And you're more than welcome to get into what you feel and you believe. But the only approach I can take going forward is being myself. And that's the next evolutionary step of the Consciouztv platform, is sometimes you're not going to like me. And that's the way I actually want it. Sometimes you're not going to disagree with me. That's the way I actually want it. Sometimes you are going to be completely stressed out with the angle I'm taking on a matter. That's exactly the way that I want it. Sometimes I'm going to inspire you into salvation. And you're going to give your life to the Lord. And you're going to reconcile with your family. Or you're going to make that call to your mother you haven't spoken to in several years. Or you're going to finally be able to transcend that grief and that blockage that you done had bottled up and clogged up and prohibiting you for years. Sometimes I'm going to feel like a saver, and sometimes I'm going to seem like a hater. But I'm content and I'm at peace with both of those narratives.
I'm deeply pessimistic myself. So until I have a reason to believe you otherwise, I'm going to reserve my judgment of you until I know what I'm dealing with. And that's, for me, has always worked for the majority of my life, especially when you are a disabled LGBT queer melanated carrying card type of person. So because of that, and because I know social media is full of shit most of the time, that's why I don't engage most of the time with social media. And on top of that, I don't have time to. I don't have time to be out here chasing down claims and trying to put the dots together and all this other shit. I got a job, okay? My job is to represent my community day in, day out. And I don't have time to be on social media. I don't have time to be verifying, disverifying, and being an investigative journalist child. Unless something has directly landed at my feet, I will address it. But if it ain't landing at my feet, I'm not going to address it. Number one, because why? You have to give me a reason to really, really, really want to cover something. And the whole Shalon angle really had me on the side of Monique anyway, because it was just like, I understand you being hurt. I understand you thought that you would go and provide yourself with some type of comment, with some type of context that you claimed that was going to help alleviate the situation. The only thing Monique said about you was, yes, to Shay Shay, to Uncle Shay Shay, shout out to him, was that yes, we are still estranged. When Uncle Shay Shay asked about him and her relationship as it currently stands, Monique said, and I quote, yes, we're still estranged. And Sydney or Monique have said multiple times that our three children. Now, if that's what triggered you up, you need to sit down and go to therapy. I don't care that he's claimed that he's been to therapy. I don't care what multiple time looks like. that kind of behavior that he displayed not once, not twice, but 3 times coming back on here, that is not a behavior. That is not the attitude and the behavior of somebody that has gone to therapy and knows the lesson or in the time that they have been in therapy. That is somebody who is clout chasing, who is using this manipulative tactic to get something or an interview or something else. That is not somebody that I'm gonna feel sorry for. I'm sorry. I understand Shalon. I get his pain, but he is not at all conducive to what we call a victim. He's not even a victim at this point. So for me, when I get on here and I say my piece because number one, and this is my other thing too, Conscious, we disagree on multiple different shit all of the freaking time, whether that comes to religion, whether that comes to politics, whatever that is. Me and Conscious go back and forth like two brothers. Okay? We disagree. But at the same time, we also are the very same people that are gonna hold each other accountable for the shit that we say online and offline too. I can't disagree with your commentary here, because a lot of what you're saying is absolutely true. That's why I don't fuck with social media like that at all. And because, like you said, Conscious, of the perfection that people are weaving in, because social media has gotten to the point to where now we can utilize this space to control a narrative, to speak out a narrative, and you have dumbass sheep that believe the narrative because they just don't like said person, or they got something trauma related within them that they're not willing to address. So they come onto platforms like yours, thinking that they can air that trauma out. That's fine, but just know what you're getting yourself into, because, like Ayana said, I'm not here to be liked. I'm here to give you the tools. We ain't here to coddle you. We're here to afflict you with some truth. And if you don't like the truth, go off somewhere and get your lick back. But the truth doesn't matter. But the truth is going to remain the truth. The truth does not defend it. The truth should not have to defend itself, and it doesn't. It needs no defense. Some of y'all are so stuck in team blah. Let's be in this camp or the other. I refuse to be like that. I'm sorry. That's why I don't trust the Democrat. That's why I don't trust the Republican. That's why I don't trust none of these damn political parties. None of these damn people in Hollywood. I don't have it to give. And that's my deeply pessimistic, and that's my 2 cents. Now I'm going to shut up.
Tarus, you on a timeout for that comment. You bet yourself. But I think this really shows people why I always taught people to question your perspective, because your perspective can taint your view of reality. The fact that Monique was still trying and Shalon wasn't able to receive that is partly because he's not able to perceive it through his pain. And he's not mentally ready to even be open to the fact that she may be willing to offer him love now, because he's so stuck in the fact that he felt so in love for so long. It doesn't seem like he's able to get past it at this point. And maybe it may be something he'll be able to do over time, or just maybe something that he just won't be able to get, unfortunately. That's why challenging your perspectives is so important. I did a book called E Squared. One of the exercises in the book was to question yourself about things that have been been there, but you've been overlooking, to have your consciousness make you aware of the things that you've been overlooking. For me, it happened to be a sidewalk. For whatever reason, I decided the sidewalk wasn't there on this particular street. And not only did my perception impact me, it also impacted my daughter. Because when I asked the question, as soon as I asked the question as I was walking along, the sidewalk immediately appeared. And it lets you know how powerful your mind is, that once you decide something to be true in your reality, it, your mind will actually filter out to make your reality conform to whatever new belief, no matter how haphazard it might be. A lot of the things that you're seeing with, like, say, the Larry situation, and people talking about the money he he's making, all that, that's because they're coming from scarcity mindset, and scarcity mindsets cannot perceive opportunities. So they think that in order for him to make his money, he had to cheat, steal, lie in order to get it. When in actuality, there's opportunities all around us every day that most of us are not able to perceive because maybe we don't have the knowledge to perceive it. Maybe for whatever reason, we don't believe that we can do it, so we automatically discount it. There's a number of reasons why we as individuals don't take advantage of different opportunities that may be presented to us for whatever reason. But because of that scarcity mindset, they assume, well, he can't possibly. And that's just not the reality of it. Larry Reid is making multiple streams of income, and he's making multiple streams of passive income, which is something that the wealthy does all the time. They have multiple streams. That's what that's exactly what a diversified portfolio is. It's having multiple streams of income coming in many different forms. So you may do a little stock market, you may do a little real estate, you may do a little cryptocurrency, whatever it is that you're interested in doing as your means to make passive income. And that's what they're really mad at. They're mad that not only is Larry able to be successful and thrive, but he's able to recognize the opportunities, and he's always there at the right time to receive those opportunities. But you're starting to notice the same thing about you, CTV. When you change your consciousness and you're allowing yourself to always feel chosen, you're constantly affirming to yourself, hey, I'm always at the right place at the right time. I'm always able to seize opportunities. When that becomes your dominant thinking, your reality has to form to that. But if you're constantly saying, things are always happening to me, I can't ever catch a break, every time I turn around, something's going wrong, then your reality is actually going to conform to that too. That's what the whole thing about God is seeing what's going on the inside you, that he won't be mocked. That's what that means. That you literally get to have whatever that dominant focus is, be it good, bad, or indifferent.
Let me ask y'all a question. Like, when it comes to like the specific stuff, like, well, okay, so this is my question, right? So, well, do y'all feel like believe the accuser, believe the victim first is a healthy mentality to go in with? And when it comes to social media, when it comes to a matter of he say, she say, well, if a person is accused of something, how exactly do they unprove an accusation? Like, if somebody comes forward and says that you touched them, because this is a conversation we never have, how do you unprove that?
That's a hard thing. But one of the gifts that Larry has as an Aquarius is that he is extremely transparent. So he created his brand on being transparent. So all the things that they're saying is inappropriate. We've all heard that on Larry Reid Live. We've heard it when he's come over here. That's just his personality.
But even
Aquarius is.
beyond Larry, like just in
Mm-hmm.
general, like let's say that your now grown adult nephew came out and said, "Perp touched me inappropriately and fondled me and molested me between the ages of 8 and 12." As you being the person accused before everybody in your community, how do you unprove that you touched him and violated him between those ages?
Well, that would be hard to prove for one thing, because like to
But let's
unprove
say
for one thing, because
but let's
as a,
but in a hypothetical, like let's say he lived with you, you were his guardian, etc., and he did live in your household, and you was his parental figure, during that time frame, and then he comes out and makes those allegations. Just in a hypothetical, like how do you then, like how does a person deal with that on the receiving end? And let's say that it wasn't true. Let's say that it isn't even true. How do you prove what he's saying isn't true?
that's a hard.
So I'm sorry,
and you know, like why it's hard? That's what makes the believe anybody first and foremost dangerous, because we haven't even worked out how someone innocent in this case even contends and defends themselves against an allegation like that. Imagine if DJ Academics did not have those text messages to corroborate his side of the story. And in this era of believe the accuser, believe the victim first, this woman was like, no, you did it and your homeboys did it, and then there was no proof. Like, imagine if Larry didn't have the facts and Levante didn't run away from the lawsuit, and he didn't have a plethora of witnesses and receipts and bills, etc. To mention Levante lied and changed his story 3 different times, etc. Like, if all of that wasn't the case, like, because I'd be thinking about like the people who don't got receipts on their side, who are at the helm of these type of accusations, and we obviously already put the accuser in a position to not even have to burden themselves with proof, because we already accept them as telling the truth. And then we never work out a system where, wait a minute, if somebody is being lied on, what's the strength? Like, how do you combat that? How do you combat that? And we need to talk about that if we're going to be a society and in a culture that's going to be trying to deal with these things as a collective, but we only biasly yield toward the side of the accuser. And we don't realize and accept that the person being accused very well can be the victim in the situation. Not working that out, not figuring that out, and not having a system in place, even as a court of public opinion, is fucking dangerous. And it leaves it to be open season on all of us who ain't did nothing to a motherfucker, who already has the equity of being believed in a society that's trying to champion behind genuine victims, which is the right thing. But we also need to realize people can be victims of lies as well. And we still have to have a just system that allows for people to legitimately have a fair shot at standing up for themselves, whether they are a victim of the allegation or whether they are a victim of the person rightfully so being accused.
Well, we have. I'm sorry, CTV.
Good.
I was gonna say, well, one of the things that we would have to do is revamp our criminal justice system, so that it's supposed to, number one, the criminal justice system is supposed to be
No.
enforceable.
I'm not even talking about the criminal justice. I'm talking about as a court of public opinion. Like,
Okay.
yeah, because the criminal justice system actually has like the proper channels involved. The criminal justice system presumes a person to be innocent until proven guilty. But
not always, but I get your point.
No, I'm not saying that they always practice it, but I'm saying that at least the model and the principle is there. And yes, it's true to the degree that you are entitled to a lawyer, you are entitled to fair representation, you are entitled to a just trial, you are entitled to a discovery and a self-defense and a legal defense and an opportunity to defend for yourself, etc. That all those provisions are made for both parties to wrestle out their shit. Just in principle, we're talking about the court of public opinion, though, and half the shit that we go back and forth about don't even be shit that make it to a criminal justice system. This is just like shit that's happening amongst people in this space, and accusations get made, claims get made, etc. We have only been biasly leaning towards supporting any person that has a claim, which is why we got bamboozled by Smollett, got bamboozled by Carly Russell, got bamboozled by so many people, Levante, etc. I mean, even got bamboozled by Tasha K, who was proven to have lied in court, something that she never said before she got sued. I mean, so many people have weaponized narratives upon narratives upon narratives upon narratives. Duty Low ex-girlfriend, like all recent examples. So without talking about the criminal justice system per se, the court of public opinion, when we are consumers of it, and I'm gonna tell you why it matters that we figure this out, because everybody here, everybody on this panel, everybody on this chat is now unfairly subjected to a society that is saying, I'm going to believe the person who's saying it about you first. I'm going in believing it. If they said it, I'm going to believe it.
That would be very, very hard to do, considering that you can't really change human beings' minds about what they choose to believe. But one way I think we could do that is by, number one, social media has to crack down on the narrative that's being put out there on their platform. But the other thing too is there needs to be some type of punishment for if those narratives that are out there, these people who spout out these narratives don't get punished. So there has to be I think, an exchange of ideas on the platform, on the social media company's platform, to monitor these narratives that are being put out there, and to also punish the people that are putting the narratives out there if it indeed turns out to be false. However, and there's a massive caveat, we have seen what social media does when it uses its power. So then let me flip the question back to you, the panel. Do you trust social media companies with all of this extraordinary power that they have in their hand, which they have the right to according to the law, to kick anybody off their platform because it is a private company and they can do whatever the hell they want on their platform? This is not a free speech thing. That's for the government.
I don't.
So that's my question. Do you want the social media company to regulate what they put on their platform? Or
they're already supposed to be regulating what they do on their platforms, and we already see how unjustly they choose to regulate things with folks.
That's my point. So that's my question. That's so hard to figure out when you have so many different people and so many different narratives that are on this platform. And you have social media companies that have algorithms that are unjustly punishing those that may have not done the things that you're being claimed. So that's
And they
so hard to do.
and they've already shown that even the algorithms are biased because the algorithms is basing their knowledge off of human interactions, which has always been deeply biased and skewed towards the dominant society.
Correct. So that's, oh my goodness, that is so hard to figure out, Congress. But that is something that we really do need to figure out. How do we combat this in the court of public opinion when there is no principles that are in place that can regulate and can control what is happening? So how do you fight that?
We have to start normalizing critical thinking again, to not just accept everything as true. It used to be a time you were given constant reminders that you're on the internet. Just because it appears on the internet doesn't mean that it's true. People
Okay.
are no longer wanting to critically think for themselves. As somebody who does a lot of readings, I can promise you there are people who just want to come to me not because they need divine guidance, but they just want somebody else to tell them what to do with their life. They don't even want to be
Mm.
holding the steering wheel of their life.
So you think so? According to you, Purple, you believe that they are intellectually lazy.
Absolutely. Point in case. There's been times where I've said words and things in places as I was teaching, and people will ask me what it means instead of doing a Google search that's right beside it. They could easily look up the information that they want to know. But they're so intellectually lazy, they want me to stop what I'm saying to explain to them a definition of a word that would have taken them 2 seconds to look up on Google or Bing or wherever search website you want to use. And people feel entitled to demand those things from you. It used to be a time where people were not afraid to, like, for example, there's been a lot of things that I've learned spiritually because my path is unique to me. I'm not really under a label so much. So there's different things from different paths that interest me. I've done the research on different belief systems, um, different ways of manifesting, different ways of doing different things because that's my interest. But there's a lot of people that will ask CTV, well, CTV, tell me how you do this spell and how you do that spell. But yet they want to, on a live, they want to benefit from your knowledge, but they don't want to do none of the work to receive that knowledge.
Can I also point this out to because I see some that are in the chat that are saying that it messes with freedom of speech, and I'm assuming this going back to my commentary on social media. Freedom of speech has nothing to do with the private company. Freedom of speech is for the government of the United States and for the state government. Any sort of governmental regulation, they cannot mess with the citizens' freedom of speech. This is a private platform. YouTube is a private company with a private platform that is allowed to do whatever they want on their platform that has nothing to do with their freedom of speech. Freedom of speech has nothing to do with the private company. That is government only.
When it comes to laws, you get into very shady gray areas because there is certain things that can be expected because people go after private companies all the time for doing things that violate people's civil rights. Their point in case, the civil rights movement and going into diners and things and forcing them to eventually desegregate. So that's a whole different can of worms. But when it comes to people being lazy with their thinking, not wanting to go beyond looking at a 2-second clip, people don't no longer really show interest in furthering the conversation past a certain point. That a lot of folks will just simply regurgitate what they hear me or CTV or Tyru say or you say, and they won't go beyond that. And when you have people who are lazy and wanting to expand their own awareness, which benefits them at the end of the day, then you get into situations where people are willing to believe any and everything so long as it fits their narrative. Because
Exactly.
you also got to remember, we have had over 20 years of the TV conditioning people to no longer see things objectively. The slanted view from different sides became a real thing strongly in the 2000s. Prior to that, really, news tried to be more objective, but news became extremely slanted to one side or another, really heavy in the 2000s. So people have been conditioned to only see their own perspective. They don't want to critically think. Notice society actually discouraged critical thinkers. If you didn't believe what was being force fed to you through the media, then you were considered a conspiracy theorist because you were no longer willing to just agree with everything that somebody spewed out their mouth. Because one thing we do know for certain, right before a society collapses, they actively discourage their critical thinkers. That's what happens before your society collapses. You start to discourage people from having thoughts and opinions different than your own. If it's not the dominant narrative, then it's discouraged.
Tyrus look like he is in some type of opposition to something being said. Is it to what a purpose saying, Tyrus?
Nah, Tandra's comment, man.
My it says that
Good
my
Lord.
father great, my sisters and I, our father, my mother didn't believe us. The court had to intervene, and that didn't happen until one of my sisters became pregnant by him. People believe him, and see, that's what I'm talking about. And that's why, like, these liars and people who weaponize these issues, because we understand why the mantra is believe the victim first, because victims have been disproportionately represented as it relates to justice and believability. And so now society, we're trying to like overcompensate for that by then reversing the polls. But like the issue with any extremity, when we go to the extreme, when we either at the extreme left, the extreme right, we end up also just creating other victims, and we end up offsetting other ecosystems as a result of hitting a hard right or a hard left. And I hate it for people like Tandra, etc., because people like Duty Low's ex-girlfriend, people like Lavantre, people like because I remember I had did a live stream 2 years ago called The Dark Side of the Me Too Movement, and I had pulled up a article that had chronicled all these instances in modern history where young men had been accused of rape and had took their lives, lost their scholarships, had their lives completely tarnished and turned out over claims that ended up being proven to be false by bitter women who were upset that the valedictorian or the star athlete didn't choose them, made up allegations that, you know, she was taken advantage of at the frat party and got drunk and was gang raped by him and his compadres. Come to find out, she admitted that never happened. She was just upset that he didn't want to date her. This boy hadn't lost his scholarship and took his life because of the way that he was penalized before a proper investigation was even put in place for him to be exonerated, which is another issue that's fucked up here, is that in the court of public opinion, in the court of society, not the court of law, you aren't guilty until proven innocent. Once you are accused of something, the punishment begins at the stretch of the accusation. That's why we call it cancel culture. Cancel culture is birthed out of you are, in being accused, we've decided that the verdict is you're guilty, and then as a result, you begin to be penalized at the onslaught of that accusation. So we see people lose brand deals. We see them get dropped from their labels. We see people get dropped from their jobs off of an accusation. And that Dark Side of the Me Too movement article, I mean, it was tragic at the way, like, these men's lives and the things that happened to these men. Some of them took their lives. Some of them lost everything. The stigma remained with them, despite the fact that these female perpetrators who weaponized the great allegations, you know, even though the accusers had exonerated the accused, you know, that stigma was still there. Their reputations were still injured and slandered. It was gross. And could you imagine somebody taking their life over a lie? I mean, that is, you can't even undo that. You can't even undo that. You can undo losing the sponsors, get your sponsors back, your job fired, you get your job back. You were even wrongly incarcerated. You get to sue the state, sue the police department, get your restitution, etc. But taking your life, you can't undo that. You can't bring that person back from the dead. And we're going to have to do better as a society in trying to figure out a balancing scale here and realize that people lie. And with the creation of social media, people lie at an even more higher volume now because the internet is unregulated. You can literally get away with murder on the internet. There is nobody to really hold you accountable. Look at how many lies, how many smear campaigns has happened to so many people, so many celebrities, so many content creators, so many folk on here. Is anybody in jail? Is anybody in prison? Is anybody being held accountable? No. And that's why people love to take advantage of this space, because you can do what thou will. It's like living in the Wild Wild West, baby. If you ever needed an example of what anarchy looks like, social media is a great example of anarchy. Anybody who was ever curious about what does it look like to live in a lawless society? What does it look like to live in a space where there's no rules? Social media is a great example of what the fuck a lawless society would look like.
So, Conscious, can I go back to the comment that was addressed to me? It was a question that they asked me about if I wanted YouTube to have more increase. The answer is yes, but only in moderation. Banning all
What
kinds
the
of
hell does that mean, Will?
Can you at least let me finish my fucking point before you jump in?
Bro, you've been... Yes, Will, go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hey, thank you. My point was, with this, was I do agree that there needs to be some sort of moderation on the part of YouTube. I don't think that YouTube needs to be going out of their way to censor and ban every freaking thing that they don't like in the name of advertising. But it needs to be in moderation. In other words, the people that run those companies need to be supervising the comments and supervising what's being said and supervising the narrative and supervising all of that instead of using algorithm for that. That's what I'm saying. But again, I am also aware that this is not something that can be done because, again, YouTube have over the years have been using algorithm to basically let them do their job for them so that they don't have to. So would I would like to see something of the sort of YouTube monitoring certain things? Yes. But it's not going to happen. I'm aware of that. And I'm not going to sit there and pretend like it's a fantasy dream and all. No. I'm aware of what they've done. And I'm aware of who it is that they're trying to do it with. It's all about the money for these people. But I would like to see some type of monitoring on their end.
Well, when you're asking for the human monitoring that you're asking for, what has been found is that those people don't last very long. The shelf life of a YouTube moderator is very short. It's really short for all these apps, to be honest with you, because they wind up seeing so many depraved and sickening things that their minds can't take it for long periods of time. And then there's been a lot of situations where these moderators have unallowed themselves because of the things that they had to look at in order to decide if it was appropriate for the site or not. So that's one of the reasons why, even right now, YouTube is actively looking for moderators to do exactly what you're talking about. And they're still looking for them to come on this app and do that.
If you're talking about in terms of content creators, or are you talking in terms of the company?
No, I'm talking about the YouTube app moderators itself, separate from your content creators creating the moderators. They have actual moderate. Hold on,
you're talking about the company.
Yes. Well.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
They have actual moderators that can be right now. For all we know, one of them can be sitting in this chat and listening to see what's going on here. Because of the mental toll that doing that type of work takes on people, you're going to have kind of, to be honest with you, it's kind of like always going to be a drought in that area because people have heard the horror stories of what it's like to be a moderator for these apps.
Y'all,
I don't know.
I want to share the story.
I really don't know.
I want to share the story that Tanya just made mention of. Wow, I am reading this. This is crazy. Oh my godness. Let me share my screen here. This comes from the evmagazine.com. Who is the Inquisitor 3? Cosplay unalives himself on TikTok Live after being falsely accused of grooming a minor. A popular cosplayer named Vincent, who goes by Inquisitor Ghost, is believed to have committed suicide during a TikTok Live, and his viewers are now demanding justice. Inquisitor, whose real name is Vincent Plicci, was an Italian Call of Duty cosplayer on social media. He amassed over 100,000 followers on the video sharing app and frequently uploaded content of himself dressed as the video gamer character Simon Ghost Riley. His account is now banned from the platform. On October 9th, Inquisitor went on TikTok Live. The people who joined in the middle of the live stream only saw a dark, empty room at night. The chat was turned off, so his audience was unable to comment. Suddenly, his windows were smashed, and someone appeared to perform CPR on Inquisitor as another unknown individual was on the phone. A voice was heard demanding in Italian to call someone for help, according to Sportskeeda. Another said, quote, he was hanged there, and asked, where the F are they? Social media users speculate that the cosplayer unalived himself on TikTok Live, and his death was reportedly confirmed by a friend. A woman who appeared to be romantically involved with Inquisitor posted photos of herself and the cosplayer, and her caption also suggests that he passed away. Quote, now your anxiety is gone. You are in a quiet place, she wrote. I am grateful that you have finally found peace. I love you. P.S. Your Padme. Why did Inquisitor unalive himself? There's a lot of key players in the story, so try to keep the fuck up. Several people have stated that the Inquisitor 23 was accused of inappropriately interacting with a minor by 3 individuals on the COD fandom. A woman who goes by Keegan's Mask, a man named Tito, and a 17-year-old girl named AJ. Screenshots began circulating online of messages between AJ and Inquisitor, but it was later found out that AJ continuously contacted Inquisitor and lied about her age. The cosplayer even had minors DNI in his bio, which stands for minors do not interact with him. According to some viewers, Tito and AJ created a plan to ruin Inquisitor's reputation. Quote, the plot to forge false allegations against Inquisitor 3 began in mid to late September when Tito and his minor girlfriend AJ began exchanging texts like these. Quote, says the dad advocate, a woman who has been following the incident on TikTok. She proceeds to provide screenshots of messages between the perpetrators. One of the messages reads, quote, it's not a life or death crisis, and here's what I want you to do. I want you to keep flirting with him, Inquisitor that is, and see where it goes. If he starts to get sexual, then I will expose him. We just need better and more proof. AJ's attempt to seduce Inquisitor failed. Screenshots on Discord show AJ asking Inquisitor if they could get to know each other, to which the cosplayer replies, nope. AJ decides to lie and writes, why? I'm not a minor. AJ then offers to edit Inquisitor's videos, which he accepts, not knowing that she is a minor because she's lying about her age. Then Tito and AJ worked together to save the messages between her and Inquisitor. They then sent the screenshots to Keegan's Mask, a popular TikToker, and alleged that AJ was being groomed. Unfortunately, it appears that she chose to believe Tito and AJ. Quote, Tito and Keegan's Mask began saving any and every message that read as even remotely flirty between the two of them and their campaign against them as the dad advocate, or whatever the fuck that is. Eventually, after rumors spread that he was speaking with a minor, Inquisitor realized what was happening and asked AJ to stop texting him. Then in early October, Keegan's Mask reportedly shared the interactions between the cosplayer and the minor on TikTok. However, she posted the messages without context, so it ended up portraying Inquisitor as a predator and a pedo. The enthusiastic responses Inquisitor sent to AJ may have come off as flirtatious without additional information. One of the messages Inquisitor sent was, I'ma marry you, and thank you, honey. But Inquisitor wasn't actually trying to get with the minor. He was just very excited and thankful for the edit she made. The thing Keegan's Mask left out, however, is that these were just enthusiastic response. This is what I'm talking about with being able to use evidence or use content against somebody and misrepresent it. Misrepresent it. Take the context out of it and put your own narrative on it. However, these were just enthusiastic responses to him finding out that she had created so many edits for him in such a brief amount of time, and also fully believing she's an adult. The rumor spread like wildfire. Here goes the court of public opinion, baby. Believe the victim. He's a pedo. Here seemingly is all of the facts represented in the so-called black and white. And the comments eventually got to Inquisitor, who struggled with anxiety already. A screenshot of a Discord message from Inquisitor on September 20th reads, quote, I'm very scared, not gonna lie. I care so much for my community, and the last thing I want is for them seeing me like a monster. Tito and Keegan's have a lot of followers compared to Inquisitor. The weight of the allegations and online attacks against him was too much to bear, like what Tasha K tried to do against Larry. So he decided to end his life. In the words of Tasha K, we got him, y'all. The aftermath. Prior to Tito deleting his account, he said that he didn't want AJ to expose inquisitor, and that he is a man of God, and he didn't want any of this to happen. Before Keegan's mask left TikTok, she made a video of herself staring out of the window looking solemn. She wrote, "Me watching minors blatantly lie about other content creators for attention," adding that she was taking a break from social media for her mental health. She has also made a public apology. AJ allegedly posted a statement on TikTok to apologize for her actions. Quote, "I didn't mean to hurt him. I went way too far with this," it said. "He didn't deserve that. I know it's too late to apologize, but I hope one day you can forgive me for my stupid actions." She requested people to stop sending death threats to everyone involved. "The best thing to do is just not hate." She adds, "A person died. Please do better, COD community. I would do better myself." Girl, throw the entire fucking internet away.
But see, this is what I'm talking about.
Throw
This
the
right
whole
here.
social media away. Throw it up. Girl, I am willing to give up my job here. I'm willing to give up my brand if it meant throwing social media in these people are fucking delusional.
They're fucking trash.
Y'all literally conspired against a fucking man. Literally set him up. Drove this man out of his fucking mind. He hung his fucking self as a result of the weaponization of them as larger content creators, coupled with the help of social media, who made sure the allegations spread like wildfire and championed behind the victim. And then in the aftermath of the whole plot that thickens hitting the fucking fan, the perpetrators themselves talking about y'all need to do. If the perpetrators themselves are telling y'all hoes to do better, then y'all know it's time to do better. Because what she basically acknowledged is that y'all helped us to do this. Y'all conspired with us as the general public. Y'all did this. This is exactly what the fuck I'm talking about with this mantra of believe the victim first shit. I ain't believing no fucking body first. You are not a victim first. You are an accuser first. I'm not believing an accuser. You have an allegation. And this shit is so wild because literally I just unpacked this whole situation yesterday when speaking about Vincent and being able to misrepresent audio, misrepresent shit people saying to you, being able to slice and dice and spin the block with shit and put shit together and organize shit and play on the public's naive ability. This is literally the receipt of the kaboom and the fucking disaster of the way we are operating. This 23-year-old boy ended his fucking life after becoming a successful streamer because two diabolical, twisted-ass, demonic, hell-bound ass weirdos and psychopaths had nothing better else to fucking do but to find a fucking reason to not like him, and then decided in not liking him that his name needed to be dirtied up, and then watched as this man expressed anxiety, concern, fear, sadness over his community, seeing him as a monster and a fucking pedo, and then ended his fucking life, and rightfully so, in front of the very goddamn jury that fucking convicted you. I'm glad. It's unfortunate he took his life, but I'm glad he did it in the manner he did. He took his life in front of the fucking jury that convicted him. And you motherfuckers deserve to be haunted. You deserve that to be the last image. That deserves to be etched into your fucking spirit and your goddamn soul. And these motherfuckers should be in jail. That's how fucked up, and that's what I mean. By social media is unregulated, because you get to get here and do all that and take somebody's life via social media, and you get to go on and take a break. You get to just log out. No jail time, no prison, no nothing. This is fucked up. And I am not participating in believing a goddamn thing first. Like Monique said, bitch, let it play out. Let it play the fuck out. That is fucked up. That I'm disgusted. This shit is so fucking, I can't even believe this is real. Like this is a plot for a Netflix show. Unfucking believable. Unfucking believable. Unbelievable.
We did it. Saber Theory just followed me. Saber Theory just followed me on Instagram. Saber Theory just followed me on Instagram. Saber Theory just followed me on Instagram and sent me a message. Sent me. Oh my god! 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 No! 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 I'm not ready. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
Fucking disgusted. I am fucking.
Kid is just living his fucking life, man.
I'm fucking disgusted.
The kid was just living his life, living his dream, man. And they ruined his life for no other reason than they fucking evil.
This is fucked up.
Now have I made my point about how social media needs to be regulated?
Bro, the unfortunate reality is that there is literally nothing
And they got
no one could
away
have done
with it.
about this.
They got away with this.
That's what pisses me off, because I could have swore there was actually laws that or charges you could drop on people like this. Like there's laws against things like swatting. Y'all remember the lady that or that 17-year-old trash ass girl that like encouraged her boyfriend to off himself in a text message, and they sent their ass to jail for that. So like I'm trying to figure out how these scumbags are walking free right now. It's not making any sense. God damn, man.
I don't know what to say. I've heard horror stories. But I never could believe that something like this was actually happening. Oh my God, these people are fucked up.
Yeah, Mary, there's laws, and there's already even at state and federal, there's already laws against that. Like, for example, there's I think they call it libel laws or defamation laws or charges like that. There's already, like the anti-bullying that you had mentioned. So there's already things that exist. And I hate to do this because this story sucks. It has to be stated, unfortunately. Well, there is no way to regulate that because unfortunately, you know how you can't stop people from creating the messiness. And
No,
you can't
but
control how
Congress
people. Oh,
can.
wait. You talking, you yapped. Now I'm going to. You cannot stop people from creating messiness, and you cannot stop people from reacting to said messiness. At the end of the day, there is no law on the books, Will, that you could come up with that can stop somebody from editing private messages. You know that, Will. There's not a social media app that
No,
you
I
can
don't know
regulate that's
that.
going to stop
No,
that.
I don't. No, I don't. The only thing
Will,
I do
what
know
social
is that these,
Will,
the
Will,
only fucking
Will,
thing I
what
do
social
know
Will,
is that these
Will, what
motherfucking
social
companies
Will, no,
allow
stop.
this shit to happen.
Will,
No,
what social media app
no.
can regulate
The
an
only
iPhone text
motherfucking thing
message?
I do know is
Will,
that these
what
motherfucking companies
social
allow
media
this
app
shit to happen,
can
and
regulate
they
an
didn't do
iPhone
a
or Samsung
motherfucking
text
thing.
message?
That's what the fuck I know.
Will,
That's what the fuck I know.
what social media
You
app do you know
cannot
can regulate an iPhone text message? Answer the panel that. What social media app do you know can edit iPhone text messages?
It's on
None.
a fucking app.
None, correct? None,
No,
correct?
they can't because it's on a fucking app.
They
It's their
can't.
app.
What I'm saying is,
their
no,
app.
did you not listen to Conscious read the article? They literally
did.
put the information that they didn't get from social media. These are private messages, bro. These are private messages. This is literally a
Discord?
conspiracy.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up and listen. This is literally a conspiracy. They conspired behind the scenes without social media in order to create this and then put it on social media. There is not a fucking law that you can come up with that will stop that. Because at the end of the day, like you had already stated, they're private companies. So we can't expect them to regulate themselves if they want to, because guess what? They can just create another social media app and let the same shit fly.
Until
Shut the fuck up and listen, bro.
You shut the fuck up, motherfucker.
God
You tell me
damn,
what the fuck
bro.
to do.
You be up here saying a whole bunch of nothing, dog.
You be up here saying a whole bunch of nothing
you done
too.
blew my high.
Shut
Now
up.
I'm pissed off, bro.
Shut
I had a
up.
great week. I had a great week till I heard your bitch ass, bro. God damn.
I'm a bitch ass.
Oh.
But you sit up here telling me to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I just did, bro.
And it's all because I'm not listening to your fucking nonsense. As I fucking said, Congress can easily regulate the fuck out of these motherfuckers. They choose not to.
Hey, you two, can y'all please regulate Will because he's cussing too much? Will's cussing too much. You gotta regulate him. You two, come regulate Will. He's cussing too much. He's cussing too much. Gotta regulate him.
As I fucking said.
Hey man,
Congress
come on, bro.
Before I get these
YouTube no. Before I call Vladimir Putin, bro, and come get you pushed off the balcony, dog. You know what I mean? Don't be out here. Don't be out here cussing.
Do that.
Don't be out here spreading propaganda. We're gonna drop the hammer on you, Will. That's what you want. That's what you just advocated for. To drop the fucking hammer on you, dog. Shut the fuck up and let it happen.
What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? What the fuck is wrong with you? The only fucking thing I said was that, yes, they can be regulated. Okay? Congress can. The problem is that, like I fucking said, like you've been fucking listening, is that a lot of these social media companies have...
Come on, slow down, calm down. Get your words together. You can do it, bro. Calm down. I know your brain is spinning real fast. Calm down. You got it. You got it.
No,
I just dared. Guess what you're gonna do? Nothing. Nothing. Calm down. Calm down. Get your words together.
As I fucking said, Congress can regulate them. The problem with that is they do not have the because of Section 230, which is the law, and on the book that allows social media companies to do whatever the fuck they want to do. If they took away that particular right of the social media company, they would have to regulate their platform. That is a law that's on the book by Congress. Go fucking
Will,
look it
yes
up.
or no?
The
There's
Supreme Court-
already laws
Hang
that these.
on, dude.
No, because you're saying once again a whole bunch of nothing. Yes or no, Will? There's already laws that these scumbags can be charged with. Yes or no? There's already laws on the books that these scumbags can be charged with. Yes or no?
The companies
Yes
you
or
mean?
no?
The
There's
companies you
already
mean?
laws that exist
Are you
that we
talking
can
about the
charge these
companies, or are
scumbags
you
with.
talking
Yes or
about
no?
the creators? Oh
Yes
my
or
God,
no?
dude.
Dog, libel laws, defamation laws, anti-bullying laws. Will, yes or no? There are already laws that exist in our system that these scumbags can be charged with. Yes or no?
Yes.
So why the
can
fuck
the
do you
company-
want to create more laws when we don't need to? We just need to enforce the laws on the books.
The
Instead, you
problem
want to
with
waste your
that-
time with
Hang
no.
on.
You want
Hang
to
on,
waste your time with red tape and all this legislation that goes nowhere. We already have laws on the books to charge scumbags like this.
See, the problem with Tyrese
Dang, bro.
is too much. See, the problem with Tyrese is this. You are only focusing on the micro problem. You're focused
This
on the
is a
small bit.
because it's a macro problem.
Okay, guess what, motherfucker? Until we see some accountability with the social media company that allows this to happen on the fucking site.
How? On a private company. How do you do that in a country where that's blatantly
did you not just hear me say-
unconstitutional?
Did
How
you
do you
not
do
just
that
hear
when it's
me say-
blatantly unconstitutional, Will?
Says
And
who?
you just admitted
Says
we
who?
already have laws on the books, and everything
Yes.
you're advocating for is unconstitutional.
No,
Swear that.
no. I swear to God, if you shut the fuck up, you might have heard what I said earlier.
Bro,
Freedom
I
of
can't shut the
speech.
fuck up because
Freedom-
every time you speak, you end up saying nothing.
Okay, let me explain something to you. Dude. Freedom of speech, in terms of the Constitution, applies to the citizens of the Constitution. Freedom of speech applies to the government. Applies to the
No
fucking
shit,
government.
Sherlock. Get to your point.
Okay. You are seriously needing to shut the fuck up right now.
Bro, can you just talk? Stop
Can you
dodging.
shut the fuck
Stop
up?
stalling and just get to the point.
Can you shut the fuck up?
Can you get to the point?
God.
Please. Thank you. My point was this. With regard to the social media, we do know how they are out of control. However, there is a law that is on the books that's called Section 230. That section allows the social media to basically they don't have to be liable for anything that their users do. If Congress were to strike that section away, that section will basically put the onus back on the companies of these social media sites. That's my point. My point is this. They cannot, if we cannot even allow for a discourse among the companies as well as the people who participated in this shit, yes, I do think that these scumbags deserve to go to jail. Yes, I do think they need to have the book thrown at them. I also think the companies that have allowed this to happen to also be sued as well. Two things can be true at the same time. My point was this earlier. What I was saying was, yes, these are private companies, but these are private companies that were created because the government allowed it to be created. The government can easily take away these private companies and nationalize it so that it fits well within the right of the Constitution. But because we live in such a capitalist system,
How
where
does the
money
government
is
nationalize
where money.
corporations that fit in the Constitution?
Dude, they
Do
do
you
it in
understand
China.
how
They
contradictory?
do it in China.
China is a
China
communist
has.
country. We are not China.
Okay, my point was this: if you want to sit there and argue all of that, that's fine. My point was this: until there is accountability on as well as the scum, but until there's accountability for the companies as well, I don't see a way out of this. That's all I'm saying. I don't see a way out of it. I really don't. It's fucked up what had happened to them, and I am fucking pissed that these idiots were allowed to get away with the shit they were allowed to get away with.
So rumors just brought up a very interesting and very good point. That's an actual solution, and the solution is actually holding the social media companies accountable with their selective moderation. That's something that we can actually do, because let's be very clear.
Hang on. How can we selectively
No,
moderate
I'm
that?
not hanging on, bro, because I'm gonna be honest. You spoke and it went in one ear and out the other. So rumors, you brought up a really good point, and the point, and
fuck you, dude. Fuck.
That's fine.
Oh my
And
God.
so one of the things is like you can hold them accountable with this selective moderation that they do. So we know like Sean King got his IG deleted, even though based on the moderation or based on the reasons why they banned his IG, you can go, okay, well, this person should be banned, this person should be banned, this person should be banned. And then that should actually be able to, you should be able to bring that up to a court of law. You get what I mean? And so rumors, I think that's a very good thing, but unfortunately, that's about the extent of it, because at the end of the day, when we click on them terms of service and the agreement licenses that, you know, none of us read, all of a sudden you realize how little anybody can do when it comes to being proactive with situations like this. The best, unfortunately, the best solution is to know that when you get caught up in this, that hammer will be dropped. You will be made. We're gonna make an example out of you. Unfortunately, that's the only thing we can do when social media is our public square. Because anything else, guys, y'all know is going to get struck down in the courts for being unconstitutional. That's the reality.
Well, with this, for example, with this particular case, you also got a jurisdiction issue because they can't prosecute for an Italian unaliving in the United States.
Yeah, because it's another country, right? He's in
Mm-hmm.
Italy. Okay, so
You would need.
you would need to extradite them from their country and bring them over here.
But we have an extraditing treaty with Italy. I mean, we're NATO allies. We have an extraditing treaty.
So
remember, we did it with that one lady that was getting charged with murder with her Italian boyfriend or something like that.
I understand, but I understand that.
Yeah, but in order to do that, we would still need jurisdiction here. When you're talking about extraditing people from other places, that's because they committed crimes under our jurisdiction. We can't just simply go to another country and prosecute somebody in another country. What we would actually need for something like that to be something that could be accomplished is to create international laws that would cover that. That if you're doing a crime in this country, if it affects somebody, if one of our citizens is doing it, then that country can prosecute you for, say, unaliving of somebody if they can show that, hey, your actions caused this person to unalive themselves. So,
and on top of that, we don't even know if these users were even in our own country, the ones that did the plot. So that will also be difficult as well.
But I think, that's what the interstate commerce laws are for. Because even though they might not have been American users, for example, if they're using an American platform, even if it's international, right? You can still get they can still get the warrants and get their IP addresses and things like that.
Yes,
actually, TikTok is not it's not an American-based country.
Oh, that's right. It was
It's not an
TikTok.
American-based app.
That's
That's
Chinese
actually in
based.
China.
It's
Yeah.
Chinese based. Yeah.
So
Here it goes.
we
Then.
have
The only solution then is to ban TikTok. That's the only thing anybody could do. But Perp, you know this. Will, you know this. Can't somebody else just make an American TikTok?
Yeah.
Of course they can.
By the way, Perp, did we not see Trump throw a hissy fit only to create his own social media app where he goes on his rants? That's again
and
unregulated.
Guess what? It's failing.
Of course.
It's failing. It's failing.
And guess what, Will? The market said it's failing, not the government, right? The market, the users, the lack of consumers.
Yeah.
Right.
No. I'm not disputing with you. I do agree. The market is saying it's failing. I'm not saying that the government is saying it's failing. That's a different thing. That's what I was trying to say. But yes, Trump did go off and started his own social media, but without the proper mechanism in place for something like that, it will eventually fall. So Trump is getting his just due with that. He's gonna eventually have to come back to X now.
Right, but again, and I'm trying to take a step back and be calm here. That's the entire point. There's nothing that government did, Will, that made Trump's social media app tank, except the fact that it was Trump, a bunch of right-wing incels that nobody wants to deal with, right? AKA the market came up with that solution in this specific case. Because I'm not the whole let the free market decide everything. I kind of don't like that. But in this specific case, it worked. And so we have to understand, guys, that unfortunately, there's only so much you can do when it comes to public or private platforms and public squares, right? Because at the end, let's be clear, guys, real quick, Will, and I'll land my plane here. Guys, aren't y'all tired of the fact that we have to say the word self-deletion instead of the grown medical term suicide? Like
Absolutely.
Grown-ass adults. Guys, that's part of that moderation that y'all talking about that pisses us off. So why would we want more of that?
So
I'm gonna go.
I hear you. I understand what you're saying, Terry. That's why I'm not disputing you. My big concern though is if the court is not going to do anything, if the government won't do anything about this, what can we do on our end to make sure that we as the public in this space are holding people like this accountable?
When you see problematic things happening, you report it. Just like on TikTok, you have the ability to report when you see issues going on there.
Yeah, but if it,
that's a problem because here's Will, I'm actually going to defend you here. Will, Perp, that's a problem because unfortunately there was a lot of people with good intentions that reported this guy that just self-deleted himself because they thought they were doing the right thing.
No, I'm talking about on the app. When you're seeing people who are causing problems, I understand what you're saying, but there are tools that you can use inside of these apps. Because you got to understand, these apps are constantly looking for moderators. YouTube is looking for theirs, so is TikTok. Because, like I said earlier, when you're dealing with content, like imagine, hush, Mari. Imagine what it feels like for that Mari, hush or go. Imagine what it feels like for that moderator that saw the unaliving of that Italian man. And let me tell you what happens. My sister, Ashley, as a 911 dispatcher, her officer that she often worked with passed away on a call. Can I tell you it took her a very long time before she was able to get over it? Now imagine seeing that several times a day.
Right.
And this has been one of the things that people who've done the moderating for these apps have reported, that they've seen such depraved things that they're not mentally right afterwards. That it's that traumatizing for them.
So how did we? I almost think we almost have to go back to the beginning to figure out how we got to where this is now okay. Because I think we all grew up in the age of the internet, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm almost I don't know what else to do with that outside of trying to figure out if this is something that I can, if there's ever going to be accountability on these people and for doing this guy dirty and self deleting himself. Like, this is what's so disheartening, and this is why I choose to stay away from social media, because I have a strong mental fortitude, but I couldn't take this day in, day out. So I don't know what else to do with this. And this is what's so heartbreaking, is that I feel so powerless.
Well, because the reality is we are powerless. Here's why. Will, right now, if some douchebag in the chat decided to dox you and swat you, there's nothing proactive anybody could do to stop that from happening, right? You have to hope. Right. We have to hope that God, the police are in the right frame of mind and don't do anything crazy, right? Now, after the fact, if something doesn't go wrong, let's say it all goes, everything calms down, right? That person could get charged. Even if something happens to you, Will, or something happens to me in this situation, just so I'm not picking on anybody. If something happens to me, right? There's already laws on the books that needs to be enforced. That's the problem, is that these laws are being selectively enforced because we don't have thought police laws like the Minority Report, right? I can't proactively figure out, Will, who's about to freaking swat us, right? I can't proactively figure out, Will, who's about to hop on the social media app and start accusing us of being groomers or worse, right? All I can hope for is that the system, whatever that system it currently is, actually enforces the laws that's already on the books. And if it can't even do that, Will, then there's no amount of legislation that's going to change the fact that at the end of the day, you can write whatever you want in the law books. If it doesn't get enforced, then what good is that law?
And I'm also one, and here's the other thing too. Every state is different. Every state has its own different laws and have its own different constitution, right? So there is literally no way for us to know what the other person is. And this is why it's so sad. I know here in my state of Arkansas, our governor tried to regulate pornography. But through the lens
you talk about the age thing?
The age verification thing. Through the lens of this is freedom of speech, this is freedom of da 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 da. No, it's not. You're literally trying to access people's data, which private information brokers already do when we go online. The government should not be stepping in and trying to decide that. That should be up to the parent and whoever the parent. Yeah. So I'm so shocked that we can't even do anything, even though we're online and even though we see this shit. Oh my God, this is so this went from a gradation to I'm just mentally exhausted.
Will, did you hear how we just cussed each other out?
Yeah,
I would be fucking goddamned if the government stopped us from doing that.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Come on, bro. I don't want the government to stop us from cussing each other the fuck out. No, I'm supposed to be a grown-ass man with the ability to regulate myself. And if I don't have the ability to regulate myself, then one of the moderators, Conscious, can boot me the fuck right off. To Perp's point, I think we should be giving the moderators, again, I know it's a page by page basis, but in general, maybe more tools to combat, like for example, the whole porn bombing that people do when they hop on stream, like you should get permabanned from that, like an IP address thing. You shouldn't just be able to create another account and then, hey, surprise, I'm back. You get what I mean? Like, yeah, that's just my opinion.
Actually, what I would like to see is for them to put in place a way for content creators to automatically filter that out. Just like you're able to filter out certain things in the comments, they should also give the content creators the ability, some type of way to filter those sort of things out.
Don't they already have the language filters?
Yeah, they have language filters, but I'm saying
how effective are they, by the way?
they work pretty well. Cause like especially like in TikTok, if you say certain things, it will automatically not even put your comment up. So those things can be a really effective tool. And if they have that, I know goodness well they're able to develop something where they can filter out people who's trying to do explicit things on a live.
Well, hell, at least give us the power to delete their account or something. if, you know what I mean? Like give us the delete button like Elon Musk has. Like give us the delete button so we can delete their motherfucking account. If you don't like it, delete. Like
and I get maybe deleting the account wide, but at least not being allowed. Like find a way so that they're not popping up on the channel again. You get what I mean? They're not creating another profile. I don't.
So how would that work with the PI address with the IP address that you just mentioned? Because because deleting the account won't delete the IP address either. So how would we be able to completely erase them from the internet eventually?
When in doubt, chalk it up to quantum mechanics. I'm gonna let quantum mechanics figure that out.
The main thing is to give you the ability to make it so they can't even show themselves if they're doing something explicit. And if they have the ability to make it so that you can make it so their comments can't be seen, I know goodness well there's a way to make it so explicit images during a live cannot be seen.
Can I ask y'all something?
See, this is. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna ask y'all. Where's Conscious? She just disappeared from the screen.
Yo, Deborah.
Yeah, he been gone a minute. He'll do that sometimes. He'll just go out and leave us off to talk, and he'll go and do something else. So, like for example, one of the things that TikTok can do is if they decide or if somebody reports you for violating something, your live will just suddenly go off because TikTok will pull your crap in a heartbeat.
Right.
All of a sudden you'll be live and then you won't be no more. So they have ways of monitoring explicit content during the live. But what I'm saying is they should also be able to give the content creator the ability to say, I do not want this explicit material on my channel. If you're doing this, then you won't even be able to come up and be seen.
I do have another a quick question for all of y'all on the panel because this thought just crossed my head with the IP address. One of the things that I was wondering is, how do the government able to obtain the IP address on the individual that they're suspecting may have done the crime, cybercrime?
They pull it straight from the ISP.
They'll use the ISP, and also they'll hire the cyber hackers and put them on the payroll, and they know how to get down to people ISPs because you also got to realize with the ISP, they can be hidden by the VPNs. VPNs are able to like have your computer address bounce from God knows how many different places to keep it hidden.
Perp, you also know, like, if they really trying to find you, you know,
Oh,
the
they're gonna
government,
find you. They
they get
really
around
want
them
to find you.
They're gonna find you. So
hmm
that would lead me into like the question of, okay, so if we were to this is so fucking hard though, because if we could find some way to simplify these cyber part of it into the creator's account, to where we can just ban them all together from ever existing on, at least on this platform, that would be that would help us tremendously.
Yeah, because like you can have it so it would just ban for your space. Um,
But they can't pop
because
back up with another. But they can't pop up
like
back up with
the
another
one thing
account though.
the one thing you have to also be concerned with, once you give this power to everybody, you've seen how absolute powers can corrupt absolutely. There are people
Yes.
who that just don't like you. Like for example, there's another app that I use called Pal Talk. There's been situations where all I had to do was walk in the room and I didn't say 2 words and I was thrown out the room.
Oh wow.
So you have to be mindful. You got to remember you're still dealing with imperfect human beings and their mood swings. We've seen it right here on CTV at times where moderators would get in their fifis and they would, silence people just because they didn't like them or whatever.
That's why we
So,
have a responsible host named Consciouztv,
of course,
reminding the
but that's why
moderator.
I said you would want to be able to ban people from your area, but you don't want it so that people can ban you off the platform and now you're out of your platform because somebody was in their fifis that day with you and now you're permanently banned from YouTube. So
Wow.
when you're dealing with stuff like that, you have to deal with what the law calls what would the average person do basically if under normal circumstances. Excuse me, it's called what a reasonable person would do. What would a reasonable person do in this case? A reasonable person would say, well, instead of banning from completely off the app altogether, give people the ability to ban them from their channel.
So, Perp will hear me out.
Mm-hmm.
We even understand, because Teresa in the comments made a good point. Like, there's a bunch of different IP addresses. Like, if Perp catches me trolling on the Mac Studio and bans me on there, then in theory I could just hop on my iPhone and, hey, surprise, you know what I mean? And so there's still limits to it.
James.
So
Yeah,
in the meantime, to some of the solutions we did come up with, like actually enforcing the laws and some of the tools you was talking about, Perp. Don't you think it would be a good idea, like in our public schools, that we really start encouraging our kids, like teaching our kids to, we understand, or we go by innocent until proven guilty, or here's the standards in the law, and we actually try to get that reflected in our everyday society and discourse as well. Like start building it up, you know what I mean?
I think actually having a class on how to properly conduct yourself on the internet would be helpful to give them the skills of, hey, this is appropriate behavior, this is not appropriate behavior. We put a lot of stuff into school to begin with anyways. Teaching about the basics of what's acceptable, because like even schools do have the ability to hold students accountable for their actions for what they're doing online. We've seen that happen on several occasions where schools will actually hold students accountable for their actions while they're not in school.
Spreading bullying memes and stuff like that, suspending these kids. Yep.
And on top of that, they're also able to ban if the schools have Wi-Fi. They're also able to ban certain websites from while they're in the school, so that way they're not doing anything inappropriately while they are in the school. But this is my thing. We really are and this is why I'm like, we have got to revamp our education system when it comes to the internet, because this sucks. The fact that we don't have internet literacy as part of
But
our
see, that's one.
curriculum.
But see, that's
That
part of the product of political correctness. You can go so far into the political correctness extreme that it virtually renders you powerless, because when it comes to having important discussions, it extremely limits your ability to have those important discussions. And we have seen that cause a lot of problems in society, because this is not a new topic. This is something that has been going on for a long time. Like CTV was talking about what to do, how do you prove that you're not guilty? That was happening before the 2000s. There was a case where um, these babysitters were being accused of doing things to the young kids under their care, and come to find out it was a complete and total lie. And we've seen those type of situations occur where these people have unalived themselves because they had their reputations ruined. Um, One man unalived himself because not only did it destroy his reputation, his whole family turned against him, and he just didn't have no fight in him anymore because of that. So the writing has been on the wall for quite some time. But one of the things, one of the reasons why I'm strongly against Congress regulating anything is because you still have people in Congress who are really, really freaking old and has no concept of how the internet works in the first place.
Yep.
gotcha. Okay, yeah.
And in order to properly regulate something, you have to understand what you're regulating. Just like,
You make such a good point. That is
for
100%.
such a good
example, I'll
point.
give you another example that could most likely has hit your community directly, and mine's will. The the regulation of the drug for ADHD that's being regulated by people in the FDA, and they don't have not a single doctor up there. They saw an increase in the medication being used, and they decided to crack down on it. The reason why the medication was increasing is because more people are now having ADHD, being diagnosed with it, and the medication was needed. It was not being prescribed just because it was sunny outside. It was being prescribed because it's an effective medication for ADHD. And now they don't have access to it. Why? Because once again, you have people who are not in the industry who don't have the knowledge to know what they're regulating, just willy nilly regulating because you don't have any type of people, doctors on the panel saying, hey, this drug is needed for ADHD. The reason why you're seeing the increase in prescriptions is because we are now dealing with an increase in ADHD cases. Had that
But
information been available, maybe that regulation wouldn't have been the way it is. So you don't ever
I,
want your government in a situation that they're regulating uneducated.
okay, so then let me also add on to that. Government and big business
Hmm.
are two of the worst entities this country has ever had, because
Oh, that's agreed.
big business is telling the government, hey, increase this drug so we can make some more money. It's all
If you want
about,
to complicate anything, all you got to do is add the government to it, and I promise you it's going to get complicated.
it's gonna get much more complicated because big business want their money, big government want their check.
Oh yeah,
Hmm.
government gonna create a problem out of thin air too, like the
Yep.
Big Bang Theory out of thin air.
Like look at the FBI. Look at like all of these different unregulated agencies that we have not elected. And
Remember
even
how they
though
said that after 9/11 they wanted the government agencies to share information with one another? Do you know that's still not in place to this day?
yes, I but it only but this is the other thing. This is what I hate about the government. Y'all remember when that
Hmm.
WikiLeaks came out about Edward Snowden?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, y'all remember when the government was just like, we need to prosecute Edward Snowden because he stole top secret information from. Okay. Um, y'all seem to be hell bent on getting this guy, but you don't seem to be hell bent on getting the guy in the CEO office somewhere, jacking up the prices of ADHD medication.
Selective
Hmm.
enforcement.
And why is that? Because you
Money.
you have groups, special interest groups that's backing
Lobbyists.
it, and they're sold out to the special interest groups.
Yep. They sold out to that special interest group. Like, think about it. Like, they sold out to the special interest group who then
Hmm.
lobby these senators with, like, the Federalist Society, who has a list of these
Hmm.
judges, conservative judges, or whoever that they want appointed. And remember, guys, those are lifetime appointments at those federal judge seats.
Yeah,
So
they
don't you
have
dare.
actually been talking about changing that.
To what? To making it so their life appointment is based on term?
Well, instead of it being a life appointment, you'll serve a certain amount of terms. There's been a lot of things being discussed because, like, Congress, a lot of the younger Congress people are wanting changes to be made where you're not sitting up there as a fossil occupying a congressional seat
I
because you're
mean,
going to be out of
this
touch. Okay, for example, the medical industry. The medical industry goes through rapid changes. Um, it's one of the reasons why your RN nurses and stuff have to maintain a license because the medical industry is constantly changing. Well, if you're not in the medical industry, you're not going to understand what may have been true at one point isn't true any longer. There were things that, for example, I'm a former epileptic. They prescribed me phenobarbital and Dilan. They would never do that today with somebody. Have both of them have you on both of them drugs. Why? Because of the side effects that combining those two drugs together would cause. Like I
yeah.
had a lot of crap that happened because I was on those drugs, which is why I said that freaking prayer and permanently healed my crap. Because I was like, God, either fix me or kill me. I don't, excuse me, unalive me. I don't care which one you do, but I'm not continuing on these drugs for the rest of my life. That's not happening. And so
Uh,
my prayer worked, but honey,
uh,
yeah.
I I'm just going back to
Mhm.
the two scumbags, the minor, and
Mhm.
I'm assuming this other internet personality, whatever the fuck you want to call them, must
Mhm.
have been an older individual because ain't no way in the world you can hatch a plan like that deliberate and make it look like it's something that it wasn't based on a lie. And I'm just so shocked at
But actually,
how
unfortunately, Will,
evil.
that's way more common than you think, especially now where it's easy to do deep fakes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you make a good point. Yeah,
It's way more easier than you think it is to edit messages and make them appear a certain way, and it's really unfortunate because
I just I'm
I
just
can
like
literally like here's what's crazy. Well, I can take a little clip of your voice and I can make you say whatever I want. Um,
Mhm.
AI
um,
AI.
the deal. the dude Peel from Key and Peel, he made a deep fake using Obama's voice and
Yeah.
appearing to be Obama. And that was all over the internet for a while. Because one thing I like about Peel is that he wants you to see the rabbit hole you're about to jump down and how dangerous that rabbit hole can actually get. Because he gave you a heads up. Anytime he could take the voice and the image of the President of the United States and create a convincing deep fake, what hope does the average little man has on the street?
Mm.
And governments, be clear, governments have used deep fakes to get rid of problems that they no longer wanted to deal with.
Oh yeah.
I what I think what I'm shocked by is like
Hmm.
the evilness of it, like the fact that they would conspire against this one guy who they don't know, who they've never met online, and I'm just wow that
Jealousy will make people do some real evil shit. Real
this
envy, jealousy, all that crap will make people do some real.
Well,
this is
you're
not
really
it
getting to
ain't
see
even
it firsthand with Larry Reid with some of the stuff that has come out with him. When people feel like you're getting out of their comfort zone or what they're okay with you're having success wise, people get very wicked and very evil really quickly when you outperform their expectations.
Yep.
and I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Maybe in taboo, I want to say this. Maybe it's because I'm in the system in terms of the government, and I use in the system loosely. That because I'm in it, I feel like I can make a change, even though it's happening very slowly. So maybe because I'm coming from that perspective, maybe that's why I was so hell bent on the whole Congress thing. Because right now, I'm actually going to DC in April to meet with representatives from my state.
But that's why all the perspectives are needed because there's certain things that I can offer you from my perspective, Tyrus can offer you from his, and you can offer yours. Just like one of my chiefs of my tribe, the main chief, she works for the government, so she understands the bureaucratic red tape and what it takes to get things moving and what steps you need to take to get things going in the direction you want things to go. Because there is a lot of work that you can do inside the system. Just like we need people in the system, we also need the folks on the outside of the system as well. Because when you're in the heart of something, you can't always see everything from
Yeah.
that perspective. Sometimes you need an outside perspective. Point in case, do you know how many cold cases that's been over 20 and 30 years old that have been solved all because just a new pair of eyes got to the case and was able to see things that the other people missed just because they had been looking at it for so long?
Yes, yes, yes. You make a very good point. So I actually wanted to, apologize to you, Travis, because, like I said,
Apologize for
my just don't let me just apologize, okay? Just don't. Sometimes I get ahead of myself because I'm trying to keep some type of optimism alive, I guess. And I'm not thinking about the consequences and what's on the ground in terms of the fact. And so, yes, I'm pessimistic, but at the same time, I think I hold a little bit of hope that at least Congress or somebody in power would do the right thing. And I know that they won't. But I guess that's the naive optimism.
so that we can go back to our normal selves, I will also apologize. I'm gonna be honest, bro.
Oh,
That whole Inquisitor shit put me in my feels, and I took it out on you.
It
And I
did.
apologize for that.
Did. It got me in my feelings too.
That being said, there is no situation where you ever need to apologize to me in the future because you and I will always be good. Dog, we go to war. This is an arena. When we log off, we go to sleep. We dust it off our shoulders. We come back and we talk more shit, bro. We good. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Good.
but what's really cool is that how laws used to be made. They used to get drunk in a room and everybody would go at it and be passionate, and then they would have actual progress at the end. So it's okay because one of the beautiful things about a think panel is hearing all the different perspectives, and you're not naive at all. It's people like you that we do have things like the civil rights bill that came into place. If it wasn't for people believing things into being and being willing to do the work to bring them into being, we wouldn't have a lot of the things that we have. We wouldn't have Megan's Law if it wasn't for those parents saying, hey, this happened to my kid. I don't want it happening to somebody else. Maybe if we knew that there was somebody who was an offender living in our neighborhood, maybe things could have been different. And they went and they got the law put on the books. So never think of it as now naive. Just remember, you are always more powerful than you think you are. And it only really takes one person to make a difference to get things rolling in the correct direction.
You are so right about that. Hey, Conscious. He's not even responding. Lord have mercy, Jesus.
See, TV don't love us no more. You're being banned by our daddy.
I don't know, man. This whole thing got me fucked up.
Did y'all read my comment since I can get in there a little bit?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. And just that we just over here just shitting all over each other. Go ahead, girl.
We love you, Intercept.
I love y'all too. But so I said, what if every site and like every app, like you had to show your ID and prove your identity to have a profile like they do on OnlyFans and all the other apps? What do y'all think about that?
You know what? I think you can make a solid argument that would be a good step in the right direction.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why it's on like escorting sites and like OnlyFans, sites like that you have to prove your identity to get an account. And you have to have an accurate picture. You have to take a picture of your ID. You have to hold your ID. And you have to prove your identity. But everywhere else, I don't know. I think that's something that would stop everything. Because...
Go ahead, Innocent. I'm sorry.
Because all right, so it's a site like on Instagram, and it shows, all the Erdas in my city. And in the comments, when I tell you that you can solve some stuff in the comments, it be people be saying stuff, be knowing too much, and it's just be like, what the hell? And of course they don't have no picture. And it's like, I mean, of course they wouldn't do the comments if they had to prove their identity in the case. But I don't know. I feel like it would stop a lot of stuff.
Yeah. I think it's a step in the right direction. The only thing we're still gonna have to contend with, intersex, is the fact that a lot of these social media apps, because there is no necessarily age requirement, because there's plenty of family content. And as you know, most kids don't have ID cards. So then you're going to have to contend with that issue.
Right.
Like, that's just one of the few kind of things.
I also think like the parents need to be a little bit more responsible when they are introducing their children. This is where the financial literacy, that's financial literacy, the social media literacy in our curriculum would come into play. It would teach our parents to be a little bit more responsible with their while their child is on the internet. And I think that's why we also have on our app we have parental control. If you have an iPhone or an Android, where you can actually monitor what your child does in and all out of sight. But if what these two scumbags did by taking all of their shit offline and putting it onto encryption private chat, would the parental control be able to pick up on that? And I'm
Yeah,
asking you,
because they would
Charlie.
have to create an account.
Well,
Correct?
actually, I was actually gonna ask Charush that question because I think he has more experience in that area.
Oh,
Can
If
okay.
you
they
repeat
were,
that?
yeah, if they were in a private group chat that is encrypted, would you be able to pick up on that? Let's say one of your daughters decided to take whatever that was on uh iMessage and put it in a group chat like WhatsApp. Would you be able to pick up on that?
I'm gonna be honest, Will. Probably not. I would really have to be on some helicopter parent shit in order to really, get down to the nitty gritty like that. Like, I guess, and from my perspective, the only way I might figure out if my daughters are doing something like that, other than my normal checks, is if they're acting, kind of different, right? Like sometimes I can tell when my daughters don't want me to see something on their phone when they put their phone face down on the desk instead of just on the table normal. I'm like, okay, what
Yeah.
the fuck you looking at? You know what I mean? Who the hell you talking to right now? Like there's little cues like that, but other than that, other than being, an attentive parent, I don't know how to answer that one.
Yeah, so that I think what we probably that's what um these phone companies need to work on is increasing their parental control so that it extends to even the encryption of the of apps like WhatsApp.
Yeah. See, Will, that's the thing. My daughters don't have WhatsApp because why the hell do they need WhatsApp?
That's understandable. But when you're dealing with a group
So,
of
so,
parents
so
that
what I'm saying, like that encryption thing, I think for us as parents, Will, and when you become a parent, because I know you want to be a parent one day. Think
yeah,
about it. Why does your kid really need an encryption social media app like WhatsApp? What
I
does
can
this
think of
kid about to
several
do?
reasons
What is this
actually.
kid doing on WhatsApp that you can't do on the Snapchat, the Instagram, all the normal shit that's already established? And also remember, these are at least established social media platforms that already has some sort of parental control to them. So we ain't got to deal with any encryption shit. You know what I mean?
Yes, but you do have some kids that really are very sneaky with their adventures, I guess I would say, to
No.
hide certain shit from you, and so they will use if they're smarter. If and I'm not encouraging these motherfuckers to be to do any of this shit. At least not mine. But if I hear you. Like they don't need WhatsApp. And what would be the reason for why they need to hide some shit from you? But then again, you do have some kids out there that are very, very sneaky and then do have very, very, very,
You mean
very. They have some
most kids
power.
are like that, Will. Most kids, when it comes to their phones, are fucking terrorists. All right.
Yes.
Let me tell you how these little assholes operate. All right. They will make these accounts on the app, then they'll delete the account on the app itself, and then just go on the website and log through that on their fucking friend's phone. So that when you're doing your check as a parent, you're like, oh, okay, you on the straight and narrow. Nah, I'm not on the straight
No.
and narrow, Dad. I'm doing some fuck shit
Nope.
right now. That's so I know the tricks. I be catching them on that, bro. And they stopped doing it because hey, there's a couple times, bro. I put that Verizon app, since we love apps. Will, I took that Verizon app, deactivated their fucking phone right in front of their face. That shit stopped in a heartbeat. You know what I mean?
Is
because
brilliant. I love that.
I'm telling you, especially with 15 and 13-year-old daughter, taking their fucking phones and not allowing them access to the group chat is some of the most diabolical punishment I am so glad I have at my disposal, because it infuriates them to no end. Yeah, you better have your grades up. You better have your shit up, or you know what's gonna happen. You know what I mean? But guess what, Will? That comes with being an active, engaged parent. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
So, like, that's the other thing too. You have too many parents out here that are not even parents. They're trying to be their kid's best friend.
Oh yeah, man. There's that, like, look, I love my daughters. I love the relationship we have, but I'm not their fucking friend. Like, I'm your dad, and unfortunately, sometimes I gotta be your father. I can't be dad all the time. Sometimes I gotta be your father, and I think we know what that means.
What's the difference between being dad and father?
Dad is every day. Father is when I got to discipline.
I don't know, man. It just that's part of the reason why when I spoke to you last time about the parenting thing, where would you draw the line at them getting a phone? Would you draw the line at them getting a phone when they're a little bit older? Would you put it at 8? Would you put it at 10? Would you put it at when they're a little bit more responsible?
Case by case basis, Will. Case by case basis. But again, I gave my children phones, one, because we live in a society, bro, where I can't put my kids in bubble wrap, and I cannot raise my kids I'm setting them up for failure if I raise them like a helicopter parent. So, okay, yes, I know that social media comes with a shit ton of problems. How do I best mitigate that so that my children going into the future are not at a disadvantage compared to the other kids that they now have to compete with in the labor market? So that means I need them to understand how to use a smartphone. I need to be able to track them. Will, yeah, I do. I have to admit, I do like being able to check up on my daughters, text them as everything going okay, or they can text me like if something's going on in school. I like that. I like knowing that, hey man, I could look at that, find my iPhone, and I can see where they at. You know what I mean? So I'll take the stupid shit that kids tend to do, because guess what? If it's not a smartphone, it's gonna be something else, guys. You know what I mean? Like Will, in the 90s, you know what they didn't have smartphone, but guess what the kids were doing? They were just sneaking out the window. You know, like kids are always gonna try to do some shit.
Or because in my neck of the woods, because I grew up in the country, in my neck of the woods, they wouldn't just sneak out the window. They would take the telephone with them, and the back with that fucking long ass cord that would go from the end of the house to outside the house. Ooh, they would, and I know because both of my sisters, well, one of my sisters did shit like that. We're always talking to boys on the phone, and guess who caught her? My damn grandma. Every time, and it never failed.
Yeah, so like with the phones, Will, like I don't like talking vague, so I'll just use it personal for, you know, people criticize me all they want. One of the things I did with my phones is I always make sure when they ask me something, I answer the question, and then I make them pull out their phone and I make them answer or ask that question on Google. Right. And it's not for me to be like, well, just Google that shit. Like I'm not trying to be engaged. It's, look, this phone you guys got, yes, you're going to have fun with it. You're going to take photos with it, but it's also instant information for anything you need. And I told I told my kids, because I need my kids to be better than me. Well, I tell them, if you don't believe something that's coming out of my mouth, check me. Google that shit. See if dear old dad is full of shit. Will, that keeps me on my toes because I'm constantly now, I got to read. I got to keep up on CNN, MSNBC. I got to keep up on the current events. I got to keep up on all these apps and everything just to keep engaged because guess what, Will? My daughters can and will try me like some Western gunslingers just to see if I'm on my tippy toes or not. And I love that shit. You know what I mean? And so it's freaking, but guess what?
I
Now
have three
when they're
nieces.
older, Will, they're gonna be like your nieces and nephews and our children, if you do it properly, Will, they're gonna be at such an advantage. The thing is, Will, you don't, just like I was scared, I don't want to be the iPad parent, right, Will? Like you don't want to be
Wait,
that throw the iPad in your face, let it do its thing.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. So what do you mean when you say you don't want to be the iPad? And you think you just don't want to throw it in? You don't want to throw it in their lap and say, "Hey, just figure it out on your own." You
Yeah,
actually
like
want to be
like
engaged.
the parents who clearly look like they rather be anywhere else than around their kids, so they throw the tablet in their face so they can like get up out they immediate environment. Like I hate them kind of parents, man.
Because that just shows you're not being active. I actually, my oldest niece, I love her dearly, just like her uncle. And bitches as hell. Not smart as hell. But she grew up in a very helicopter single parent household family. With the mama being my sister, didn't really pay and I say this humbly, I'm not trying to disparage my sister or nothing like that, but she did not really pay as much attention to her daughter as me being my niece's uncle as I have. When they come to my house, it ain't just fun all day. Uncle Willie is the cool one. It's let me sit y'all down. Let's have a conversation. What you need help with. And now that they're grown, it's like, Uncle Willie, we definitely need help here. I'm like, okay, well, come on over here. Let me talk to you. So I don't disengage with my nieces on the count of because I understand that their mama did not give them all that they needed in terms of the skills. And in fact, what you're doing, Tyrese, is the opposite of what my sister did. My sister did not want them to have a phone. My sister felt that giving them a phone was basically saying, this is a grown up, this is grown folk money, and this is grown folk property, and you do not have a right to touch grown folk shit. But when grown folks' problems started to come around, she just didn't know how to handle it. And I kept trying to tell my sister, get them a fucking phone. You don't know what these kids are up to. You don't know what they're doing. Get them a phone. And throughout all that time, I actually had to call my niece. And Tyrese, let me tell you something. It broke my heart to learn that my niece was almost choked out by her own mama because she had a fucking phone.
Jesus.
Hi, y'all.
Are you okay, Conscious?
No, that literally took me completely out. I'm talking about like completely out. Like I feel emotionally depleted. That took me out. Because it just ran because it ran hand in hand with what I've been breaking down over the past, like early on in the commentary. It ran hand in hand. Every bit of everything I said in yesterday's live was completely illustrated in that story with the Inquisitor. Every bit. I had no idea that story even existed. I couldn't even stop crying. Like I was literally trying to consciously stop myself from crying. I had to literally go off screen and just like cry and cry and cry and cry and just let myself naturally come to a stop. That's also another reason why I don't want to deal with this type of shit no more. not from the place of investment that I had been up to this point. I don't mind talking about it, but I can't deal with this type of shit happening in this space, because I know that I'm risking getting involved in things that may not even be real. I'm risking attaching my heart and my spirit and you know, personalizing this thing at what could be a fraud. This is off the hymns. I mean, we literally got a play-by-play of how these people literally conspired against this man, and the intent was to rip him to shreds, to ruin his name, his brand, etc. And they were so well studied in the art of manipulation in terms of the general public. They knew that they would have us on their side. They knew they would have the court of public opinion on their side. They knew how weak and fragile, naive and gullible the court of public opinion is. And they were successful. At best, we just gonna be having conversations about it. I'm not gonna be invested from a heart place about shit like this on my platform. And if people are not going to the law and people ain't taking it up in a legit court system, not the court of public opinion, then at best it's just content. It's just what's being said. And once again, we can have honest conversation about it. We can unpack it. We can come and break it all down and get into it and do what we've been doing, which is we can take the conversations beyond the specifics. Because just like in talking about Monique and Shalon's situation, we were able to take that beyond them and really talk about our own anecdotal experiences, being Shalon ourselves and being Monique ourselves. And so I don't know what else to do with stuff like this. To everything that y'all been saying, like private investors, it's unregulated, uncharted. It is a lot of infrastructure that need to be brought to the situation. And even with that, though, like Tyrus was also saying, the issue is there's no way really to prevent the harm. We're still only talking about infrastructure that can attempt to stop it once it's happening. But then, like Tyrus also said, that becomes also subjective, because Tyrus made like an excellent point. If they're providing receipts that this TikToker was a pedo, and then you go to report that under the guise that you're on the right side of things, and the reality is you're not, because those receipts are manufactured. I mean, how exactly do you? I mean, I don't know. And I guess maybe we are talking about an impossibility. We're never going to be able to prevent it as long as the internet exists. We can only just create infrastructure and filters and layers of defenses and etc. in the aftermath, but there is no way to ultimately be preventive. And this is what, and honestly, this is what I go back to. I feel like, but I agree with William. Something gotta exist beyond these private investors, because if the internet is taking people's lives and claiming people's lives, I mean, not only have people taken their lives as a result of witch hunts, but obsessive fans have taken the lives of content creators who they are fanatical about as well. There was a podcaster who recently, her life got claimed like what, last year before last, because she had a stalker who was an obsessive fan on the internet. This man ran up in her home. This is a married woman, ran up in her home, took her life, damn near took her mom's life. Her mom happened to escape, went to a neighbor's house, and be able to call the police, and over somebody crazy. I think people should have to have a license. This is too dangerous of a power. We have a power that is beyond us. Called the internet, called social media. We have bitten the apple, not realizing that it was Pandora's box. We have literally opened. This is the modern version of Pandora's box. Social media is the archetypal forbidden fruit. That's why your Apple laptops have the symbol of the fruit already being bitten. We didn't think this thing through. We need to, now that there's blood in the land, now that there's bodies in the dirt. There need to be some serious dialogue with legislators, etc., to start having the conversation around what can be done.
The responsibility of our government is something that I'm honestly, I'm not even disappointed. I'm furious that our government has gotten to the point to where they are so fucking old that we just keep electing these same motherfuckers who were elected when they were 23, 30. Now they 84, 90 years old. Hell, we got an 81-year-old president in the White House.
Maybe they need to enter. Shit. I think that they need to enter. You know, so funny. I'm just thinking, because I think one of the equalizers is, first of all, the internet, social media specifically, not the internet per se, but social media apps need to be age restricted, and even the playing field for everybody. Nobody should be able to have anonymity on the internet. In being age restricted, everybody should have to submit their state license. That state license image becomes your avatar image.
So, like an ID.
That's what Intersect was alluding to.
Hold on, because I want to. All your state ID information goes into the system. So your address on file, age, etc., and these have to be up-to-date licenses. I think that once you can't come on this bitch, first of all, until you are of a so-called mature age, and then on top of that, you have to present as a real life person. That also means that content creators can maybe have an avatar if they have also submitted their real identification as well. But I feel like once everybody is trackable in the system and everybody has to show up as themselves in the system, and this is just a option. I haven't refined this. I'm just throwing this shit out. It can be remixed and expounded upon and added unto and all of that. I'm just throwing out shit as a solution base. I think the idea behind this is you are less likely to dox somebody knowing that your information is accessible to. Now that you can't hide behind, you can't hide behind the warlock. You can't hide behind purple lover. You can't hide behind intersex exists. Now that everybody is on Front Street, everybody's out in the open. I think this will also help to tail back a lot of cyberbullying, because a lot of that gets perpetrated by people behind masks, people behind nicknames, people behind all type of shit. Now we might not can't stop it from being like the jungle is going to be the jungle. Like this is social media, so it's the jungle. You know, however, if we make the risk factor equal for all people in that motherfucker, we get some type of a regulation with that. We get some type of an incentive for everybody to play nice on the playing ground.
And all of a sudden, people start policing each other.
It'll get real interesting once we equal. So I think making users have to submit to a certain level of vulnerability around their identity can create some. Now, once again, I ain't nothing that I'm offering as a remedy is something that is 100% safe proof, because there is no such thing as a 100% safe proof. Even a seatbelt in a car is not 100% safe proof. There is no 100%, but there definitely are things we can entertain that can just help to create check and balances of systems. If somebody is fucking with you on the internet, or somebody is cyberbullying, or somebody has doxed you, or etc., now you don't have to go through impossible routes to try to figure out this content creator's name, or even this user who's putting your information in the chat, who's hiding behind a avatar, etc. Like it can be direct confrontation, direct regulating, but more importantly, kind of like how we have an open society now, right? I think most of us in America, the reason why most people ain't breaking the law is because most people are having to be themselves in society. You ain't going to your job in a mask. You ain't, commuting back and forth through society in a costume. You have
Todd
to
Roots, the warlock on car insurance.
You have to have an actual identity in the world. So we all go outside and play nice without needing the police per se. We go buy our groceries, we do just fine. We go pay our bills, we do just fine. We go to the post office, we do just fine. We go to the corner store, we stand in line, we do just fine. But once again, no 100% safe proof. So we know people still get shot, people still get hurt, fights still happen, violence, crime still happen. But because largely we have to submit to a certain level of visibility and vulnerability by actually showing up as people, this also keeps the large chunk of the herd in formation. The large chunk of it. So I think attempting to bring that level of for instance, like on Instagram now, you can't have a verified blue check mark unless you submit your driver's license, and you have to use your actual government name. So when you go to my Instagram, like you see Consciouztv and you see Davion Augustus. Same thing with Patreon, etc. And I think that kind of moving forward in that and thickening that up a little bit will definitely help. Do y'all feel that is something that can bring some grit here?
Yeah, Enertex had brought that up earlier. There's going to be, I think it's a step in the right direction. There's going to be some things with the age and the state ID requirements, especially since most minors don't have a state ID kind of shit. But those things could be ironed out, right? I think it's a step in the right direction for sure.
Conscious, can I say something, please?
And look at the kid side of YouTube, where because it's the kid side and they know how exploitative and they know how raw and raunchy and disrespectful social media is. All the content over there, they don't even have access to a live stream, and there is no comment section. So you can only show up as a literal viewer. It's like watching TV. There ain't no interaction. It's not an interactive side of you. Oh, and then hell. Well, no. Yeah. So, because I'm coming from the perspective of, I believe it shouldn't be age restricted. I believe you should even be able to show up here without being 18 and older. You should even be able to be a 17-year-old in my chat on my panel. You shouldn't even be able to be a 12-year-old on my panel in my chat. You shouldn't even be able to be here. Period. This is not social media is not an appropriate space for young people. Anything can happen in this space. Language, content, etc. can happen in this space. And if this is live, that means that you don't even have the luxury of pre-recorded material where you can vet it first. So you don't even know what's going to happen from moment to moment on here. You don't know what a content creator going to do next. You don't know what they're going to put up on the screen next. You don't know what somebody going to say next. So why should young people be able to have access to a space like this where it's hard to have a governance? Like how? I just don't think like when I was younger and my older cousins were not allowing my younger cousins to have access to social media, like they could not. Cell phones didn't have no internet. Like at first I was like, damn, that's too much. Now that I know what I know, and I'm in here, I'm like, oh yeah, because even my nieces and nephews, like their dads and moms, allowed them to have a relationship to social media, and I don't get in the way of that because I'm not their parents. I'm just auntie, and I just do my part as auntie or whatever. But I know my kids would not see the day of light social media until they were 18. They just would not. I don't give a damn if they were picked on about it. I don't give a damn if they were considered Amish. I don't give a damn. This shit here is dangerous. This shit is dangerous. And then all that data that me and Tyrese had pulled up when we had did a previous live stream around the way that social media is impacting people's body image, self-image, the way that it drives people and deepen like mental illness and depression. It's just like, oh, like no.
So
this ain't it, boo.
So, Conscious, can I ask you? So, I have been in.
Hold on, wait, because Tarita had wanted to say something first, and then come after her.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say something right quick, and then I'm gonna take it down for the night. At the end of the day, I can understand what William is saying, and Warlock is saying, and everybody else. But at the end of the day, call me a helicopter parent, call me a tiger mom, whatever. And knowing the generation that I grew up on, which is Generation X, and then becoming not only a mother and then a stepmom with my second husband, and being a stepmom, I was a nosy parent because I started seeing things on the news. And like I said, commented earlier, there was a young lady, white girl, that she was being bullied so bad in school that she committed suicide. And the parents wanted to bring charges.
Oh, we gotta do like a nickname for that word, boo.
Early, whatever. And the parents wanted charges, and they couldn't get any because, like I said, at the end of the day, when I commented earlier in the comments that, our forefathers, when they made the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, they didn't know anything about computers and this and that. Their social media back in the day in the 1700s, 1800s was newspaper. You know what I mean? So what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, it starts at home with the parents. Stop trying to be a friend to your kid. That's not your friend. That is your child who God has blessed you to raise and guide and be their role model. You know what I mean? At the end of the day. And that's all I'm saying. These parents, it's like the parents nowadays within the late 90s and early 2000s, they're scared to be parents to their kids. You know what I mean? If you living in my house and I'm paying these bills and I'm putting food in your mouth and a roof over your head, guess what? I'm going to be nosy. I want to know what's going on, because a mother or a father knows when something's wrong with their kid. You know what I mean? If you're that type of parent and you want to investigate, you want to see what's going on. And my son, he's 30, he'll be 32 in April. Me and him, we have a close relationship. He knows he's my son. He knows I'm his mother. I've never ever treated him like he was my man or this, and that, single mama, trauma where the mom is, the things didn't work out with the baby daddy. So she basically letting little man run the house like he grown. You know what I mean? I got blessed. Me and his dad, we didn't make it, but he was a good father. And I got blessed with a good husband later on in life, and we had a child together. So I knew my role, they knew their role. And at the end of the day, be that nosy parent. Let them, if they get mad, let them get mad. Scratch their ass and get glad that somebody care and somebody wants to know what's going on. Call me, like I said, call me helicopter parent, call me a tiger parent, call me whatever you want to. At the end of the day, I need to know what's going on with my child, because when something ain't right with my child, I know it. It's a gut instinct. It's a parent instinct. Fathers, mothers, they know when something's up. And say you trying to be buddy with your child, step in your spot, stand in your place, be that parent. Let them know I'm not your pal, I'm not your buddy. Because at the end of the day, buddies and pals come and go. I'm your mother and father. Even after I'm buried dead in my grave, I'm still your mother and your father. Period. And at the end of the day, it starts at home, because you at the end of the day, we know we can't count on government. We just can't. You got people that sit up there and promise this and promise that, and then when they get there, they ain't done shit. Period. But parents, you don't rely on. I've seen articles and I've watched things where they sit up there and say, "Oh, the government this, government that," and then you got other people saying, "Oh, they don't want government involved in this and this and that." But then when something go down, all of a sudden they want government involved. At the end of the day, like I said, it starts at home. It starts with the parent. Period. Point blank.
Yeah, I definitely want parents to make America great again. I definitely want parents to make America great again, please. Yeah, it's a role that government plays, but of course, nothing can compete or substitute having to be personally proactive and responsible.
Yes. I learned, and you know what? I learned that from my mother, because my mother was a single parent. My mother had to play mother and father. My father was like in and out, whereas my sister's father, he doesn't even know she exists. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, thank God I had a grandfather who stepped in as father and as grandfather. So I was able to get the blueprint on what to choose, what to tolerate. You know what I mean? What's going to make a marriage last? You know what I mean? Things like that. There are other situations or other it's there, but you got to want to accept it and learn from it. At the end of the day, you just can't sit up there and be like, I mean, I understand what Will was saying about the government stepping in and doing this and doing that, but at the end of the day, the government didn't give birth to your child. You put the sperm in, she gave you the egg. Hello?
I think that William is advocating, like we're just advocating for collaboration of government and the role of individual citizens. Like, we definitely need external infrastructure and boundaries that are reinforced on the government level. We also,
and I understand what he's saying. I understand that. I understand what he's saying, but at the end of the day, the government don't run my household.
I'm not finished. And somebody got feedback in their phone, so I need everybody to mute. It's like some type of crackling or something that's in somebody's phone. But It's a collaboration of both, but I want to speak to Teresa's statement on the screen here. I don't know, CTV. My cousin is 16 and she watches you and really learn from you because the kids and platform her age are childish to her. She is a deeper thinker and an empath. And see, when I read statements like that I have younger people watching me, on one hand, it makes me then want to create more like family friendly content. Not so much as the content, but like make it family friendly in terms of like holding back on the profanity, etc. But that's also why, even as gifted as I may be as an empath or as a teacher, because I do all the stuff that I do, and I talk about all, you know, I speak like a grown up over here. I don't think I'm appropriate, you know, at this version of myself for teenage folk to be watching me. You know, you know, we talk about sex here, we cuss, we talk like adults. You know, this is a adult centered space. So, you know, I know that they are still good in that, but I don't even think you should be having, you know, I don't even think that, you know, 16-year-olds should be watching me. I really don't. You know, I haven't cleaned it up enough for what I present, in my opinion, to be palatable and appropriate for a teenage person. You know, so I either got a choice here. I can either continue, because I do love being an adult. What I do love about this space is I get to, you know, go full throttle. I get to be committed to all my liberties. I get to indulge in all my liberties. You know, I get to turn up, and I don't got to think about the consequences. I don't got to think about, you know, who's watching and all of that. I can just be me and say what I want to say and do what I want to do. Or once again, I can scale it back, or, you know, maybe you know what I'll do? Actually, I mean, I can make a second channel, and it can be dedicated to empaths and learning and deep thinking, and we can intellectually unpack. And over on that platform, it ain't no cussing and fussing and wilding out and going ballistic. It's just very content centered. It's very so educational, and you know, it's definitely will be scaled back and not centered around the extremity of my charisma. But yeah, okay. I know that William was trying to get in here too.
Yeah. So my comment was not about parents. My particular comment was about government and social media companies doing something to ensure that their platform is safe and protected. But that's not going to happen. So I can't really foresee that happening. That's what my comment was about, was just trying to bring in the government and the companies so that way that they can really make laws that would protect our young ones from what these two douchebags did to that young man. That was my comment was about. It has nothing to do with the parents, but I do understand your point about the kids, about you running your household and everything, and I'm not negating that. I just think that the government plays a role as well in making sure that if you're gonna have these private platforms, you also need to regulate them too.
Hell yeah.
Hey, Pang, that's jacked up, man. F the police. Like straight up. like Pang, yo, tell your mans I got his back.
Pan and her man got ticketed for walking a bike. I think that deserves to go down in the Guinness Book of World Records.
For what?
For walking a bike. She said that my man got pulled over while walking in a walking in a crosswalk with his bike.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Police said because he was on his phone while he was operating a bike on feet.
What?
Well, we know what that was all
New
about.
York?
What kind of horse shit?
That's right, police. Make that
we
man
know what that was all
that's
about.
Right. That's right, police. Make that man keep his damn eye on the road instead of in his phone sending Pan as a dick pic.
Conscious. These are the same police who got these big ass laptops in front
you
of their
running
face
into
while
my
they
ass
driving.
because you want to be face first in the phone, sexting panga ass. You damn right, ticket his ass.
Yo, they got these big ass laptop screens in front of their fucking face while they driving up and down these roads. Talking about distracted driving and shit. Like, man, get the fuck out of here, dog.
I understand what you meant, Will, though. I did. I understood what you meant. My thing was just at the end of the day, the white oh Lord, let me say it right. The right wing Republicans don't have a problem with social media as long as it's on their side. That's why they can't get nothing done in Congress. That's why they can't get nothing done in Senate. Because at the end of the day, they're looking at it like this. If they can keep pushing this Trump issue, and I don't like talking about politics because it gets me upset. And when you see stuff right in front of your face and they think you're stupid, and you didn't see what you saw, it's like, are you serious? Everybody saw what happened January the 6th. Everybody saw that. But yet and still, it's a joke. Oh, as long as they can stay in that Fox News bubble, everything is all good. And now it just came down. He got the hammer down on him today. Not only does he have to pay that woman that he allegedly raped in the dressing room, but he
80
also has to pay
mil.
$355 million to all the people he swindled out of money. And I'm gonna tell you why I know this personally, because I when I graduated from high school, I started working right in Atlantic City, right out of high school. They used to come and recruit you right out of high school because college wasn't for everybody. And I wind up working at Trump Plaza Casino Hotel. And when I tell you, back in those days, in those 90s, he was all up Mike Tyson's ass. He was all up Hillary and Bill's up ass. This man does not care about politics. He doesn't
Oh
care
shit,
about
you
you
worked
being
at the one in Atlantic City?
Yes, that's why I'm from
Oh,
South Jersey. Represent, represent. You see what he did to them workers, right? He set up their built the Taj Mahal, and then filed bankruptcy on them.
Wow.
And they got paid pennies on the fucking dollar. Okay.
Yo, he straight up destroyed, like
Straight up.
single-handedly destroyed it. Like it's just
Straight up. So I know this man worked for his company firsthand. Okay. He set up there that he got them to build the Taj Mahal and then filed bankruptcy on them. And they got paid pennies on the dollar. And I've always been raised to be union. Always raised to be union. And for him to do that, and then knowing I worked for that man's company, it's firsthand. But like I said, at the end of the day, as long as the right wing, because there's a difference between Republicans and the right wing Republicans. There's a total difference. Okay, and as long as they keep pushing social media, they're going to use Twitter, aka X now, Instagram, Facebook,
you're kind of cutting out.
Oh, Tarita, you got to go out and come back in. Look, it's your connection is like
ma'am, you are currently streaming from the 5th dimension. You need to fix that.
Your audio, it was twerking down, girl, like a Megan Thee Stallion knees. It was giving Megan Thee Stallion knees connection, boo. I just dropped the StreamYard link again though for ya.
Oh, I get what she's saying because I follow politics. Pretty much I have to. I ain't got no choice because I'm going to Washington D.C. to meet with these fucking Republicans. Not that I want to, but for the sake of my community, I have to. So I understand exactly what she's saying. I wish we lived in a world where this wasn't happening. but because
What,
it
what,
is,
what wasn't happening?
where we're not, where people are not unaliving themselves based on a lie,
Or being
where
able to spread a misinformation like a mother.
yes, and where people, and where the masses are not being duped based on a lie. Like, I wish we had more intellectual individuals
Do y'all
instead of
think that we deserve social media? Because, you know, the millennials, we came from the world without it. And then when it was first introduced to us, it wasn't social media, it was the internet that was introduced to us. I remember the best we had at most was like Yahoo Messenger and like Black Planet forums. You had like dating apps, and you did have like sites that had forums or whatever, but the forums were pretty like low key. It wasn't like a social media thing yet. Mostly people was using the internet like download music, to look up information like that. I feel like that was the perfect version of the internet integrated into society. It's like during like the from like the year 2000 to like
2010-ish.
yeah, to like 2010-ish was just like the perfect years of the internet. And if you think about it, ironically, we did not have a spike in mass outings. There were no school outings, you know, maximized like that. All of a sudden, social media goes kaboom, and then society goes straight to shit with it. And almost every issue that we had, even issues that were like at a misdemeanor low scale level, became completely felon at that point, were completely oversaturated in crime and criminality, mental illness. I mean, it's just crazy as fuck at what the existence of this shit has already done, and social media is still in an infant state. It's still in an infant state. Do y'all feel like we are mature enough as a collective for this yet? I mean, considering the pros and the cons, because you know it ain't fair to talk about the negative, to talk about the positive. There's major positive as well. People are able to create community, get resources to themselves, get GoFundMe's. People are able to make noise. People are able to do all type of things, connect with the proper people directly by DMing, you know, politicians or the president of a company, or you know, like there's a lot of good here too. Between like the pros and the cons, at this point, all the good that's being done by way of social media, all the bad that's being done by way of social media. Would y'all vote off yes for us to continue on? Or would y'all vote no and suspend it until further notice?
Oh, you know I'm voting.
We honestly, we're not mature enough. I would say
full steam ahead, Captain.
I would vote yes.
Suspended.
Let's
I
go.
would say suspended.
Yeah, I would vote to keep it.
Vote to keep it, okay. And hold on. So okay, so William, you say suspended. Perp says keep it. Tyrus, are you saying keep it?
Absolutely.
Intersex?
I say keep it, but identification.
Shauna? Well, that would be the till further notice part, intersex. Like,
yeah.
So I guess, are you really saying suspended until further notice? Further notice being until we put some shit in place.
Yes, a suspended for at least a half a decade.
No, okay, now we had to give it a time for suspension.
Yeah, I ain't down for that. You can kiss that goodbye. Because what we also got to consider when we're regulating things is the impact that it's going to have on the average citizen lives. The average citizen is using the social media to do commerce. You have to also look at the potential industries that you're going to be impacting and the devastating impact that that can have on your ability to do commerce.
But we can
Because
still
it's-
have the internet, but not have social media.
But
Yeah,
what I'm telling you is there's a lot of people who are using social media
Well, they're gonna have to
to
go back
do their.
out of better commerce because we were doing just fine before we created it, and commerce was
Yeah,
still.
that's easier said than done. The whole point of the Pandora's box story was once you open it,
So we should.
it's open.
So exactly. So we should sustain it for the sake of capitalism. Like I'm not
I'm
willing.
not saying that. No, what I'm saying is that it goes back to what would a reasonable person do. You don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. There's
Well,
ways of handling things
Can I
like
jump in
anything
real
else.
quick?
but that's the thing.
No.
If we are currently in a state where what we've created is costing lives, why do we have less push to regulate that than the conversations going on around genuine control and access to certain weapons? Because these things, like, are we interested in actually preserving society and doing what's in the best interest of the quality of human life, or are we in the best interest of saving corporations and sustaining our bottom dollar and making sure the economy is well? Even though I'm not going to take anything away from the fact that we need an economy for obvious reasons, because unfortunately we are already vacuumed into a capitalistic system that already has moved full steam ahead and is just going to be a thing. But however, I mean, if what we're doing is costing communities, is that conversation any different than, you know, the conversations where we talk about how patriarchy is costing women, how sexism is costing women, how homophobia, like, because we are talking about this thing is claiming lives. Like, it's not even like just we feel, it's just, it's so stressed. Like, people are dying. There's blood in the land. It's already bad enough that there's blood in capitalism. Capitalism has it's bloodied up, embodied up. And social media is just another avenue to put bodies in the land. But I guess I'm gonna go out on a limb and say then in some way I must be I must be idealistic, because I would rather have the quality of life and even if that means letting the goddamn economy crash. I'm an African man. I'm an African man. I'm okay with running butt naked through the woods and living off the earth.
But how many unalignments will come from that, though? Because once you crash a whole economy, you're going to have more lives being lost, because you have now a situation where people are in survival mode and they're going to do it by any means necessary at that point.
I mean, people doing that people doing that in the so-called sophisticated system.
Exactly. It will continue. This is the latest thing at this point.
And of course it's going to be I get it. And of course it's going to be escalated because people are on the titty, and taking the titty away ain't going it temporarily it is going to be anarchy. But if we're not going to take it off the table, I mean, I guess then we are forced to literally continue to explore ways to control this beast, or to keep the leash on this beast. And is there a way to reimagine this world entirely without the beast, without the 666 at all?
Of course there is, because the imagination is not limited. The imagination itself is limitless. So of course there's always a way to imagine better things into being. We have seen it happen constantly with different things that have come into being because somebody took the time to imagine something different.
Teresa said the internet can go on from 8 and turn off at 5. Could y'all imagine the government turn it off the internet at 5 o'clock.
Well, you know what?
Riots in the streets.
I was
Boy.
thinking.
That'd be a key, honey. That'd be a key.
I was thinking about them actually. Hey everybody,
Hey, boo.
I had two questions. What do y'all think about there being fees, like membership fees, to actually just join social media? Do y'all think that will help regulate people's behaviors if you were actually like charged to be? Because I know there are some social media platforms you have to pay to be a part of. Do y'all think that will help somewhat in a resolve?
Did that help Twitter rumors?
No, like, will that help resolve? Like, because I think because the majority of the major social media companies are free, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Right.
Yes,
So,
because you're the
my question
product.
is-
Like, if people had to do paid subscription for these platforms, if it also would increase the incentive to like,
wasn't that the original purpose of OnlyFans?
But OnlyFans ain't having these problems, which is to her point. Like, what you pay for, you make sure to get your experience out of. Like, if you like having something being free to you is more likely to be abused and just, you know, wipe your ass with it versus something that you're putting your money into. So you signing up for, you know, subscription-based platform, you know, you're less likely to be as abusive and ratchet because your good money is going into this shit. It ain't like you can just get on here, act crazy, get banned, create another profile. You paying your money. That money means something to you. That money connected to your hard work. More than likely, you're gonna want to show up and you're gonna want to do the so-called right thing. If your money is pressed into the space.
So just in a hypothetical, let's say we implement that, right? Like I'm not gonna say we can't do it. Let's say we implement
with the ID, along with all of
that.
that.
Yeah. What happens? What happens, rumors, when a whole bunch of social media content creators now start complaining that they can't make engaging enough content for people to actually watch their stuff?
Well,
because
that's
nobody's
their
going to pay
business.
those.
That's their business.
Right. But rumors.
Because
So
you
why
could
would
do-
those content creators then? You see what I mean? Like rumors. Why would
But I'm not
most of the
saying. I'm not
content creators
saying.
agree to that?
Listen, I'm not saying. No, I'm saying regard content creator, viewers, everyone. No one particular person. Everyone would have to pay just to be a part. They could literally make it monthly.
Or maybe,
Where,
I mean, well, hold on. I add in. It can operate like the kid side of YouTube, where, I mean, if you don't pay, you still can turn it on, and I still can get my click and a view.
But you can't engage.
In the live stream, it'll still count as a click and a view, but you just don't get all the other amenities and luxuries of interacting, being in a space. But, I mean, at the very least, you still get to access the platform, which can help content creators to still get their clicks and get their views the way that the kids side still is able to have like millions of views on videos, etc. So maybe there can be a free tier for the platforms, but that free tier only allows you to be a viewer. You don't get to be interactive. You don't get to be a participant. You just get to view the content.
I actually have another suggestion on
William,
top of that.
wait a minute, William, before I lose my thought, because I'm gonna drop back down. The second part of that is in regards to being able to capitalize, people that have businesses and things of that nature. I think the idea, like, they should be treated like they are employees in a sense of you know what I mean? Like, even like private contractors, you pay for certain, like going salons, and people pay for their booth and things of that nature. And there are certain things in the contract that, you have this agreement, you have to do this, you have to do that, yada yada yada. And I feel like it should be that way, because again, as Conscious stated, and I don't know if anyone else thinks that's logical, but the way I'm seeing it, when people invest their money, it's going to be a few bad apples, of course, that's going to literally pay the money and still want to be assholes. But most people, especially those that work hard for their money, they're going to respect what they're spending their money on and try not, you know what I'm saying, to get the best value out of that, you know what I'm saying, that they've invested in.
I really like the idea, you guys. The state license, age restricted. I like the idea of paid subscription, and then the idea of, you know, content creators can still get their clicks and views by there being a free tier for users to still be able to sign up for the platform. They still can view the content, but they can't be interactive unless they putting that money into the system and they submitting, you know, to all the other things that we done put in place. I think that's cool. I think that is some health. I think that's some healthy functional shit that definitely scales back a lot of the foo la la ha ha ba ga ga.
So
Oh,
my on top on top,
Like I'm ready to go to my local. I'm ready to go to my state. I'm ready to go to my governor right now. I'm ready to go to Congress. Condoleezza, move the hell out of the way, bitch. I'm ready to. I feel like I got a model and a plan, an action, and something that I'm living for that as a solution. I think that is totally fair. And why not? There already are paid subscription-based platforms like Netflix, Zeus Network, Spotify, all this other shit. I mean, Christian Mingo. Hell, remember when Facebook first came out? You actually had to be a college student. You had to submit your ID and all that shit to access Facebook. Then it became open to the general public, but it was initially for college students. And you had to put in like your college ID number and shit in order to even have a profile on that. I love this. Now Tyru's trying to find some way to be the devil's advocate. He's trying so hard to get up.
I love that for you.
He trying.
So
the warlock is trying so hard to combat the light, honey. He in that brain trying to figure out.
It's not hard. I mean,
that
it's been sitting right here. I mean, I can't imagine how many YouTubers I would have missed out on because they only had maybe a couple hundred subscribers, maybe 10, 20 people viewing they shit, and there ain't no way I'm paying $15 to watch somebody's shit for 10 minutes. No. You're gonna kill content creators trying to come up with that.
You just
on the subscription base.
Yeah, but you just took out that there's a free tier that allows you to still watch. You still get access to the content. You still get to click and view. You still get the support. You still get access to the content.
Right, but what naturally comes with that is since you're making a tier, that automatically means that the people who are getting paid on the other end of the content creators, the algorithm is still going to put their videos up before yours, which is conscious your whole point of why you're beefing with social media. Because once again, by creating tiers, you don't have an equal system because that's literally the definition.
No, I don't know. No. I'm not because I'm lost on what you're saying because we're speaking about this plan from the perspective of keeping people safe. That this is a safety mechanism for people like content creators and yourself to not be abused.
Benjamin Franklin, I think, had a great quote. He said something along the lines of people who would trade in freedom for safety and security deserves neither. At the end of the day, I'm not for the nanny state stuff. Like, and at the end of the day, Conscious, you have mentioned before, it does suck. What also is true is you knew what you signed up for. You have acknowledged that. Both things are true.
I don't understand.
So at some point,
this is not like this is really not rocket science. We already live in a system that has laws in place. We know that there's shit right now we can't do, regardless of what our philosophies are. We know we murder somebody, our ass is going to be charged, and there's going to be a trial, and it's going to be if you steal, if you fraud, if you fight and hurt somebody, if you cause injury, if you are issuing out terroristic attacks, etc. Like we already live in a system that's regulated by like universal rules that apply to everybody, regardless of your philosophy, your race, your gender, your ethnicity, etc. We're bringing rules to social media. That can be a thing. Like we really are in a space to recreate this and to create it without all the bullshit that's been left out of the mix because we've been too busy to get to the bag, and capitalism has been a priority, and that's why we opened up Pandora's box before we.
So again, I agree with the state ID. I was just pushing back on the subscription. That's all I pushed back.
Hold on, I'm not finished. And that's why we opened up Pandora's box without making sure that we did that. in a bunker and sealed off all the walls and make sure like it's right. We opened up Pandora's box all out in the damn open. We essentially opened up a black hole in the middle of Times Square. And then we are mad and upset at the fact that half the fucking state of New York is gone because we done ran to be curious and to get paid, and to, once again, the creators of this stuff ran toward capitalism and did not assess the fucking risk. And that was just irresponsible. And it would be just as irresponsible as a scientific laboratory opening up a goddamn black hole in the middle of Times Square. Oh, you need to go do that shit on the moon, bitch. You need to go do that shit several miles under the earth. You need to go travel to Mars and play with that surface and play with that ground. Or, you need to, consider the risk. Unfortunately, we created something that we're now having to backtrack, which is fine. Let's backtrack. I don't give a damn what we got to do. What I know has to happen is, and I know the only right thing that we should be doing is talking about prevention, talking about how to curb some of the stuff. I want to be on the space just as protected, and I want to know that the people who abuse me on this space get to be subjected to accountability the way that I can expect the state to hold people accountable, who steal my converter, who burglarized my car, who pistol whipped me and stole my Gucci purse. I want to know that I can enter in this space too and be safe. We deserve that.
So again, I don't know where all of a sudden I didn't agree about state IDs and all this. I simply pushed back on just subscriptions. That's the only thing I pushed back on. I didn't push back on anything else.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, Jesus
so thank
Christ,
you for clarifying that, because you ain't finna get an argument on me. So thanks for clarifying that. So now what I'm curious to do is I'm gonna actually put together a show, and I'm gonna reach out to I'm gonna find some creators who have created like forums and social media apps, and I'm gonna book them for interviews, and I want to talk about safety. I want to know what they have to say about safety and what they have to say about space and preventive measures, etc., because this is a great conversation. And as a creator myself, I'm in danger. My viewers are in danger. Consumers are in danger. I'm a consumer as well. I'm a viewer, etc. And I'm never going to not be able to advocate for safety. And safety, Deborah, it looks like the safety you have in your car with a seatbelt and an airbag, it ain't going to necessarily ensure that you're not going to be blown to smithereens or to die on impact, but these are safety measures. We just need to, are we literally sitting here saying that social media does not deserve any safety? We already have, there already are community.
No one said that.
There already are community guidelines. There already are community guidelines. There already are rules here. There already are grounds in which you can be terminated on. You can be suspended on. This already is a land that has laws. We're not entirely completely in a lawless land. And obviously the creators of Google and Facebook and MySpace and Instagram and YouTube also decided safety mechanisms need to be put into place, which is why they have community guidelines to begin with, which is why you can report content to begin with, which is why you can report a user to begin with. So we now just need to create a better safety guideline rule for these social media things, and these platforms need to also reinforce those things. Don't just have them up there as token feel goods. Enforce the shit. But since we already got rules here too, let's create better rules. Let's create better boundaries. Let's create more efficient systems.
So I have a question in regards to the subscription part of it, because Warlock is saying that he doesn't feel that the subscription part of it would be adequate. So how would that just with? I'm not saying that the subscription base would totally stop.
How could
the
it not be
bleeding.
adequate? All the content on Netflix is adequate and does numbers without you being able to interact with the content.
But there is no aspect of Netflix where you can ever interact with it. Unlike social media, that is a completely different business model. That is a completely different business model. You are trying to correlate a completely different business model. This is why the subscription thing will not work.
Excuse me, Netflix represents what the free tier will look like. I don't understand what you don't understand about.
And I cannot drop a super chat while watching Netflix.
So what? So what? So what? So what? So what?
So it's a completely different business model. That's the so what?
No, that's a lie.
That's literally the so what.
That's a
no,
lie.
you just want to accept the truth. That's literally the so what.
What you're going to do is go on mute, because that's actually a lie. Okay,
no,
so what
that's actually the truth.
No, it's actually a lie. What you need to do is write down the hypothetical so that when your brain is braining, it can brain well. Because you can still super chat and submit.
Go live on Netflix right now.
If you sign up for the subscription. The subscription is what allows you the luxury of being able to be interactive in the same way that we all are now. So that's the part that y'all are missing out on. You forget that this is a tier system. A tier system. Free tier, your ass get to just be an observer, just like on Netflix, just like on HBO Max, just like Disney Plus. You can't interact with the content. You can only choose the content, view the content, click the content, thumbs up the content, thumbs down the content. When you do that, when you have a paid subscription, you can do all the things that you do in here. You can hit panels, you can Jones, you can super chat, you can whatever. Okay? So keep the whole system in mind when you're trying to be a weak ass devil's advocate.
So conscious,
once again, no. Well, I got a response. So once again, this is a completely.
William, overtalk his ass. Claim your spot.
This is a completely different business model. Right? Because nobody's dropping a super chat on Netflix.
Don't you take Tyrus?
Hey, Conscious, go live on Netflix right now, Conscious. If it's the same business model, if it's the same business model, go live on Netflix right now, Conscious.
Don't you
prove me wrong.
Conscious. Claim your spot, William.
Prove me wrong and go live on Netflix. You guys, you can prove me.
Don't let that man show you, William.
Right now by going live on Netflix.
Why you letting that man
you can prove me wrong. Prove me wrong by going live on Netflix right now. That's the same business.
Why you letting Tyrus Debo you right now?
So this is my question.
Your spot.
So, Conscious, this is my question. My question was in regard to the system, because we actually YouTube has some sort of system in place for that already for certain videos that content creators cannot use for certain videos. So, for an example, if you click on a video, you can't see the chat, you can't see the live, you can't see any of that. The only thing you see is, sorry, you have to pay. It worked. They already implemented here. The issue is going to be, if we can use that model for what Conscious is talking about, which is make that model into a fully rounded package where we can get the ID, where we can make sure that everybody is safe on this platform. So we already have that system in place. I just wish YouTube would implement it further. So you really don't have an argument here, Taru.
At all.
Sorry.
Baseless.
Will, yes or no, you could go live on Netflix right now.
Why does man focus on and we just use Netflix as a model?
It's
we
a
just
completely
because
different
he
business
chose
model.
to
What
use
part of
it for
business
peace.
and economics?
understand.
What part of
What are you
business and
missing?
economics do you guys not understand?
What are
I
you
swear, it's like I'm the only
Netflix
person in the
is
brokerage
a
account
what
or
billion
I,
billion dollar
economic
company, a
picture.
multi-million
It
dollar
is a
company?
completely
I
Economic.
get
different
what
business.
They're doing
We're
economically
talking
well.
about a social media platform
The kids side
compared
of
to
YouTube is doing
a
real well. Do
production,
you know how much some of
compared
those
to a
kids stars?
video
Do
streaming
you know
service. It's
how
not
much
the
some of those kid stars
same.
make on the kids side of YouTube and don't have a
Oh
damn
my
live
god.
chat and don't have
y'all are
and,
hilarious.
Oh my
and are
god.
subject to a clicking view?
Next
So,
panel, we're
Those
gonna be
kid
we're
channels
gonna be
are
comparing
making millions of
semiconductors
dollars without a super
to
chat,
automobiles.
without a live chat,
We're gonna
without
be
a comment
we're gonna be
section.
comparing
Do you
Apple.
know what a
so
Google AdSense check look like on some of those kid channels on the kid side of YouTube? You got to get the fuck out of here. Them niggas got brand deals and all over there. You talking about something that already exists?
We are talking about a different
talking about
business
something
model.
that already exists successfully.
And yet somehow
already exists. Like
and
William
yet
said,
somehow
we're
the
just talking
majority of
about
your
bringing it
colleagues
all
want nothing.
together in one
And yet the
and
majority of your
capitalizing off
colleagues
the
want
strength
nothing to do with it.
of
Why?
all the things that already
The
exist.
majority of your
implement
the
it as one
majority of
whole
your
thing.
colleagues want nothing to do with that model. Why?
Nobody knows what the hell Tyrus is talking about.
The majority
I
of your
know.
colleagues don't want anything to do with the
My colleagues are
subscription model
dumb.
that
They're
you're
not even
suggesting.
talking about this. They're dumb.
But
They don't
I'm
even
saying,
know.
like,
They
why?
don't even have access to the
Why would
conversation.
but
They
why?
don't even
Why
have
would
access to
somebody?
the hypothetical.
Why would somebody
They're not
screw
even
themselves
aware of
over
how
like that?
kids YouTube work. Half of them
I'm
never even been over there to even
if
know what
I'm
the hell I'm
trying to
talking
be
about.
on
They're
the up
dumb.
and coming,
My colleagues are
and the
idiots.
only way
They're not
people
even
can
having
really get
the importance
involved
of
with me is I
conversation. They're not
pay
even
them,
talking and exploring
I'm
about solutions
screwed.
to begin with. So how about go get my colleagues and bring them over here so I can educate them? And let's see how
Okay,
they feel about it.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Some of my
And I'll be
some of my
right.
colleagues
Hey,
actually are already
and
here
when you
because
drop,
William is the
and when
content.
you text
Because
me the
William
link,
is the
I'm just
content.
going.
Hold on,
Yes,
hold on,
please.
William. Hold on, because some of my colleagues already here. William is a content creator, actually, and Intersex is a content creator on Instagram, and she is pro safety, and William is pro safety and prevention.
Just because I'm not for subscriptions means
No,
I'm
you don't.
automatically not for safety. What kind of horse shit logic is that? Literally, I disagree with one aspect, and then all of a sudden, I'm not for safety. That's that same bullshit argument with you disagree with one aspect. All of a sudden, everything you just said gets negated.
Little
That's
Red
some bullshit.
Riding Hood.
Yeah,
Stop with the fake outrage.
No, it's not fake. It's just stupidity. It is stupidity. I'm disappointed with the stupidity.
Stop
honestly,
with the fake outrage.
I'm disappointed with the stupidity.
You stop
Straight
your shit, damn it.
Straight up.
Can y'all hear me okay? I'm just trying to make sure I can still be heard.
Okay, so I have a okay, so here is where I can see Netflix being a foundation for what Conscious is talking about. We can actually use that as a foundation. That doesn't necessarily mean that the business model that Netflix has is the same as what YouTube has. But if we can integrate some of what they do into YouTube, that would help us flourish even more into this conversation. He's not saying that, and I hear what you're saying, Warlock. I'm not disputing you, but what I am saying is, if we can implement some form of what Netflix and Max whatever the fuck it is,
and the kids side of YouTube is already a thing.
It's already there, yeah. So if we can,
it's already a working multi-million-dollar system.
Whoa. YouTube, by that logic, YouTube already has a tool that you could use. You can age restrict your own videos. You can go ahead. You can do that right now.
I'm the one who said we already have a law-based system here.
So then why change anything? If content creators already have these tools,
we just talked about why.
If the tools are already there,
Riding Hood.
you see, You
I'm
see,
in
panel.
danger a little bit,
You
right?
see, panel. This is what I'm talking about. They want to change the system, and yet, guess what? No one's going to enforce it. It doesn't matter if you change the system if no one
William, if
enforces
you
it.
thought that
This is
you
what
were
this.
pessimistic,
Unfortunately,
boo,
panel.
you
This is what
forgot that the
Conscious and
king
the
of
rest of them
pessimism
don't
is
understand.
the warlock.
You can change the system. You could do all this crap, but if you don't have the people to enforce the laws already on the books, you are wasting your
we're
time.
talking about the people enforcing them.
You can't even guarantee that, just like you can't guarantee that
We're
in
not
any
talking
system.
About,
oh my God!
This is I don't. My brain is just unable to do it, but I'm gonna try to do it.
Oh man, this is a low IQ argument right now.
Do you realize that laws and societies evolved first and foremost because of ideas
and desires? Desires.
Everything that ever became better and was expounded upon, which is how we came out of the Bronze Age, how we came into the industrial revolution age, how we evolved technology, evolved the internet. We're talking about evolution here, and all evolution starts off as somebody having a light bulb, brilliant idea that then we implement into a system to create an experience. So we're having a creative conversation, and you're already far off into the life of pessimism, talking about the hypothetical of
subscription based
of authors and the creators of these things. Not, and it's like, girl, that's all conjecture. I'm talking about an idea, and the center is prevention of bullshit. But since you brought a great aspect into this, okay, creators still need to be able to get a bang for their buck. That all can work in this model that we're talking about. And I still don't understand.
Why aren't the tools being implemented now?
I still don't understand what you're getting at.
If the tools are already available, which they are,
are you there?
This system can already exist right now.
Hold on.
With no government intervention, right? Every content creator can age restrict their videos, correct?
No,
I'm just talking about from the subscription base. I'm talking about from the subscription base. This is the only thing I'm really talking about here from that aspect.
What about the subscription base?
Right. Okay. So if we're going to a subscription base, remember, Conscious, you said a few minutes ago, hey, I don't want a 16-year-old watching my content because I feel like it's an adult. So my content should be age restricted. That came out of your mouth. So based on that, think about how many other content creators would then have to age restrict their content. But based on a subscription model, they're going to be screwed out of so many potential viewers and everything. Because let's be clear, because the reality is consumer behavior states that most people aren't even going to bother. That's the reality. That's not the fairy tale. That's the reality.
Okay, so
consumer market says that they're not going to rock with
capitalism. I don't.
I
don't care about the
okay, but the majority does. Conscious, unfortunately, the majority does.
I would rather. Unfortunately, if regulated and making and putting a goddamn leash on Pandora's big bullying ass is okay. We got to figure out some other money means. Hey, that just means that the platform itself, our creators can get very motherfucking creative. All that stuff can be reinvented. We can reinvent the wheel, baby. We find if it's anything that we know how to do it as humans is generate a means to motivate a goddamn dollar to be given. So we just have we are making make sense. We will.
Can you hear me okay?
Once again, so people don't think I'm anti-safety. The state ID is great idea, all that other stuff. I am simply against the subscription base. I think that's just a really bad idea. That's it.
So
if money is the incentive, sure. Maybe.
Hang on. So why has OnlyFans been so successful? And they also have a live chat thing going on.
Because they showing titties on there, William. That's why it's successful.
But we don't even
dudes be paying for shit. That's why. Come on,
fans. The kids platform is filled with billionaires, hundreds of thousandaires. We don't even you don't even gotta go to the extreme of OnlyFans.
Bro,
Kids,
and guess what?
YouTube,
Only and yet
kids, YouTube
and
is
yet
the model.
Can I
and
say
yet
something real quick?
but the social media apps, the free ones, the ones that everyone has access to, still has far more engagement than OnlyFans. That's also the truth. Like, come on, guys. Like, come on.
Can I say something real quick? So the way people can't even stay off of social media on a date, at work, etc., you really think that paying for social media is going to affect the people making money on it?
Intersex. If you go to a system like that with subscription, and remember how we was talking about with the guy who self-deleted in Italy and how that's going to be very difficult. How do you stop people from simply going to a social media app not governed by US law? Because let's be clear, right? What is capitalism? And by the way, what's our drug war here in America, Intersex? There's a void in the drug market based on capitalism, based on Americans demanding drugs. They're there to fill that void. That's economics 101. And so guess what? If you go to a subscription base like that with those heavy things, God, we know what our guys, Intersex, remember, we're the LimeWire generation. We don't want to pay artists for music if we don't have to. That's why we was burning CDs and selling that shit in high school. Like I'm dealing with realistic consumer
No, you're not,
tendencies
because
here.
kids, YouTube already exists realistically, and they ain't having no issues, no protests. They making all the money.
So LimeWire wasn't the shit
They
back
don't
in
need
the
no
day,
damn
huh?
super
Not
chats, no nothing.
everybody wasn't on
It's
LimeWire.
already, I ain't talking about. I'm talking about now.
Oh, okay,
I don't
okay,
need a past example.
okay.
Kids,
Yeah.
YouTube
Oh,
is
people still ain't
now
bootlegging movies and stuff like that, right? Okay.
multi-million-dollar side of YouTube with thriving content creators, thriving child stars, sponsor deals, hundreds of thousands in Google AdSense and revenue, commercials and all. It's no hindrance. It's working. It's going just fine. The ecosystem is already sustained. Matter of fact, I would encourage everybody to sign up out of here after this live and go run your ass through Kids YouTube.
That's funny because other content creators at your level are going to hear what you just said, Conscious, and go, and their response is going to be, well, if it is what you're saying right now, why change? Why change if you just said that it's already there? So what's the point?
If people's incentive is to make money, then they're going to be the people who don't want proper change, and because all these same content creators who want the Wild Wild West like the Wild Wild West until they're subjected to the Wild Wild West.
That is
all
basic
these
human desires. Of course, people want to get
okay
paid.
with the Wild Wild West until the Wild Wild West shows up at their door. I'll never
What
forget.
country?
I'll never
what
forget.
society can you point to where people don't want to get paid?
It's story time.
I'm sorry.
It's story time. I'll never forget when I was on Knockout Media's channel 2 years ago, and we were having a discussion, and there was hate groups going on and smear campaigns going on then. And what people got clever enough to do is people who were avatars and talking as Bubbles and had nicknames actually decided to target some of Knockout Media's followers who happened to be using their government names. And then what they did is they went and doxed those people because they, first of all, knew they could get away with it. They knew that their own identities could be concealed because they don't have to come through no rite of passage or have to be subjected to no security issues. They can just come on here as a Phantom of the damn Opera and snatch you and your government name up and then do all the willy-nilly shit. And then they gave that information to a creator who had a platform and then then had them put those viewers on blast. And guess what? It was all fine and dandy until being in the Wild Wild West showed up on their motherfucking doorstep, and now their family and their friends and their images and their children's are being plastered and run down on, and people are in comment sections talking about how they're going to grape their 2-year-old and how they're going to come to their house and grape their 7-year-old in the middle of the night. And people was putting their addresses in the comment section and everything else, and it caused a big ass stir, and content and viewers were up fucking set, completely offended, felt completely exposed. They were completely defensive because it wasn't shit that nobody could do about it. They just had to eat it. The damage was already done, Even if the content then came down, even if the content creator later put the video down, even if we went and flagged the video, the information had already existed now for 24 hours before YouTube would even respond. It was already up in flames by then. So I done seen the way it goes, and I don't like. I feel like we can figure it all out. I don't know why we're jumping to the end of the road instead of just forcing our brains to continue to then let's make it make sense. So let's actually try to find a way to consider all the factors that make them work instead of just hitting a brick wall when we feel like, oh, it's ridiculous. Let's continue to forge through because we're on a great track right here.
So okay, so this is my question. So hey,
can y'all hear me at all?
Yeah, I can.
Yes,
yeah.
ma'am.
Okay.
So
I get.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Purple. You've been waiting a long time. I shouldn't be talking, child.
I appreciate it. I get what Tyrus is saying because basically what he's saying is when you start a business model a certain way and then all of a sudden you completely switch that business model, it do tend to collapse apps. There's been a lot of apps that will initially start off as a free app, and once they go to subscription, people just chose other stuff. So I can't understand where he's coming from, where he's saying that because the internet can still be used where you can seek out other apps, people will just simply shift to other apps. And it's happened time and time again. When you radically go from one way of doing business with that app and then you dramatically change it, people tend to get really nasty about that and they just disengage. And an app that could be really on and popping 1 minute can be instantly destroyed because of a bad business model the next. So I get what he was talking about.
This is why you need to do it over time instead of doing it all at once. That's the problem with big businesses today, is that they do everything on a whim and not implementing the plans as it goes over time. That's called strategic planning, which is what we do at my organization. We strategically plan for the 10 years that we're going to do this. So that way, if we miss the mark in that 10-year planning, we could always adjust it. You don't do it all at once. Oh, we got quiet up in here, didn't we?
I'm still confused. We at like there are people watching me right now who not even signed into YouTube. There are people who view me who don't even have a YouTube platform. I get emails from people saying, I don't have a YouTube account, but I be watching you faithfully and I love your content. And still also have the opportunity to Cash App me a donation and PayPal me a donation. They don't even have to be signed in because guess what? They still get to see the content. And guess what? Them looking at it, even without a profile, still counts as a click and a view on my end.
So so the subscription base wouldn't do anything to change anything.
Oh my God!
Like it just
Tyrus, I want you to pull out.
You just negated everything.
I want you to pull out a piece of paper.
Guys,
I want you to pull out a piece of paper, and I want
Consciousness showed you, God, panel.
And I want you to
Consciousness told you guys all the different ways that people are gonna get around the subscription base. Y'all heard that, right? Y'all heard that, right? I'm not the only one who heard that.
I'm the person who's completely willing to sacrifice money altogether. I've talked about tiers. I know
you're willing to sacrifice it. But you also understand that the majority aren't.
I'm combating you who's saying that somehow people not being able to super chat, which is not a feature that's not there. If you are submitting to the second tier, which is a paid tier, to participate and be interactive, you have the opportunity to support your content creator the same way that we're already here now. Matter of fact, nothing actually changes with the paid tier except you get to be interactive and you have to stand in the visibility of it all.
Do we need another example? Take a look at Patreon.
Yo, what is up with this Zodiac shit, man? Y'all really like what?
So I have a question. This is Conscious. Okay, as a YouTuber, okay, and this is for anybody here that's a YouTuber. You are freelance, am I correct?
Yes, I'm basically a personal contractor as a content creator here.
Okay. Allow me to play devil's advocate here. Okay. Now, as you said, you want social media to be more conscious and be more straight and protective of the viewers that come and view.
It's static in your phone. It's a connection.
Is there her microphone?
I don't know.
Yeah, you traveling through a wormhole right now. You need to.
No, hold on a second. I had my iPods in my. I had my iPods on.
Crackling and breaking up.
Okay, yeah, you may want to take your iPods out.
All right. Hold on a second.
Look at Mary.
Hey, Mary. Hey, Mary. Hey, this weirdo got him calling me a warlock, though.
Calm down a little bit. I'm gonna say because
hold on,
it's gonna be the last thing I say, and I'm gonna hang up for the night. As you being YouTubers and freelance, okay. And like I said, allow me to play devil's advocate here. I'm looking at it from both sides. Conscious will, you guys wanted, and Lock, you guys wanted to be more protective of your viewers, and you know, for their safety, because I still can't get that young man out of my head. I can't. And my thing of it is this: at the end of the day, okay, like he was saying, like Locke was saying earlier, okay, with Netflix, and I heard all that and y'all fussing about that. But at the end of the day, prime example, earlier this week, and it's a totally different industry, but they are freelancers too. There were Uber and Lyft drivers that went on strike basically because they were being underpaid. When you involve money into the issue, where like you Conscious was saying that was a good idea as far as like subscription and this and that, bop.
Hold on, Tarita. Boo, I'm gonna really need you to get your audio together because it's really like hurting everybody.
Calling from the Matrix.
So try to go out and come back in, love, because or communicate it from the chat if you have to. Before you go, William, welcome to the platform, Reckless. This funky pussy monkey bitch. You just wanted to come up here to show that goddamn backdrop. So let me blow her the fuck up because she thinks she done did something with her goddamn little twinkle stars and her motherfucking Big Dipper all against the wall right here, honey.
And that's
like, you're not gonna be disrespecting my Reckless boo.
In February,
I don't pay. First and foremost, I don't pay Conscious any mind.
Okay, with these motherfucking period, Amazon lights in the corner, girl.
That's on period, bitch. But it's Walmart. Okay.
Motherfucker got a ladder and sitting on the back of the lamp.
For real. I know you ain't talking with you and your fucking floating moon that you had.
And then you still up here foggy, bitch. You still up here, girl.
Yeah, right. Anyway,
you delayed and you foggy and you glitching.
As I continue,
we can't hear you because you glitching.
Okay, so here's the thing. I'm still glitching. Am I glitching?
Yes, you frozen and glitching. It's twerking, girl.
It's twerking.
It's giving Frisiana.
CTV, you in the timeout corner, sir.
It's too much shit. It's too much shit plugged up.
Oh my God. I'm so happy I'm in the damn line.
Hey, y'all still use the AOL, man? Like, come on, dog. Y'all need to upgrade y'all shit.
Coming on here thinking she cute, trying to outdo my production.
Hold
Y'all
up,
not
bitch.
gonna be
Can you
giving
hear
my
me?
boo Reckless a hard time.
Hold on, let me just gather these hoes real quick. It's all these bitches.
It's
on this
giving
thing. I just
1080p. It's giving Fogiana.
Hold up, this
It's
bitch
giving
got
War
us.
of the Worlds. It's giving I'm
Let
on
me
my
get these
hot
hoes
spot.
together real quick. Hold up, bitch.
Not my hot
Yo,
spot.
Rumor,
Lord have
stop
mercy.
blaming
It's
me
giving hotspot
for.
Wi-Fi.
Ooh.
Hold up, bitch.
What
Y'all
is
hoes
my
got me
fault?
fucked
It's
up.
giving
Let
flip
me get
phone
these hoes
signal, girl.
together.
It's giving beeper
Let me get these hoes
connection.
together.
Nah.
Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yeah, we can see you, bro.
Okay. So first things first, while all you hoes sitting up on this motherfucking panel laughing, I'm out here in the country serving.
Ooh. Ooh.
Oh, you petty. You are so petty.
Bitch. Nah, bitch, don't do me, bitch. I'm out here serving this motherfucking country, and you hoes up trying to talk shit. I'm over here in the
Ooh. And ooh. What happened, Reckless? Oh, there you go again.
Conscious, you was wrong for that. Oh, Lord Jesus, I think I done got my laugh for tonight.
And your Wi-Fi is doing the same.
I'm still
waiting.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Oh my
It's a
God.
whole key.
I need to get together over here.
Oh, thank you, Jesus. Oh my God, thank you. Hallelujah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so all jokes aside, because I really coming for a purpose though. I really want to understand what the hell both you guys are talking about, because I feel like I might understand both sides, but I feel like at some point it gets choppy. There seems to be a disconnect between what you may be saying, Conscious, to what Tyrus is saying, and I feel like I'm somewhere in the middle. I understand both sides a little bit, but I feel like I'm still lost. And I was in this live for about like a good 30, 45, probably to an hour, and I was still.
You know that when Tyrus Ozempic starts to wear off, girl, he starts to suffer from withdrawal.
That's just cruel. That's
No, you didn't go with the Ozempic.
no, Ozempic starts to wear off after dinner, baby.
Man.
Okay. Now let me ask you, Reckless. Did you understand, or what do you understand about the new world that we were creating?
Okay, so what I understand is that from what people were saying is that there needs to be restrictions or limitations on the way that people operate the internet because of crazy situation of people doxing, strangers trying to stalking and murdering people and all of the other dark shit that comes along with people in city shit that they do with the internet, only because they know that a lot of the times too, when you enter social media spaces, your identity and your actual location is not always mandatory. And so a lot of times that's the reason why people call certain things burner accounts. That's also another reason why people have certain accounts that they troll on. You get what I'm saying? Now, I also heard somewhere about a subscription. I think that's where I'm getting like the mix up, but at the same time, that's what Tyrus is pushing back against. And from what I understand in terms of Tyrus is that he's saying that, okay, that's cool, but you need people to reinforce those rules. And from what I understand is that he used the idea of how content creators now can age restrict their videos, and they're not even doing that. Is that what I'm understanding? And building a subscription-based foundation, from what I understand of what he was saying, making this a subscription-based foundation now is gonna, I'm assuming, discourage people from being able to come to, I guess, the app. Because the same thing, like people, there's new apps all the goddamn time. So a lot of times when people do have certain issues with certain app, is going to be voiced on social media, and the only people that's going to be listening are the competitors of said app. So people will go somewhere else. Is that? I feel like is that? Am I right? Am I wrong? I still feel like I'm somewhere in the middle.
Reckless, you got my perspective down.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what he was saying.
Okay. So I'm good.
We're making so there's an assumption being made. First and foremost, we know that first of all, everybody who even signed into a YouTube account is not even using it to interact with a platform with. People literally have a profile just to be able to sign in and be like an actual thing, like to sign into their account, because in their account there's still incentive to sign in, right? Because you have access to your playlist on YouTube, you have access to your homepage, you have access to your algorithm as a viewer, you still have content being recommended to you as somebody who signed in, even in the free tier. So there's a lot of incentive to still sign in, which is why a lot of people who are still not interactive on YouTube as viewers still create a profile so that they can still access all of the other perks that come with having an actual profile.
Yeah, let me say this. Let me say this. So we'll discuss IG. I'm more active on IG. IG has a feature that they call close friends, right? Most people that utilize close friends, they charge a subscription fee. That content that's shared up there is only for the people that are a part of that subscription. So those people get behind the scene access. They get to talk and discuss things that they can't discuss. And the subscription list be long. People subscribe for those things because they know that this is a control site. And they don't have to worry about, you know what I'm saying? Or because, listen, you're going to have a certain amount of people that are going to fall off. The ones that are going to fall off, to be honest, are the ones it is necessary for them to fall off. Because 9 times out of 10, those are the ones that are going to be the ones that are going to violate. They're going to be the doxers and et cetera, et cetera. So you're not really losing anything. They can still see the basic stuff. You know what I mean? But they are limited in their engagement. And I don't think there's anything wrong with limiting. Like who would not want to limit? And it can be very much an option because that's what I feel like they've put the safeguards in there for the content creators. That's their option. So who you can choose who you engage in and don't engage with. You can literally make it private and make people that want to participate pay. I don't understand. Like that's more beneficial in the long run. Financially, they're still getting a coin. And in the long run, they have peace of mind. They don't have to worry about people, you know what I mean, harassing them or anything like that. So there's no loss there. And we do see that on social media platforms, they have systems that are in place. They may not be 100% enforced, but they do have systems that are in place for situations like this. But for whatever reason, Tyrus, maybe you're not aware of that because that's the whole purpose for close friends.
And Tyrus, what do you also think about what I said about you believing that not like that if people had to subscribe, which once again, YouTube is already by choice and people still choose to have a profile, and having a profile still come with all the other accessibilities, even if you can't interact with the platform in this hypothetical. You can't interact with I mean, but there's still reasons for you to sign up, just the same reason why people don't interact and still sign up for a profile. Are you on mute, Taros?
Just so we're clear, remember, guys, I'm basing my opinion off of the idea that we are pushing forward with this. So I want to make this work. All right. Not poo-poo, because the reason I push back, Conscious, is because you have to remember, since we are doing the state ID requirement, all those accounts that you're talking about disappears. It gets erased. because now you are literally going to have one single account attached to your state ID that now everybody has to upload.
But no,
Yeah,
but you know what,
that's how,
but even
that's
so,
how it's
Tyrese,
going to work.
No,
That's
no,
how it's going to
hold
work.
on. I don't want you to remember. That's the second tier jump off.
No. But remember, no, Conscious, remember, the original thing was we needed the state IDs to get any social media. No matter what the platform was here or not, we needed the ID.
Okay, so take that, because the wheel has evolved since our initial conversation. We got tiers. We've been talking about tiers for the past hour. So we got tier. We're creating. It's evolving. We got tiers: free tier, paid tier. Now the thing about the first tier is because it's free. This keeps people from being able to abuse avatars and hiding behind nicknames by restricting them from being interactive on the platforms and being able to do the shit that they do. If they want all of that luxury and freedom, that's their incentive to then jump up to the paid tier, where then they have to submit their ID, and then now they get held accountable as people participating on the platform.
But so in a way that but listen, in a way that helps the content creator, Tyrese, because if you think about it, a lot of content creators have purchased, their blue checks and some of their followings and things of that. And they've purchased that. That in total retrospect is a hidden blessing for content creators, because now that does the way it makes the competition fair. You understand? It makes it fair and balanced. Well, people numbers will be more authentic.
Yeah. The problem is that no business model, Rumors, is based on fairness when it comes to obtaining viewership. This is the ultimate problem, Rumors. Like, you can have a system where, infrastructure wise, the rules are in place for when you have to abide by the rules, but no one is obligated. There is not a business in this planet that's obligated to try to market you just as much as they market as someone else who's getting 100,000 views. Right, and there's no system in place that ever going to exist where that will happen, Rumors, and we need to acknowledge.
Wait a minute.
Right? So hold on. Can I
want you to repeat. No, I need you to repeat yourself, Tyrell, because I didn't. Okay. No, Tyrell, I got confused. I'm asking you to repeat that because I really did get confused.
I'm confused.
Okay, so when we're going to a lot of these subscription models, first off, I have to pretend like I don't see some of these content creators where you have to have a 10-minute view count before you can even do a chat. That's already a version of that exists. So why don't you just strengthen the rules that are already there, enforce it with the moderation, make it so that your content creators could bump that up to 20, 30, 40.
No.
50,
Hold on.
You get what I mean? That's actually more effective.
Hold on. That option is already there. Like, you can literally set the thing to 56 years from now that you got to be subscribed for 56 years before you can comment. It's already
right. So there's already that self discipline, that self-regulation that these social media content creators can do already, and they're not taking advantage of.
No, but that you're still missing the part where this conversation and solution isn't just about influencers. This is about everybody being able to participate in a check and balance system in a attempt to combat.
But we're talking about a business. Everyone's not meant to participate.
That's what
I've been telling you. And so there's going to be inherent competition.
I've been telling you, but when I was saying that, you acted like that was not the thing, because the truth is everybody doesn't participate. It's people right now who don't participate, watching us right now who ain't never participated.
Right, but what you and Rumors are talking about is not equal opportunity. You're trying to get equal outcome. You're hoping that what Rumors described, it sounds like she's hoping that YouTube in this hypothetical is going to push her content, if she only has 1,000 subscribers, just as hard as they're going to push another content creator who has 100,000. There is no universe, no system, no business model where anyone would ever agree to that.
Hold on.
Okay, so I don't know.
Hold on. Are we having a conversation now about like how to be successful on the platform?
Conscious, the thing. Okay, so real quick, the reason why I'm mentioning that is because with the subscription based, and again, consumers and their habits with money, there's going to be a lot of people suffering simply because the rules got swapped up.
Hold on, but how? I don't understand how is the money being impacted?
Because most content creators still want to get paid, Conscious.
But they're still going. It's still it's still like we're still.
What is the difference in with Conscious having his YouTube platform and then having Patreon?
We're still going to get paid
because we live in America. Rumors. We live in America where people naturally do the opposite shit just because they're told to do something certain way.
Okay, so hold on. So I think I know what you're missing from the reality. Maybe you need to be told and reminded that part of the system stays in place. We still get a Google AdSense check based upon engagement, based upon ad revenue, based upon clicks and views. Content creators will still be subjected to receiving their Google AdSense.
And for the social media platforms that aren't on that Google.
Tyrus, are you thinking that because $1 is a fee is charged that people will no longer subscribe? Like people won't view, people won't go because they have to pay?
Unfortunately, Rumors, a system like that, the initial subscriptions are going to be higher than what they are now. That's going to turn a lot of people off. Unfortunately, Conscious, as I'm a big gamer, you see that in the gaming industry as well. When you see these game developers, they start off with low subscriptions and then they try to boost it up, and then all of a sudden the people are like, yo, your game ain't worth that much, bro. Man, I'm going to another game. They fees are lower, or it's free to play. And so that's the thing.
I think what you're missing, Tyrus, I think that what you're missing, the point of it, Conscious has stated so many times, the followers will still be able to view the content. They're not losing access to the content. What they're losing access to is participation. They can participate by watching, but they cannot engage in comments.
Right, but Rumors, we already have a huge economic history, a track record of looking at what happens to small businesses when there's a paywall put in front of them. It never ends well. When you put a paywall in front of, and that's what a subscription, and that's what that is.
No, because you're talking to myself, who has a Patreon and who is connected to T.S. Madison, who had a thriving Patreon. Larry Reid, who has a thriving Patreon, has a tier program on Patreon. You customize your tiers. People sign up for those $1,000 tiers, those $500 tiers, those $25
right,
tiers.
But they didn't start off like that. That's the whole thing. They didn't
thousands of people
off like that. They didn't stop, guys. They didn't start off like that.
Money on what they want, and
no one. Okay, but Larry Reid did not start off with 100,000 followers. He did not start off with 100,000 members. He didn't start off like that. You know how he started off the same way most people did, putting out the content free and hoping up to build a base strong enough to donate.
Why should that not be the case?
But no, Tyrese, that don't. I mean, Tyrese, that don't make any sense because although he did not start out that way, right? When he did change over to that system, he didn't lose followers. He actually gained more followers. So your logic is not a reality.
But no, Rumors, your mindset's not reality because you're talking about so many different options to engage in with your followers. Your model, the model that we're trying to go right now, is actually creating a bottleneck. It's actually squeezing the amount of. It's a paywall.
It already exists.
No, it's not already.
So here's the reality, right? Okay, so you have people like Storm Monroe. Storm tells me all the time. Storm got what? 200, almost 300,000 subscribers. That he don't make a lot of he don't make a lot of fanfare. Like he don't receive a lot of personal donations. But he don't need to because he's making a quality Google AdSense check based upon his viewership, ad revenue, etc. So there are already content creators here who never benefit from the super chat. Their viewers don't utilize it anyway. Their viewers don't cash app them anyway. Their viewers don't PayPal them anyway.
Okay,
There are
so that
plenty
means
of,
even in the
matter of
new
fact,
system, they're
that's the
still not going to
majority,
benefit.
actually. That's the majority of content creators.
But that's not an argument to change the system, because that means those people aren't going to benefit no matter what the system is.
But
That's not actually an argument for the system.
Okay, hold on. I don't know what system you keep, like,
I'm just talking about the subscription. I'm just talking about subscription based.
So what do you
Y'all
think
are
is
the
fascinating.
subscription based don't hold on. The subscription based
like rumors. I think half the problem, like just with the state IDs that intersex and conscience mentioned, with actually having to have your state photo ID uploaded to the internet to verify who you are, that is a goddamn great idea. Sure, there's some wrinkles, but we can iron that out. I just think that the whole system tanks the moment you try to add this
content creators
rumors. I just think the whole system tanks the moment you try to add this unnecessary.
It doesn't. The systems already are there. And to Notorious Lee, who said, but Tyrus is right about the business and platforms to promote. But that's the thing. The typical rules of engagement to be a successful content creator will remain the same, because the changes we're talking about don't even have anything to do with those things changing. We're literally talking about the system as it relates to, once again, being preventionalists, talking about creating more safe spaces. I don't mind the system remaining the same in terms of, I got to do what I got to do to be a successful content creator. I still got to compete with my competitors. I got to grow my platform. I got to be interesting. I got to make my thumbnails great. I got to be attractive as a content creator in terms of what my content creating gives. All the rules of engagement can remain the same. I don't give a damn about having to compete, because this is a competitive space. Ultimately, it's entrepreneurship space. So I don't know what we're talking about. Like, that don't have to change. That can remain what it is.
Because we had mentioned conscious.
Most content creators, you see a lot of mimicking. That's the first thing I was going to say. You see a lot of mimicking. And I think the problem is this is the energy I'm getting from you, Tyrus, is that I'm gonna just say the smaller content creators, they won't have the same exposure because they don't have the numbers. And what I'm saying is the numbers would not change. In my opinion, the numbers will, because Conscious is absolutely right. This is the reason why I was asking this on a larger scale. You see more, like on IG specifically, I see more content creators that are engaging in their close friend circle, like, and they're charging, and it's like really booming, like they, you know what I mean? Like, it's exclusive content. And so they're doing that versus you get, the very like lackluster posts, to the general public, but people will pay for what they want to pay for. Like, I don't understand how we don't see that. That's like in everyday life. People go in debt to pay for whatever it is they want. And they will absolutely do it for social media. Because they're addicted to it.
Because you're pointing to a specific, you're not even pointing to the platform itself. You're pointing to how a specific content creator tends to operate and chooses how to engage in his or her platform. And then you want everyone else to model that content creator, not the platform. That is the biggest problem, because guess what? They're not Larry Reid. They're not T.S. Madison. They're not Conscious. They're not any of these other people. So people cannot follow the same path as other content creators. That's why some people have 10,000. That's why some people have 1,000.
But why are you assuming that I'm speaking about a Larry Reid or T.S. Madison? I'm talking about small content creators as well.
Right, and there's still the competition. And at the end of the day, if we want to
talk
about
competition with or without a subscription, that doesn't change the fact that it's competitive.
I keep trying to answer your question, like.
But you keep saying the same thing, and I was confused. But I'm no longer confused.
The moment I try to move on is the moment you won't let me move on. So the reason why I keep bringing it up is because at the end of the day, if you got a subscription-based model, you got a paywall. We already see the economic history behind the subscription base. So we're already screwing over small content creators. And then on top of that, we already, the issues that you're talking about, rumors, we already have a solution for that. You give the internal mods, the individual content creators on their channel, more ways to enforce moderation. Because at the end of the day, no content creator is going to want to agree to some stringent ass rules based on safety, because Deborah has brought it up Somebody's definition of safety is not the same as someone else. So guess what, rumors? The shit that you'll allow in your chat is not the same thing that Conscious will allow in his chat, or the same thing that
what we're
Reckless will
saying is
allow in
that
his
it
chat.
should
But
not be
no. But
allowed
what you're
for
saying is that shouldn't
anybody
matter.
chat to
Everybody,
involve doxing. It should not allow
Right.
terroristic threats. That
But
should
that's
be
on
universal
you
across
to
the board.
police your
And guess
individual
what?
community.
Even on YouTube,
That is
hold
you
on,
to
Tyrone.
police the
Even on
individual
YouTube,
community.
even on YouTube, where there are smaller and larger content creators, right? We're all on this app. But guess what? You can see the report feature on everybody's platform, from Tasha K's, the mines, to the guy with only 50 subscribers, because the rules apply across the board. There are things that just should not be allowed, period. We as the content creators, like, we shouldn't get to decide if something illegal can happen, because doxing is illegal also. It is actually a felony crime.
I said they should enforce those laws, correct?
Offense.
And I said they should enforce those laws, correct? I have said that over and over again. They should enforce
Wait a
those
minute.
laws.
What if you are a non-integral content creator, and you with the shit just like the people in your comments?
This is hold on. We don't even have to go no further topic, because once again, I just made the fact that every last single one of us, from Choice TV to Larry to Fox Soul to Funky Dineva to me to William, are all subjected to the same community guidelines, period. That's already a thing. So this conversation about what a content creator ain't going to allow, it don't matter. We are already subjected to universal rules on the platform. So
that was my.
You just made an argument for not. You just made an argument for not engaging in this hypothetical model. You understand that, right?
No,
you just went. Well, it already exists. Well, then what the fuck are we talking about?
If you
what?
How is it that everybody else here is completely knows what we're talking? You're always the person who don't know what we're talking about, Tyrone.
No, I'm the person who.
And I've had to remind you of the model. I've had to remind you of the model 100 times.
You keep on telling me there's all. You keep trying to tell me. Conscious.
You don't know whether you're talking about capitalism.
Conscious.
You don't know whether you're talking about safety.
Conscious.
You don't know whether you're
Listen
talking
to
about
yourself.
anything.
You keep trying to convince people that we need to change the system, and then you'll turn around. No, conscious. You're going to tell me that
we're talking about evolving and refining what already is. So you're talking about
you're not talking about refining and evolving. You're talking about a whole different change.
Not the Constitution.
No, I'm not going to let y'all try to change. I'm not going to let y'all dance and change the narrative. We were talking about a fundamental change. We were talking about a fundamental change. You keep telling people that we need a fundamental change to the system, and then out the side of your neck, you will then tell people, well, these systems already exist. Well, what the fuck is it?
Okay,
either we need a systematic change or it already exists.
Has anybody here been unclear about the fact that we're talking about refining and
expanding? No, this is complete
revolving the system. Has anybody here been unclear about us that we're talking about refining, creating, being creative, even if we're taking an already existing model and bettering it? Has anybody else thought that that's what we were not doing?
I'm very clear.
I'm very clear.
I'm clear, but
what I was trying to say earlier.
We were talking about a complete change in the reform. Nobody talking about refining and tweaks. Stop that. Stop.
Thank you, Mary.
What I was trying to say, I just want to say this, and I'm going to bed. What I was trying to say earlier was the fact that because y'all are freelance,
Mary.
What I was trying to say earlier, and I'm going to bed, when y'all are freelance, okay? And like I said, that's earlier this week, Uber and Lyft drivers went on strike because they saw, at the end of the day, I'm looking at greed, okay? And say you're a YouTuber, you're willing to put these lists, in perspective so it could be safer for the YouTuber and the person that is consuming the YouTuber's content, okay? After a while, it's going to be greed.
because YouTube's going to say like this. Okay, so they want this, they want that. Okay, but they're freelance. So if they want this and they want that, guess what? They're going to pay for it. And that's all I was trying to say earlier a while ago at the end of the day. And as far as, protecting yourself as a as a YouTuber, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, I agree 100% with Conscious and with everybody that is saying that there needs to be something done. But YouTube is not going to sit up there and just let y'all just be like, okay, we want to protect ourselves. We want to protect our content. We want to protect our viewers that view our content. And YouTube is a company. And they're going to be like, well, you know what? You want to get paid? Well, you're going to have to give us a cut. And that was the whole reason I was trying to say earlier. At the end of the day, it's going to be about greed at the end of the day, because Uber and the Lyft drivers were saying that here they are, like this one gentleman that was on the news. He said he did a drive job for $600. He got $190 cut out of that trip. The rest went to Uber. You understand what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it's about money. It's sad to say, it is what it is.
No, it's
That's
not.
what I was trying to. That's
hold on,
what I was
William.
trying to
But
say.
these people, when these people are in these companies, they don't care. They're all about what's gonna make them some money.
Hold on, Tarita. Okay, because I want to respond to that. I understand that that you pessimists are well fed, for one. Okay. And for two, I understand that we live somewhat in a generation where we see more people just complaining and just ultimately laying down and taking it. But we forget that a lot of the pay wage issues that have gotten better, a lot of the equal opportunity issues in this country because of diversity has gotten better. We are clearly still not in an idealistic system, but that we have bettered the system slowly but for surely, as a result of what? Uniting as a people, issuing our demands, making the necessary steps to boycott if necessary, protest like hell to be heard, and to push for proper change and legislation. Literally, laws are created. They aren't just there. Like, we create these things. We create fair housing opportunities. We create nuance for diversity. And once again, we're not a perfect people because we're coming out of a oppressive system. So we're having to actually push through and fight through and navigate and punch holes in this bubble that we live in all the time, which is why every generation is having to fight the same demons and push for more expansion, more opportunity, more fairness, more resource, more this, more that, more that, more that. And I think we have to remember, no, it's not that it is what it is, because if that was literally the attitude of any God-given civil rights or any generation or any of our forefathers, our black asses, especially those of us in the South, would still be in chains pushing out masses, baby. If the attitude was, hey, look at the fact that we're already fenced in and in a doggy cage with a fucking X-Men leash on our neck, this is just the way it is. It just is what, no, it's not is what it is. We are going to create plans. We're going to recognize and acknowledge the disparities, the disenfranchisement, the unfairness of it all, the unjust of it all. And then what we're going to do is put our bodies on the line for that change. And I'm dead ass serious, because as soon as we get off this shit, I'm so pumped up and inspired by what all of the optimists here have helped to create and help to envision that I'm going to contact some of my friends who are, you know, in the area of laws, I have a good girlfriend who has actually created legislation before. I need to figure out who I need to talk to, what I need to draft up, where I need to submit shit to, because I feel completely solid about this, and I'm willing to stand behind this and rally behind this, and I'm willing to get the word out and galvanize the fucking community, and we continue to fight for change. But the key word here is fight, not is what it is, because yes, if we look at the current version, because we know that the greater powers that be are never obviously interested in considering us, because they benefit from the disproportionate. They benefit from all of the compartmentalized issues. They want us to relax and be lazy and be counterintuitive. That's what they desire. So we know that, of course, there's no incentive for them. The system has never moved because they've just woke up and decided, you know what? We unfair as hell. No, every fucking thing we've ever got as any group in this country, whether you were LG, the black, the mixed, the Asian, the immigrant, the who, any motherfucking change has come because we push for that change. We got out here and got into these spaces and got with our allies and did what we had to do. Me and Terrence was just talking about this with the LGBT community. Had the LGBT community had a, it is what it is. I mean, it's just fucked up. It is what it is. And then you see how much shit the LGBT movement has been able to accomplish. And even that's not finished and has its own issues, and there's still a lot of fight. But my God, look at where we've come, because we've had a proactive passion attitude that no, we can and we will do something about these issues. We're going to be heard, and we're going to move the fucking dial. And if it takes one generation at a time to move a little bit closer, if it takes the next 50 years just to move the dial 2 notches down, at the end of the day, it's either stay here and die or strive for more and at least ensure that my children and their children will eventually hit the plateau and hit the damn promised land. But if we are saying this is unfair and this is not right, I don't think there's any conversation for not pushing for change. If we're recognizing that people's lives are being taken, as far as I'm concerned, there is no option to not do these. Like it's not an option.
I agree with you 100%.
Our ancestors never thought it was an option. Fight like hell and be willing to die like hell. But it's not an option to lay down. It's not an option to keep eating from master's table, to keep eating the scraps like a damn dog.
Someone needs to mute their mic.
I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. What did you say?
Thank you. I was just saying somebody had feedback coming as everybody's talking and it was driving me crazy.
Try so much drama going on. I forgot it was black.
Huh? But I agree with you, Conscious, 100%. But what we deal, I'm as far as like I'm talking about, as far as it's 2024 right now, we just got to keep pushing and keep going. It is what it is. I'm just saying what it is. At the end of the day, my grandmother, my mother marched in the civil rights movement. So I know what it is to push and to keep laying it down and keep pounding it down and keep walking it out, you know, at the end of the day.
Torita, I got a question. Is Torita Rivera your government name?
No.
Okay.
My last name is my married name.
So let's say hypothetically that this was your government name.
Mm-hmm.
You recognize how dangerous that would be, right? Like how dangerous
yes.
you would be in.
Oh
right?
God, yes. Oh God, yes. Yes, 100%.
Okay, continue on.
But I still speak what I say, and at the end of the day, I'm one of those type of people that I don't sit behind a phone or sit behind a computer and just say whatever, and then don't mean it. At the end of the day, that's what I don't like. I don't like people that sit up there behind a computer or behind a phone and tap, the keys in and put words in and just say things or put things out there that they know they wouldn't say in front of people's face. And I've been on your platform many a times, so you know where I'm coming from. I'm just keeping the real part of it. At the end of the day, it's not just black and white. There's some gray there too. And at the end of the day, you know what I mean? You got to look at all of it. And then, be an adult and have a conversation and see what can be done about it. Period. Because like you said earlier tonight, people are proven guilty before innocent. And that's just it. People who are innocent, who haven't done whatever they're accused of being done, are with social media, they're proven guilty before innocent. At the end of the day, people have to be not afraid to speak up and stand up and say what it is, because everybody's going to agree with everything. That's what makes America what it is. You know what I mean? My constitutional rights are just as equal as anybody else's constitutional rights at the end of the day. And to be mature about anything and everything is how you work things through. And like what's the name was saying earlier, I think was Purple Love, I'm not sure, or it might have been SD, I'm not sure, but how they used to, get things done back in the day, where they sat back there, had a couple of shots and sat and talked things over. Those days is gone now. People are so steadfast and stuck in their ideas about everything that they don't even want to listen or try to communicate or try to, work things out that are equal enough for everyone. Period. Point blank. But I'm just one of them people that I look at everything at the end of the I look at everything at the end of the day. Period. And that's why I made the comment about, I want that. I agree with you 100% conscious about for the people to be protected when it comes down to social media. You know what I mean? And it's like that. I agree 100%. But at the end of the day,
Tarita, you chopping screw. Tarita,
say it again.
I need you to fix your audio. You chopping screwing it again.
Yeah, you call it from a different time zone right now.
I'm a Jersey girl, so yeah. So, but at the end of the day, like I'm saying, period. At the end of the day,
gotta fight. Yeah.
Yeah, we just got to keep going, and everybody needs to open their ears and listen to people, and just not just be steadfast on everything. Just listen. Listen to each other. So you can come to a conclusion. And work together.
That's kind of hard to do when you have two different perspectives. One person thinks that this is the way that it is, and the other person thinks that this is the way that it ought to be, and you can't get to a conclusion if you don't learn how to compromise.
Well, so that's what I was going to say. What I was going to say is, Tarita, can you mute your background?
Hold on a second.
Yeah, what I was going to say is, these are all hypotheticals that's been established several times, but I don't think there is always one way to get a resolve either. And some things, sometimes you have to have contingency plans. I believe in having them all the time, but in situations like this, you have to have contingency plans, because nothing is going, even if you sit down and you plan it out, nothing never really goes 100% according to planned. So I think to just automatically be quick to say no to something without even, but even like Conscious been saying, we do have models for it. But on a grand scale, to say no to something when you don't, you haven't seen a model of it to whatever level you have to agree that it works, that may satisfy you. But just to be downright like no, I don't think that's wise of any of us. I think like William said, there should be a compromise. But I'm kind of curious, Tyrell, because I haven't heard what your suggestion would be.
Let the world be what it is. It is what it is.
Tyrell, CTV, you
have
go
you
to the
shut down on
timeout
us?
corner for that.
Oh, you're on mute, Tyrus the Warlock.
Tyrell, did you shut down on us?
What?
I was asking you a question and I ain't hear you respond. I thought you shut down on us and was doing the mannequin challenge.
Oh,
But
no.
you're not. Can you answer that? What
weed
would
ain't got
be
any
one of
drugs
your
like that.
suggestions?
This
What would
whole
be one of
panel
your
is pen and
suggestions?
patty now.
The state ID. We came up with that. We came up with some good
No,
solutions.
no,
like
you
3
didn't
hours
come
ago.
up. You didn't come up with that.
Yeah, I did.
Intersex and then
Purple.
Conscious
Purple
came
and
up.
Will
You
was I
didn't
not
no,
here
no,
when we
no,
came
no,
up
no,
with the
no,
solution? Stop.
no.
Hold on. Hold on.
Triggered, girl.
Hold on.
Intersex came up with that.
Don't
So
get
I'm just
triggered,
curious.
Tyrus.
I don't want you to piggyback off of their suggestion. I don't want you to
Yeah, you
piggyback off
did.
their suggestion. I legitimately would like to hear one of your, hear a suggestion that you may have yourself, an original suggestion.
Well, I think that increasing the ability for content creators to self-police their own their channels, that should be something that should be enforced. Like I know
That was my suggestion.
No,
that was my
wait,
suggestion.
hold up. We was talking.
I made that was my suggestion because I thought that we need something in place for that.
No,
But
your thing was government. No, Will. Whoa. Run the tape back. Your whole thing was government. Congress.
Yeah,
Remember that
in
came
the
out of your mouth.
con-
That was your
in
whole
the
thing.
con- Yeah, okay. So you know what,
Panel,
dude?
you
Just
see what
let this-
happens?
oh,
I was here the
you see
entire
what
time,
happened
and now all of a
when
sudden I
you-
had
when
no
you-
input
when-
in
I don't
Okay,
know
so
if I
here's the-
believe Tyrus. I don't know if I believe you because you wearing that hoodie. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know. You already just tried to take credit for the whole ID suggestion.
No, I get it. Y'all don't want to give me credit. You know what I mean? 'Cause I've been here holding it down. I get it.
So my
Conscious, you're fucking
You
crazy.
agreed with it. You did not
it.
present
You're
that.
lying,
You
Conscious.
agreed with it. You did not present
it.
that. You agreed with it.
I get it.
Come on now. Don't play.
Yeah, let's be clear. That was birthed out of Consciouztv. I'm the one who
Thank you.
we even slung it all up
Get my.
and started
That's
getting
right.
orders here. But to Tyrell's point, he been claiming the whole time he cool on that. His issue was the subscription and being confused about, I guess, how influencers would profit from the situation. Therefore, and we got
And you agree, and I could tell.
Oh, wait, hold
you
up.
agreed with me when I said that.
Toretta, I was the one
Yes.
who was talking about actually enforcing the laws in the books and actually being able to bring that to court when the standards of ban or like the bans or the permit bans aren't matching up with other standards. I brought that up.
But you also agreed with
No,
me. I saw you. You agreed with me when I was talking about the money part.
Come on.
About them getting a little money when it was money involved. They're
Tyrus,
gonna
you're not
want a
gonna be
little.
sitting, Tyrus. You're not about to sit up here and
You
hijack
is
other
not about to
people's
take Conscious
brilliance.
idea. No, I'm not gonna let you do that. I am a devoted Conscious fan. I'm not gonna let you do that. You know he put it on the block with the gavel. Bam.
I just think, Tyrus, I don't think that you should be so quick to be dismissive of other people's ideas if you have not offered one, a solution, idea, a thought.
The only idea I dismissed was
Yeah,
the
okay, I'm
subscription.
glad
That was
that
the
the
only
only one you
one.
disagree with was mine, but it doesn't matter if it was mine or anyone else's. What I'm saying is you did not contribute. What you did was everybody that threw a suggestion out with the exception of the idea, and even though originally when Intersex mentioned it, your feedback to Intersex was you didn't think that was a good idea.
It's a good
No,
point.
wait a minute. I'm gonna
feed
was
back.
working.
Run the
Please
tape
stop.
back.
Please,
Run the
please,
tape back,
please,
panel. Run
please
the
allow
tape
me
back,
to.
panel.
Can I?
It was a good start.
I need,
That's
I
exactly
need you
what
to
I said.
practice your emotional
No,
intelligence.
and I need
Hold
you to stop
still.
putting words in my mouth
You
and get my
said
quotes
you
right
don't.
if you're gonna quote
I
me,
haven't even
Rumors.
completed the
No, 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 no,
sentence
no,
for
no.
you to even
If
say
you're
what words
gonna
I'm putting
quote
in your
me,
mouth.
quote me correctly or
But
don't
let me
quote me at
then
all.
allow me to quote you. How you going to debate what I said if I haven't even
Because
finished my
you
sentence?
already getting it wrong. That's why I'm checking you.
I'm
That's why I'm
already getting
checking
it
you.
wrong with the first part of me just
Yeah,
saying
man.
3
Like,
words.
come on,
Your
man.
original, I said your original statement was. So then
Yeah.
you saying that I'm not quoting the right thing? You want to be combative? You got to chill for a minute because I'm too high. You already don't. I'm
No,
on my
I
third
just
blunt because of you. So please calm down. I don't want to be yelling and stuff. I
I'm on
don't.
my 4th bong rip because of you.
Listen,
What does that mean?
I don't
What
want
does
to
that
be.
mean?
I don't want
What
to
does that
be.
mean?
I don't want to be yelling. I'm
What does that
saying
mean?
I'm feeling good. Let me enjoy the
Oh my
vibe.
God, I'm on my
So
5th shot. I'm on my
originally,
5th
what
It's
you
shot
a
of
said
lie
was.
all
as
the
a rumor.
time. It's a
Oh
lie.
Lord.
Originally, your debate was, I mean, when intersex said that, brought up the ID issue or suggestion, you said it would be a good idea, but you gave negative feedback saying, but the only problem is that what about basically like what about the minors? Like I guess you talking about the teenagers. What about them?
And what did I
Because
And
say
then
about that?
conscious,
And what did I
conscious
you
put
immediately
you
said
in your
rumors?
place about
you
that
Rumors.
said
too.
What
they
did
don't
I
have
immediately
ID. You said
rumors?
they
And
don't
I
have
immediately
ID.
stated after that, those issues can be ironed out. Is that not what I said immediately after that? Those issues can be ironed out. Yes
After
or no?
conscious stated
When
No,
about
no,
it.
no.
conscious
No,
said it,
go right up.
when conscious
No,
said
no, no,
it,
no. But with
when you said that's a
intersex was
good
the first one.
idea, and
Intersex was the first one to mention the
that's
ID.
when intersex said,
Intersex
but I
was the
said that,
first
but you
one.
talk so much over people that you don't even be hearing because
No, I
intersex
listen to everything.
immediately
You're
said
clearly not
that's
listening
the
because
same
you
thing
can't
I
even quote
said.
me right. You literally talking about I'm not listening to you, but you're the one misquoting me. Intersex was the first one on this panel to mention the ID thing. I said that is a good start. I have a problem because minors don't have state IDs, but those are issues that can be ironed out. That is exactly what I said.
Hold on.
That is exactly what I said.
Hold on, because see now, I gotta snatch my Oscar. I gotta be a Monique, and
Please do.
I gotta put my Kanye West. Intersex was not. I'm gonna let you finish, Charles, but Intersex did not win Video of the Year, honey. Okay, that went to CTV. Because remember,
Thank you, because I've been here the whole freaking time, and conscious was the one that slammed the hammer down like the judge and put it down there. I've been here the whole time.
Because remember, hold on, y'all. Because where we started at when I entered back into the chat was I was trying to think about solutions. We can talk, but what are solutions? And then I brought up how maybe submitting identification would help because we are. And then I brought up the example of how we all have to show up as ourselves in society, and the majority abides by the rules because everybody is out in the light, and then I'm the one who started going around the panel asking everybody how they felt about the ID implication system as a way to combat some of the buffoonery of social media. So,
and how did we respond? And what was our response to that?
You can't even remember that I was.
Oh no, I remember that. I remember. What did I say, Conscious? When you went around the panel, hey panel, hey chat. Wait, when Conscious went around the panel, oh, this is fun. Hey, this is fun because even with that, when Conscious went around the panel, hey guys, what did I say? I said, yeah, I'm with that. Did I not? I agree with you then.
You did. I
agree
said
with
that you did that.
and then I agree with
Conscious,
you again.
when you went behind the scenes, they continue to communicate, like talk. When you came back, soon as you started talking, Intersex had just finished making that because she typed it in the chat, and she was waiting forever to say something to like bring it up because at some point they were all reading the comments in the chat or whatever. But nobody had mentioned it, acknowledged it, whatever. She and I was talking about it in the chat or whatever the case may be. So when you came up and when you said it, when you basically you definitely came up and gave confirmation to what she was saying, and the rest of them because Tyrus was the only one that responded to her. And he You wasn't you. I didn't never say that you was against it. I said you gave negative feedback. I said, but you're so busy trying to give negative feedback. Like what
No,
it is, it's
because
like I know, no, no, no.
but
I
see,
know what
listen
you're
to you.
doing.
No rumors,
You're in
rumors.
debate
Once
mode.
again,
Listen,
no
I'm a
rumors.
natural
That's
debater.
what I was
You're in
pushing back the
debate
entire
mode, but
time.
you're not
You keep
providing.
rumors,
What
but
I'm
you
saying to
keep
you
trying to
is that
imply
you're
that I
not
disagree
providing
with
any
every aspect.
suggestions.
Not
And I
rumors.
would
I'm
like for you
sorry.
to make a suggestion to what preventative measures
First
could
off,
be put into place.
First off, I already made a suggestion. I'm not going to make the suggestion for the 5th time. Secondly,
I
but
never heard you make a suggestion this
no.
whole time.
Secondly, the only
Does
thing I
anybody else know what
disagree
his
with
suggestion was?
rumors. The only
No, he did
disagreement
not
I had.
suggest. He agreed. He did not
I don't know
suggest. He
I've never heard you make
agreed.
a suggestion.
Whoa. So
You
so
And even
enforcing the current laws in the books. That wasn't my idea now. So
This
none of
is
the things
later
I
on
said
down
was,
the line.
oh my God, bro. Oh,
Why
okay.
would hold on.
dude, you sat there and you
No.
agreed about the
At the
idea.
end of
You
the
did
day,
not suggest it.
y'all still caught up with me disagreeing with y'all on one thing that you guys are trying to ruin everything else I said. Nothing else I said matters because because I disagree with subscriptions.
That's
Like
not.
I'm sick of that shit,
That's
bro.
not
I'm
even.
done.
That's not. How is
I'm
that a
not. I'm done with the conversation.
Hello.
Bro.
How is that a recommendation? When if it was an effective solution, there would be no need for this conversation.
You didn't ask if you agreed. You just asked if I gave one, and I did.
Why are we going to enforce a partial system that is not preventing any of the things that inspired a preventive conversation to begin with? What? That makes no fucking sense.
You make no fucking sense right now. You
That
are
makes
literally
no
making no
fucking sense, Little Red Riding Hood. None.
CTV, what you don't put in your meetings today, love? Good. You are a trip today.
Yo, what is up with y'all and this ability? Like, all I do is disagree with just the subscription, and now you guys are acting like I poo-pooed every single fucking argument when that's not what happened. Like, you guys are so good at mischaracter. No, you completely
Even down to William, suggestion about the law of Congress and whoever else, and you was very aggressive in not agreeing with that. And it's okay it's okay not to agree, right? That is fine not to agree. None of us agree on anything, but if you're going to disagree, then you provide an alternative. And you said that your alternative, not you're saying that, and I'm going to even accept that for you. You saying your suggestion is to for them to enforce the policies that are already in place. And what we're saying is that okay, the policies that are in place aren't being utilized to be enforced. So because we know that realistically there are people.
I don't mean to interrupt. Not only are the current standing policies in place not being enforced and there's selective enforcement of them, they also don't work. They're not preventing. They still don't allow us to hold those who are abusing the system accountable, because like
you can't answer that question if you just finish saying we don't enforce it and then it's select.
Oh.
All right, man. All right, yeah.
There's a guy here named That Guy McFly, right? That Guy McFly. The current rules do not allow us to hold that guy or that McFly accountable. We don't know who that is. That Guy McFly can do what he will. It's a blank avatar, and we're just using you as an example, boo. Okay, we use it as an example. The current laws have nothing in place for if this person goes and docks you, if this person goes and makes a terroristic threat, if this person goes and inserts something illegal or against the policies accountable. At best, you can report the comment, aka report that person's profile, but that doesn't allow for there to be a bigger incentive for you to even prevent this person from doing that. Because might I add and remind everybody, if that guy McFly had to show up in his government name with his issued state ID picture, where once he creates a profile with that information is in the system in case you need to pursue charges against this person or issue a lawsuit against this person or identify this person for committing a crime against you digitally, doxing you, terroristic threats, sexual harassment, whatever the case may be. That person, that guy McFly will be less likely to not do that because he is an identifiable individual. But because he doesn't have to submit any of his real information, he gets to be a blanketed avatar. He gets to just lollygag around. And you're still subjected to the crap and not able to hold this individual accountable. So the whole point of the state ID situation is to prevent people from abusing the system, which is why we also, to Members and T point, added the subscription-based part, which furthers the incentive for safety and prevention. Because when people likely pay their money, they're going to act better. And when people are forced to show up as who they actually are, they're more likely to act better, which is why the majority in society are not behind bars. Because we can't get away with half the crimes that we probably sometimes fantasize and contemplate committing, because we know there's no way to really hide that crime, because we have to show up in this society. We're forced to be given a social security number. We can't walk on our jobs masked up. We can't walk into a bank masked up. There has to be a decent degree of visibility on our part that allows us to be marked. And as a result, we get to be held accountable. And as a result of being held accountable, most people are willing to think twice about their actions, especially the low vibrational ones. But once again, we know that no system is completely perfect and safe proof. So even in a society where you still got to show up and you're still wearing your original face and you got to pooch around in your original body and your skin tone and your complexion and your ethnicity, etc., people still commit crimes. But this definitely lessens the criminality, because when people have to be actually visible, and when people also are using their own money to be a part of something, both of those things motivate sophisticated behavior. They motivate decorum. They motivate more maturity. And because everybody knows, if you do some shit that violates another person, your ass can be directly held accountable. There is no hiding behind a bubble, a blank face. There is none of that. And having that system in place, once again, encourages people to think better, because they know that they're in a space where they can be identified and confronted and held accountable for the bullshit that they do. Most people are not going to want to get in trouble, which is why most users and viewers on YouTube and across these apps are not using their real selves. Look at the comment sections under videos across the board. Most people aren't using a real picture of themselves. Most people want anonymity. Most people want to be cloaked. Most people want an avatar. The people that show up in their real name with their real face, etc., especially as consumers, are the minority. So once we remove people's ability to have a veil, once we remove people's options to participate while being concealed, People, everybody, both the content creator and its base, both the influencers, the artists, and the viewers and buyers and consumers are more motivated to be better behaved because the playing field is equal, which will lessen the harm. Harm will still happen. People will still take their risks because, right, it's the reason why the prisons are still filled. But once again, it's also a reason why the majority of society is not in prison. It's the reason why the majority of society don't have a mugshot, don't have a felony offense on their record. This is what makes the ID situation so brilliant, and the subscription-based situation so brilliant. And if Tyrus is so bent out of shape, oh my God, subscriptions, okay, well, that's also customizable. We can remove it. That was just a extra second verification system put in place, metaphorically speaking. So take or give the subscription situation. The ID situation provides enough incentive for security and is intimidating enough to regulate some shit. Adding the subscription part magnifies that incentive for security. And once again, I don't know what the problem is. I ain't heard one problem. It's a full working system. No money is being taken away. People are not going to be less likely to not sign up. If that was the case, as William said, OnlyFans wouldn't be popping. Black China made what, $100 million or something of that quarter on OF. How many fucking people are subscribed to digital streaming services like Disney Plus, Netflix, Hulu, Zeus, etc.? These fucking companies are thriving. Billionaires.
Right.
Billionaires.
I ain't take a short yet.
So
But I'm gonna pay his subscription. It's because he sound like he pressed about paying. You know what I'm saying, about for. So I just, Tyrus, if that should ever come into play, and you know what I'm saying, I'll pay you up for a year. Like it ain't that deep. You know what I mean? He acting like somebody charge. I'm just throwing hypothetical amounts out there, $5, $10, or whatever the case may be. That's actually really nothing, considering you're going to be up there at least 30 to 31 days of constant interaction. People like that's nothing. And most people spend more time on social media than they do even watching TV, the streaming apps, or any like. So I don't see how he see that as a loss. But my whole thing is, I don't mind a person disagreeing if they're going to have a suggestion of their
have
own.
moved the goalposts, because it then became about they're gonna be only supporting the bigger site, but nobody's talking about. But that's a whole separate issue when you're talking about like the rules of engagement for this particular sport, which once again is a competitive sport. In media, in Hollywood, it's all a competitive sport. All actors are in a competitive sport. All singers, songwriters, producers, directors, content creators, influencers, artists, dancers, they're all submitted to audition process. Everybody's trying to get a gig. Everybody's trying to get on. It's a competitive sport. Like, that has nothing to do and doesn't take away from, and also does not change regarding the things we're talking about, which is why you were calling him out about, like, what are you talking, like, you off in the Milky Way galaxy, girl. Like, we got to keep bringing, like, we got to keep tugging the hot air balloon down. Like, your birthday balloon keep getting away from you. Like, keep it in your hand.
Is he a content creator? Does he have a channel of his own?
No,
Because it was, I don't know, something about the energy of it. Like, I don't, like, again, I don't mind anyone disagreeing. We all have our opinions, but I don't understand, like you were saying, it was the reasons that he was giving pushback just didn't make any sense. It's like you're worried about your argument is that people are going to, I guess, lose subscribers. And what doesn't make sense is if the content is still available, whatever the content is, if there's still free content available, how are they going to lose subscribers? Having a paid subscription, because then there's a difference. There's membership and then there's subscribers, or whatever the case may be. Actually, having someone subscribe to you does not necessarily give them, especially like here on YouTube, doesn't necessarily you get certain amenities and then you get certain things you don't. So
And it
it's
even
just like
works that way already, though,
anything
ain't it?
else. Yeah,
Ain't
it's like
it
anything else. Like
ain't
y'all
it
said, it's
already
tiers.
worked that way?
Yeah,
Because
like you
even on
guys have said,
YouTube,
there are tiers to it. So I don't
but even
understand the
but
pushback
but
for something
even
that's already there.
even already on the current version of YouTube, we also still have that working system. It's called members only, where you can
Members only,
sign up,
yes.
where you can sign up to be a member of somebody's channel and get exclusive content. Like, we already talking about things that exist. So he's
So yeah, that's why I don't understand the pushback.
yeah, but he's giving pushback about shit that already is. It already is. So we're just taking the principles and taking those things that already work and putting them together to work in the context of, once again, making the playing field for those who think that social media is a space to cause severe harm to people at, because a lot of people who be causing harm are ducking and diving behind avatars, are ducking and diving behind aliens,
fake pages and everything.
yeah,
Troll page,
etc. And it's like, okay, no, so we just gonna scrap all that shit, because just like I, as a content creator, you get to identify me physically, even if I got a stage name. You still get to identify me physically. I gotta be out here in the open. But now, in our hypothetical, it rips that anonymity away from me too, which I'm cool with if that helps with, once again, even in the playing field, in the spirit and hopes of preventing abuse. I'm cool with that. And that would mean that a lot of content creators who don't have a visibility-based platform, their content may be more oral. Their content may be more voiceover, podcasting. Like, they never show themselves, because you also have like the Impressive channel and so many other huge channels of people who never show themselves. It's just voice and content, which is cool. And now in our hypothetical, though, that would snatch anonymity even from them. But once again, so the fuck what? At the end of the day, this protects us all. And this is something that benefits everybody across the board, because just because the time hasn't come yet for you to be abused through this medium does not fucking mean that the time ain't gonna come. As I shared that story about Knockout's platform and what had happened over there when some of his ops had went against his viewers and were doxing them, etc. And I'm talking about these women were in distress, and it was so sad because we didn't even have anything to tell them in terms of what to do. The damage had already been done. It was going to take forever, even if YouTube was going to snatch the content down, to do so. And then there wasn't even no guarantee, because, right, we're already talking about an unreliable system that doesn't even always enforce its own community guidelines, that it was going to come down at all.
Right. I have another suggestion, piggybacking off of one of part of your suggestion, William, and coupling it with conscious and intersex suggestion. I think it would be good that, because social media is it is a privilege, right? I think that it should be made where you have to actually take classes. You have to know the laws, just like when you get your driver's license. You have to know the laws. You have to make certain sign and to consent. I know when we do it, we supposed to have things we checks off. But people don't read that stuff. They really don't. They agree to consent, and they don't never know what the damn laws are. But I think that it should be enforced. Damn near, if you even like to putting it in school for the people to learn the laws or whatever the case may be of it. And you can't until you pass that. You know what I mean? Then you know what I'm saying, you're submitted a certain ID, or your state ID. Then you're allowed to upload it, and all that information is tagged to your state ID. You understand? Like, it's under your name in the system, because social media is so powerful that I think it was really, I really don't believe that these people knew what it was going to ever turn out to be. But I do think that it is too powerful of an entity not to be regulated, like from almost police.
Yeah, you full of shit. Yeah, y'all are ridiculous. Y'all want to give up
Who?
your
Perp, you said you responded to me? Hello?
Purple.
Who was that?
I think Purple over there having a sweet dream. She getting somebody ass together in the actual plane.
Y'all know I'm already buzzing. I was like, okay. But yeah, I just think that I really do think that it needs to heavily be policed. Because there's it seems to be so much more tragedies. We know there's good in it, but there's been just the numbers are increasing statistic wise of all of the things that are causing injury, that's leaving really tragic results because of its mishandling. And I really, really believe that there needs to be a law put into place where it has to just be policed that way.
That's what I was saying earlier before I got argued down by Mr. I know everything about economics and economics 101. That's basically what the fuck I just said.
Mm-hmm.
My whole argument was centered around, after I read that story, I got real fucking depressed. And I said, when Conscious read that story, I said, no, this all goes back to Congress, because they put in a law that said that Section 30 is Section 230. That section basically allows for, is a get out free card for social media companies to get out of being held liable for something that is said on their platform.
And let me read
or
that.
Done on their platform.
And I'm glad you sent me that, William, because I'm gonna pull it up. I didn't even know that you had sent that to me. So let me pull this up. This is Section 230. Okay. It says, the internet allows people everywhere to connect, share ideas, and advocate for change without needing immense resources or technical expertise. Our unprecedented ability to communicate online, on blogs, social media platforms, and educational and cultural platforms like Wikipedia and the Internet Archive is not an accident. Congress recognized that for user speech to thrive on the internet, it has to protect the services that power user speech. That's why the U.S. Congress passed a law, Section 230, originally a part of the Communications Decency Act, that protects Americans' freedom of expression online by protecting the intermediaries we all rely on. It states, quote, no provider or user of an interactive computer service shall be treated as the publisher or speaker of any information provided by another information content provider. Section 230 embodies that principle that we should all be responsible for our own actions and statements online, but generally not those of others. The law prevents most civil suits against users or services that are based on what others say. Congress passed this bipartisan legislation because it recognized that promoting more user speech online outweighed potential harms. When harmful speech takes place, it's the speaker that should be held responsible, not the service that hosts the speech. Section 230's protections are not absolute. It does not protect companies that violate federal criminal law. It does not protect companies that create illegal or harmful content, nor does 230 protect companies from intellectual property claims. Anything you want to say so far, William, before I continue on?
Basically, this is why 2 section needs to be updated or stripped, because this is what's leading to a lot of our babies, our sweet babies, in the words of Monique, being killed because of this law.
Also,
they need to update it.
Also, this law pretty much allows individual users and viewers and consumers to hold the influencer accountable, but not the platform itself. So you can't sue Instagram for what Tatiana said to your ass in the comment, like from her live stream and you in the comment section. Like, you can sue me, but not sue YouTube. YouTube is not liable for what I say. YouTube is not liable for what I do to you. So you can hold me accountable, but not hold Google, not hold YouTube accountable, not hold Facebook accountable. So they're once again giving immunity to these institutions outside of the exceptions when it comes to violating the federal law or criminal or illegal hate speech based shit, etc. Section 230 protects us all. For more than 25 years, Section 230 has protected us all, small blogs and websites, big platforms, and individual users. The free and open internet as we know it couldn't exist without Section 230. Important court ruling on Section 230 have held that users and services cannot be sued for forwarding emails, hosting online reviews, or sharing photos or videos that others find objectionable. It also helps to quickly resolve lawsuit cases that have no legal basis. Congress knew that the sheer volume of the growing internet would make it impossible for services to review every user's speech. When Section 230 was passed in 1996, about 40 million people used the internet worldwide. By 2019, more than 4 billion people. Did y'all hear that leap?
Sure did. Sure did.
And just a little over 20 years, that 4 million to 40 million to 4 billion people now exist online as of 2019, with 3 billion of them using social media platforms. In 1996, there were fewer than 300,000 websites. By 2017, there were more than 1.7 billion of them. Without Section 230's protections, many online intermediaries would intensely filter and censor user speech, while others may simply not host user content at all. This legal and policy framework allows countless niche websites, as well as big platforms like Amazon and Yep, to host user reviews. It allows users to share photos and videos on big platforms like Facebook and the smallest of blogs. It allows users to share speech and opinions everywhere, from vast conversational forums like Twitter and Discord to the comment sections of the smallest newspapers and blogs. Content moderation for all. What, anybody got anything to say too?
I'm just curious. Now this makes me want to look up during the radio era, when radio was first invented, and what they were going through and how much they tried to use freedom of speech during the radio era and the television era. Wow.
So the difference between the radio era and the social media area was that those were all regulated. This
Right,
is not
by the
regulated.
FCC. Right, by the FCC.
FCC, exactly. Yes. This is not regulated. This is only regulation for the user, not the company. And when you can see that big leap from, what was it, Conscious, from 44 million, or was it 20 million, I think?
Say that again, Conscious.
Conscious, can you read the
read that again, Conscious, please.
It's a 40 million to 4 billion.
Yeah.
Jesus.
If you can see that big leap, right, from 40 million to 4 billion, we got a problem on our hands, people.
And I just seen on I just seen on CBS News, morning news, and I watch it every morning because I take care of my mom. So when I get her up early in the morning to change her and everything, she always watches it. And I just seen that, I believe it was maybe a week or 2 weeks ago, about how social media has hurt a lot of preteens and teens with their self-esteem and contemplating suicide, all because they're exposed to uh social
We gotta use. Sorry, Tarita. We gotta curve though. We gotta curve the word
yes,
suicide.
because they're exposed to things that make them feel bad and not want to be here. Okay. I just seen that. And about a week or 2 weeks ago on CBS Morning News about how social media is just not good for preteens and teens as far as self-esteem and things like that.
So, Mr. I know everything about economics and business. You certainly don't know the law. You certainly don't know that this is what Congress was doing. You certainly did not know that this right here is what I was talking about when I said Section 230. This is what the Supreme Court protected. Okay? This is what the family of that girl that they had went to the Supreme Court about a year ago asked for them to strike this particular section down to make the company liable because the users on their platform had unalived somebody. So what
saw
you
that
will
case.
not do is argue me down about something that I know very well about. Maybe if had you shut up and listened to my point, you wouldn't have had to go yelling over me and trying to debate me about something I already knew.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, William, because I've been reading the Content Moderation for All Tastes, and basically it is Congress pretty much allowing private owners of these sites to pretty much do as they will, as long as it doesn't violate the three universal incentives they have in place regarding hate speech and or any criminal content, etc. But aside from that, yeah, like these private creators and owners of these sites, X, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, etc., all of these social media spaces. But see, to Charu's point, I think about, if I'm not mistaken, Charu was also arguing that this is why he didn't feel like this was realistic, because Congress has put the power of what becomes enforceable, what becomes regulated, what becomes the safety mechanisms in place, pretty much on the onus.
Exactly. How many times have they brought Mark Zuckerberg to Congress now? I believe it's twice or 3 times now.
But you know what, guys? We know that it's the large corporations and the government tied in too. Because as I stated earlier in the chat, they just banned Sean King for life off of Instagram.
Yep.
He wasn't promoting hate speech. They were complaining about the imagery, but there were others that were posting the imagery and they did not ban them. So we do know like that that something can be done. And I do believe that it starts with the higher ups, the government, because although they are allowing, like they're the ones that still hold the power, they're allowing these people to, make their own decisions, regulate them if they choose to regulate or not, but they allow them our freedom to regulate these things. And that I believe that can be vetoed. I honest to God believe that can be vetoed. There are laws into place, freedom of speech and things of that nature. But when it comes to what is considered hate speech, because that's a form of harassing, that can be taken as what do you call that, terroristic threats, right? Um, so though these are legal things, these are things that are like criminal offenses if you pursue it in a court of law. Like with the
But
doxing, we just seen that with one of Megan Thee Stallion's supporters. They doxed her and put her information out there. She got the feds involved. So they've been going. They got the people IP address and everything, what is it, VPN and all of that stuff. Like, and she put the people names up there so they could know that your information has been traced. So it's all about the individual that's going through it, um, and being united, because it's happening a lot. It's happening more so than not these days on all the platforms.
But we
And
need
this
to
is
have the right
why
amount of people in the Senate and the right amount of people in Congress for those bills to get passed. Because right now,
We're in the
Congress is
gridlock.
right. We're in the gridlock. Congress is Democrat, Senate is Republican. And no matter what the Democrats want or what they're fighting for or what they're putting in a bill to push through, the Senate is going to knock it down because right now the Republicans had the majority. And see, at the end of the day, that's what I'm talking about. I saw earlier when I got knocked off and I was trying to get back on, somebody made a comment, says, "Oh, so you're a Republican." No, I'm not a Republican. I'm a Democrat. But at the end of the day, I'm like this. My thing is this: you have people who, as long as Congress or Senate is working for them, like I said, that Fox News bubble, they're going to stay in that bubble and they're going to keep spreading the lies. They're going to keep, saying falsehoods and this and that. So at the end of the day, right, like you said, we're at gridlock right now. Nothing is getting done, for parents who really
Nothing,
care about their
nothing is.
children and
But
want
Talita, nothing is
to
getting done
protect their
because we're not
kids
doing
from.
anything. Nothing is getting done because we're not. See, here's the thing. I understand speaking on the reality of the situation, but we can't move ahead if we constantly just speak on it. You got to put action, foot to ground. We know what the problem is. We have to move past discussing what the problem is and discuss what plans, what are we going to do to forge ahead.
That's
Nothing
what I
gets
said
resolved.
earlier, though. I said that
Yeah,
earlier. I said that earlier. We
we
gotta
got
come
we
to
have to.
we gotta come to a conversation. At the end of the day, we gotta have a conversation. We gotta come to some kind of conclusion at the end of the day. Because we're not going to agree. But at least if you care about your children just as much as I care about my children, at
Hmm.
the end of the day, we're gonna conversate, we're gonna talk. You know what I mean? We're gonna
but
try to
But
come
you
to
know
some
what?
kind of conclusion.
What I don't want people to get into their mind is that we all have to be on one accord. Because again, there is more than one way. And I think sometimes it's about just even if you only get 100 people that support and back your idea, I think that you and them 100 people should be out there busting your butt to get the word out and trying to get supporters, and vice
Right,
versa for Conscious, and vice versa for you, for everybody that's up
right,
here.
right,
Eventually, what's going to happen is that they're going to feel like, okay, they're divided. They don't even know what they want, but it will
right.
still bring attention into them and know that, listen, something going to have to change. Whose side they're going to choose? Whose
And let me
idea they're going to
And
choose?
as long
and let
as
me
they
give
can
y'all
keep
hold on,
us
hold on, hold on, hold on,
divided.
hold on. And let me give y'all an example of that. Remember last year when I just got sick and tired of the neighborhood talk posting that situation with Krishan and her baby, and then
Yes,
one of the conscious crew members, in the spirit of that, had created a petition, and
Right.
then we were
yes,
promoting the petition to have the neighborhood talk and these blogs to stop, specifically not stop reporting on Krishan, not stop reporting on Blueface, but stop
right,
literally shoving that shit concerning that child down our
right,
face. That shit was just outrageously ridiculous. And guess what?
right.
It must have made some waves, even
Because
though
it stopped.
even though the petition didn't go viral, but because we were making noise over here and we created a petition and we just were passionate and we talked and we rallied, and I even unfollowed Neighborhood Talk, and I ain't followed them back since, because it just, that's how like traumatizing it was to just see that shit being force fed down my algorithm, and I didn't know why we were being put in this position to have to like see and interface with this conflict, because it ultimately was nothing that we could do, and it was just pretty much forcing us to feel hopeless over and over and over and over and over, and it was just traumatizing. And I ain't seen that. I ain't seen no answers.
It worked.
That child.
It worked.
More.
Yep. It worked. It worked.
So
it really did.
I believe it definitely. Sometimes all it takes is a 100 folk doing the right and most strategic thing, because really, yeah, there's power in numbers, but also largely effectiveness is predicated upon your strategy, the strength of your strategy, more so even than your numbers, which is why most change in society didn't come from the majority. It came from minority groups. It came from smaller coalitions who just knew how to arouse change and how to shake the table.
It did not come from the top down. It came from the bottom up.
It always does. And I know that it'll make a difference. I saw that growing up in my childhood, like, because what usually happens, they want when they start seeing that noise is being made, they want to hush. So whoever they think is the lesser of the two or the five or the six evils, they're gonna legitimately give in to that person. So, like I said, there's more than one way to skin a cat. So I just feel like, let's put the boots to the ground. Like, don't wait till it becomes one of yours that is directly affected, to where, now you're having to make certain arrangements, final arrangements and things. Like, because we have a tendency of only being affected when it happens to us. It is rare for most people to, like, some people, they get caught up in the salaciousness of the tragedy, and then they just like, but they don't, there's no depth to it. You understand what I'm saying? They never put any action behind it. And I think that we are in a time, and especially in the last 4 to 5 years, where action has been literally like, we get these moments where we get together and we make shit happen. And then right after we have those like moments, we fall by the wayside. You can't put the foot to the ground and then think, okay, I got this. I moved the notch on the belt and I don't need to, continue and anymore. No, you got to stay on their asses. You can't get comfortable and relax, because like, I never went back. I don't follow the Shade Room now. And I go up there every now and then, but I'm not following them. I definitely don't see the Neighborhood Talk stuff no more. I don't go up there and look at them at all. I stay true to what what I'm saying, to my commitment. And I ain't missing nothing, because everything they post somebody else page.
And I'm gonna be honest, since that shit slowed down, and all of those who had unsubscribed and unfollow for the sake of standing on business, like, if anybody want to go back over there, like, now that it seems like change behavior has happened, I would encourage, engage the platform. Now, I'm personally just so turned off that I can't bring myself to press the follow button. But if I need to go see what's going on and I feel the need to go peek over there, I will go peek over there. But I cannot bring myself to follow, because I don't know, that shit really, really fucked with me. Like, I just could not. And I told myself, I said, as long as they continue to report on the way they're doing that child, knowing that they're giving, because it's being sensationalized, Krishan and Blueface the incentive to turn that child into a circus character, into a fucking clown, into a prop, and they're grifting off of that child, like, I would never be back over there. I would never be back over there, but it did stop. So I'm like, okay, cool. We were effective. And that child, like, the child has been reported on, but it's more so been like from the parents being pushed and not necessarily the child being in the news, in the blogs, us seeing these images of the baby hanging out of every goddamn thing. And I mean, I'm talking about they had to put the child's genitals. It was just crazy as fucking
It was
hell.
too much.
Out
Yeah.
like, I understand that Krishan and Blueface are both celebrities and public figures, so rightfully so. Like, get your click in the view by reporting on the bullshit they got going on with Zeus or with each other or Jada or them cussing each other out. And I'm all right with all of that, but it was just that shit particularly. That shit was just wrong too, because you're already dealing with clout chasers, and these are especially neighborhood talk. Like, this is a Black-owned business. Why are y'all helping two dysfunctional Black parents to further be reckless regarding their child because they can see they benefit from being lazy parents? They can see they benefit from being reckless as parents. They can see they directly benefit from that because y'all are going to sensationalize it. Y'all are going to prop it up, even if y'all are talking against it, even if y'all are saying we don't support child endangerment, but yet you're shoving it down our fucking face. Like, what the fuck we supposed to do? Go snatch the baby out of her goddamn arms? We don't have no legal right to really do anything. And then how many times has CPS been caught? And yet both of these people still got custody of their children. So we're literally just left to be defenseless. If the child is going to fucking suffer and we're also in a position to not be able to do a goddamn thing about it, why the fuck would you force us to watch the suffering of this fucking child as if there's any redeeming quality in that?
Not to mention the YouTubers that was actually making money off of posting that on their channel, you know, to get clicks and likes and reviews and new subscribers. It was horrible. It was horrible. Horrible.
This is where social media companies should have stepped in and snatched their accounts away. But again, like I said, since we live in the reality of the now, it is not realistic that they would do that. Why? Yep. Because at the end of the day, it's about advertisement and money. So as long as they can keep that shit going, it don't really matter what the fuck these users say. It don't matter what Krishan say. It don't matter what Blueface say. Hell, it don't even matter what Neighborhood Talk say or Shade Room say. All the fuck that matters is that the advertisement keep rolling their money in, and hey, we keep making money. That's what the fuck this boils down to. It is literally a corporate greed takeover.
It is, but they know the history of the people. People are so fickle. Like I said, you know, people get worked up in the height of the moment, and they stand on business for 10 minutes, and then for the rest of the day they right back at it. So they know these things. The reality is we do hold the power to shut a lot of shit down. You know, we've proven it time and time again or whatever, but we just so fickle as a people. And we just got to just stay focused and stay like that's one thing I don't understand. Why are we so fickle when we know that ultimately the things that we need to do, you know what I mean, if we stand on business and just get it done, it will get done. We've seen it. Why are we so fickle though?
I just want to say good night to everybody. It's getting late and I need to get my butt to bed. But last thing I'm going to say is this. Is there anybody, I don't know, in the that's in the chat, in the comments, or anybody here on the panel remember the show Bad Girls?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. My step granddaughter used to watch that, and if she didn't watch it on TV, she would watch it on her phone. And just so happened one weekend, she was spending the weekend with me and her pop, my husband that passed away, and her little sister, they had came spent the weekend, and I was watching something on the TV, so I just so happened, went to the bathroom, came back out, and she was steady into her phone, and I was like, "What are you doing? What are you playing a game?" She was like, "Oh no, I'm watching Bad Girls." I said, "You're only 13 years old. Why are you watching Bad Girls?" I said, "Your mom let you watch Bad Girls?" And she was like, well, kind of, yes, she really don't know. I said, "Well, she gonna know today." And when she came to pick up her kids that Sunday, I let her know.
And that was the moment she got her first lesson in line.
Yes, and that's what I meant when I said earlier tonight. It starts at home. At the end of the day, you know what? If you gotta put them on a time limit on the computer, on their phone, then do it. See what they texted, who they talking to on their phone. You know what I mean? What they watching on their phone. You
And
know,
there are
But you
ways
all
can't.
of
to do
that.
that
But
too.
that's when
Be
it
that
comes to the
tiger and
minors.
You can even
try to
you can even put parental settings on your TV and keep
right
certain
and
from being
still
accessible.
right and still be at the end of the day, like I said, call me a tiger mom, call me helicopter mom, whatever you want to call it. But when it came down to my boys and my step kids and my step grandkids, I did not play that. So at the end of the day, yes, we can call and march and yell and scream at government like, hey, but at the end of the day, as a parent or as a grandparent, you got to step into play too. Period.
But
Government
yeah,
ain't supposed to be raising your kids.
but yeah, that works for
Period.
that in that sense for the minors, yes. But then we also why the government part is important because you have adults, you have people that are young adults that some people still consider children, 18, 19. They're adults by law that are like up here creating these offenses. So I understand definitely when it comes to the child aspect, the minors.
But if you
But
start early, this is what I'm saying. If you start early, you know what I mean? By the time they get 18, by the time they get 19, by the time they get 20, they know better. They know you don't play that.
Well, no,
Period.
I agree with the upcoming generation and things of that nature. But when the problem already exists, we have to, you know what I'm saying? You have to do something about what's already in existence. Like we know that a lot of times the old system has to die out before the new system could come into play. So,
Right.
you know what I mean? We yes, that part is also a part of the solution so that we don't have to have that problem with the next generation. But we got to
That's
deal
what
with the
they
affection right now. We got to deal with
Right.
what's
That's what they
happening right
used to
now.
call parents back in the 90s. Parents that used to just sit their kids in front of the TV and let them watch Nickelodeon all day or whatever. They called them armchair parents. Okay. So I know exactly what you're talking about. I 100% agree with what you're saying.
Hold on,
But
y'all. I need a moment of silence. I want to thank all of the current controversy that's taking place around Larry and Vincent, who went live tonight to address some things. Of course, I didn't have an opportunity to listen because I was here. I wasn't largely either a part of that commentary that happened tonight either. But just as a result of me being that bitch and a go-to, we now are at 45.8 because folk are anticipating my authority on the matter and my talking points on the matter. So this is what I'm talking about. How shout out to Free Full Promotion. Shout out for just, I
go
mean,
ahead,
you need.
Conscious. Go ahead.
I was just talking yesterday, right? And something in my spirit said, "Go look at your subscriber count," because I bet you it done jumped up, baby. Because shit getting hot and heavy. Of course, you a key player. Of course, what you say, what you do matters. And this is what I was talking about earlier today in his commentary 8 hours ago, actually, that it all works together, whether it's trolling, etc. YouTube don't differentiate why you subscribe. It don't give a damn. It improves my platform. When I left the comment section open from yesterday regarding the Monique thing, this is why I don't really block anybody anymore, because I realize I'm actually stunning the growth of my platform, and I also need the folk who outraged and offended and who feel away and they feelings. I need their asses too as well, because everybody who here, some people come to agree, some people come to learn, some people come to hear oppositional shit, some people come to be challenging, some people enjoy doing that. And you know what? Come on, baby, because we're working and we're growing as a result. So shout out to the masterclass in marketing and just, becoming a master at this shit at this point. Yes, God.
Welcome to the
Okay. All right.
kingdom.
CTV.
Yes, welcome to the kingdom.
But I just want to say good night to everybody,
Good
and
night,
God
boo.
bless, and
Good
God
night.
bless, and
God
blessings to that
damn.
young man who
Yeah.
unlived himself. When I tell you, I was not lying when I was commenting. I was bawling. I was bawling. My heart
Yeah.
just went out. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. Conscious, I'm so glad you're here. You make
Thank
this a
you, boo.
safe and secure place. You know I love you to
I
death.
love you too, love.
All right. Good night, everybody. Good night, rumors. Good night,
Good night,
Will.
Frida.
Good
Boo.
night. Good night.
And wait a minute, y'all. I didn't even know my live stream when I had looked at my live from yesterday of the lies, the myth and the man, part 1,
Mm-hmm.
Larry live. When right before I came on here, I looked at it. It was only at 4K views. Now it's at 12K and counting.
Listen.
Y'all, when I tell y'all, I'm at another level of consciousness, and I'm really understanding the art of social media, and I'm also learning from one of the best in the game, Larry Donnell Reid, showing me how to work shit, how to work controversy, how to make all it just, and seeing the fruition, see the manifestation. I'm just proud of myself. You know, like when you learn techniques and when you also like get out of your way and you just really realize what's all going on and you just start using everything to your advantage. It's just a really brilliant thing. It just goes to show that there's an art form to this thing, as it is all things. It's an art form.
But you know what it is too, Conscious, is the fact that you are authentic. You're not wishy-washy. You're not trying to be something else. Um, you're consistent in that way. I really think that makes the difference. And I do believe that contributes to a lot of content creators, since, Tyru's kept making it about that. I feel like that's the reason why a lot of content creators struggle, because they have not found their niche, and they mimic a lot of what they see others do. Like, there could be 100 podcasts, and the general basics and format can be, having a guest up and having a topic and a discussion or whatever the case may be. But you have to add something unique. There has to be something unique and to be quite frank, content, everything you do, your lives, they be so simplistic. You don't have no gimmicks, no none of that. Like, and even though they're simplistic, they're so damn dynamic though. The simplicity of it is so no, for real. I said that Conscious, I don't watch nobody else on YouTube, and I'm subscribed to Larry. I
And
love
I
him.
can
I don't
tell
watch Larry no
because
more.
of when you here, because every time I come on, you here and you be here from sun up to sundown. So I know you don't really be watching.
Yeah, I don't think like it's not because it's like everybody is the same. Like in whatever sector of YouTube it is, I don't care if it's cooking or what mockbans. It's like the same damn thing. And I like originality. And so I be like, okay, I seen this. I haven't seen that with you, honestly. Like, it don't got nothing to do with your appearance or anything. It's just a different type of vibe of authenticity that's just so damn basic and real that you can't like. And people respect the fact that you're authentic and real. You don't sugarcoat. You know what I'm saying? You stand on what you stand on, and you let it be known. Yes, you know what I'm saying? This is who I'm tied to, my peoples, da 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 da, my mentor, all of that, whatever. But there's no biases.
You let them tell it, honey. You let
No,
them
they have
tell
to.
it.
But they gotta throw false narratives out there because it doesn't make sense to them. They're not integral people. They can't imagine. Cause see, the rest of them, they come up off of that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Cause they have no way, they don't know how to create content. Like, I swear, I be making jokes when me and my family be talking about you because they swear I'm a groupie for you. They
Come on,
swear I'm a
groupie
groupie
love.
for you. They be sending me videos of other people. They be asking me, "Did you watch that?" Hell no. I saw that link. I ain't interested. Oh, you only care about content. Listen, I gained something from it. I don't gain shit when I watch. Like, I might as well only watch TV because every
You know
fucking thing.
what's
I
so
don't even
funny,
watch
love?
reality shows.
You know what's so funny, love? And I don't mean no shade to nobody else. But when it's a reason why y'all don't see me nowhere else either. And the truth is, what you're saying is true. It is all the same, and everybody has the same formula. Everybody trying to get to the story first. Everybody trying to rely on shock factor content, but rarely am I in a space, really aside from my mentor space, that I find substantive. And I'm somebody that like to be actually stimulated. Like, I can go anywhere and catch the latest tea, but also like transforming that shit into something else, and also like making that shit so personal and bringing it down to the space where we can relate to shit and we can use it to get into our own lives and to see our own selves in. I think that's where my niche is, and I think that that's what we all enjoy and create and participate in, is like personalizing the subject matter, even how we took the Monique and Shalon situation, and that shit became about generational trauma, and it became like I be living for that shit. And you're right. Like I don't want to toot my own horn, but toot like that is what we do here, and that is what separates us from so many individuals. And I've also seen other content creators, even larger content creators, who are trying to model what I'm doing over here a little bit. They're like, okay, let me start doing panels. I want panels. I want these panels. I want y'all to come with it. But the reason why it's not working is, I mean, you can pile up a StreamYard link. You can pile up a panel, but if you don't know how to actually transform the subject matter, if you don't know how to nuance the subject matter, then you're still ultimately going up against the brick wall. So I'm gonna continue to create this type of space and drive conversations and continue to utilize pop culture as a way. Sometimes we are gonna just roast and gag. It's just gonna be at surface level, because that's the balance. Sometimes we need to escape. We just need to have a laugh. It's too much serious shit going on. We just need to just talk shit and just roast or whatever, but we also gonna like bring it all the way to the heart, and we're going to get some spiritual substance out of this shit. And I love that. And I love, and so shout out to you, shout out to Perk, because y'all are like my long-standing supporters, long-standing moderators. Y'all been here eons. My Mary, my Just Be Real, like y'all have really like been dedicated to me, and I love y'all and appreciate y'all so fucking much. Like Perk, with you always bring in the law of attraction, you always bring in the spirituality, you always bringing the metaphysical. Like I fuck with it all day. I thank you for your time and your support. Rumors, you almost as bad as my goddamn mentor. The level of honesty your ass up, I'd be like, oh, I'd be like, Rumors, goddamn, man.
And that's why I love your mentor. And by the way, I want to apologize to y'all as I was trying to get off the panel because I was getting sleepy. Y'all heard me cussing out my iPhone.
I said Perk ass is having a sweet dream right now, baby.
Honey,
extra plane, honey.
Look, after that last update, I done found some shit on this phone I'm not happy with. Oh no. Y'all heard me tell Apple that they full of shit, and
crazy.
That was the Aries thing.
We thought you were talking about. At first, we thought you were talking about rumors. I said, "Oh, okay."
No,
I felt the Aries energy, so I'm
girl,
good on it.
Aries energy was all over the place. I was big mad because like I'm trying to get out of here, and I'm sleepy because I tried to leave quietly because I didn't want to interrupt what y'all were doing. So I was trying to go quietly, and I went with straight fire.
Well, no, I appreciate you, Perk, because you really do bring a calming energy. You know, even the little few moments I've seen you be combative, it ain't really combative. It's like you be eating the girls up and the boys up, but you know what I'm saying? It be just so subtle and so sweet, like a grandmama. Y'all know when grandmamas talk, they just, you do it, baby. You a real grandmother.
Thank
Good
you.
grandma. But let me tell y'all. I want to say good night to Perk because I know she said she go out to sleep.
Yes, I'm about to wrap up too. This was great.
Yeah, but I want her to continue doing what you're doing, man. You change lives, and I thank you for sharing the space with us because baby, like that shows me
I
big
can't do it
big
without you.
death of the ego, because a lot of these content creators, like I fool with Reckless, but he don't go live enough, so I I don't even know.
You hear that,
Look, y'all
Reckless?
gonna
You
stop
hear
coming for
that,
my baby
Reckless?
Reckless. Reckless be
Nah,
doing his
Reckless,
thing.
Reckless had me on board hard body. I be so mad when I see he don't went live and I missed it, because I don't get notification. I don't know when he gonna be live. He be ghosting us, you know.
I
But
be telling him, honey, like nigga, you got a commitment, honey. You got a fan base, you got an audience out here, honey. Like you got a value on you. Like, come on, come on. But to Reckless's defense, he be working, and because of his situation, as you guys can see, he have a lot of connection issues where he at. So that really contributes to slowing him down. But definitely dope as fuck. One of my bestest of friends, one of my bestest of co-hosts, and I just can't wait till Reckless have the time to really get into his content creating bag, because Reckless got it.
I'm about to send Reckless one of my sugar daddies, because we about to get a come up, right? Like, we
That
about
part.
to get you all the way together. You're needed.
That part.
Let me
All right, y'all. I love y'all. I'm going
Okay,
down. Good
boo.
night.
I love you too. Good night, boo. William, you was finna say something?
Yeah, did you get my email snapshot
What
that I
email?
sent you?
You talking about
It's a
screenshot?
Yeah, it's a screenshot.
Yeah, I'm looking at it on my phone though, so I can't tell what it is because it's small as hell on the damn phone.
Okay. Basically, it is. Let me read it out for you, sugar. It says, "Good, dear William. Good morning. It was such a pleasure to. It was such a pleasure meeting you at the UCP of Arkansas Gala on Saturday. I CC'd team members to provide me with the latest update on the scholarship funds that may be used by the UCP affiliates to assist in sending a person to the ARC Disability Policy Seminar. I'll circle back with you ASAP. Also, I want to explore how you may serve as an ambassador for UCP National. Especially as we are celebrating our 75th anniversary, my executive assistant will set up a Zoom call with you, my team, and me to further discuss. Thank you for all that you do on a local level and your interest in being a self-advocate on a national level.
Period. Congratulations. I love it. I love it. You out there doing the goddamn thing, shaking and moving. I think what I just got to know. How long have we've been associated since what 2022? I think it's when I met
Well,
you.
I actually found you back in 2021, but we didn't actually meet until 2022.
Interact until 2022. Yeah, because it was around the Bishop Whitehead, Tarshus, all that stuff. I think, and that's what when me and you started interacting. Yeah, I love it. It's been a great contribution. Intelligent as hell, always adding flavor. Also got the funk, and we love our William because you gather, you push back, you hilarious as hell, but you out there doing the real work too, William. I mean, like the real work, grassroots.
So this national organization is sending me to DC.
That's fucking amazing.
Which is wild. They're sending me to DC to meet with to meet with 4 different Republicans from my home state, so that way I can fix through the national policy seminar, and I'm gonna be in DC for at least a couple of days on business. So I will be there talking about policy, talking about what we need to do to change the policy here to make it more accessible, talk about homelessness that are happening in our state, and also bring awareness to affordable housing, because everything, especially in the city of Little Rock, has gone up. The housing prices has gone up. There are no more ways for individuals with disability and people who don't have disability to afford any housing anymore because all of the foreign people that are coming into the country are buying up all of the homes through investment firms and everything. So I don't have so that's what I'm gonna be discussing with the powerful people in Congress, which, like I said, it's fucking wild that they're sending me.
I'm happy for you, William. I feel better with you in the world because I know I know you gonna be out there whipping ass and taking names, and we stand behind you. We stand fucking behind you. I told you before, you're going down in fucking history. You're gonna go down as a fucking legend, William. So it's all coming to fruition. You shaking tables.
You sure did. But at that time, I was like, Conscious, you just saying that shit just to butter me up. It ain't gonna happen.
And now look
but
at
2
you.
years later, it's happening.
Exactly. Living fucking proof. Now you're living fucking proof. But keep us updated.
I will say this: if it wasn't for this platform right here, enlightening me, opening my eyes, and even through like my counseling, your platform has really shifted a lot of my opinion, and a lot of my thinking on a variety of different topics. But it has allowed me to really see the world through another eye outside of my own, because I just can't. I never thought that I would be here in 2024 doing what I love to do, starting up a freaking advocacy committee. And the national president, here's what's the other thing too, Conscious. The national president wants me to use a model that and the team that I'm working with at the local affiliate here wants me to use that model so that it can be applied to all 36 affiliates under this organization.
Wow. They got the perfect person for the job. And you are a conclusion of what I was sharing with, I think, Tarita earlier in the conversation when she was like, it is what it is. And I'm like, no, it's not that it is what it is, because when we accept it is what it is, we don't accept the possibility. And look at here how you're saying that I never even thought. Like at one point in time, you didn't accept it as a possibility. But at the same time, you press forward. You continue to live out your passion and do the things that you have convictions about and do the things that you believe in and be productive and bring change in the world in the way that you've been ordained to bring that change. And as a result of just continuing to walk in that, even without understanding how far that would get you, how big that would be, how much of a contribution that would be to any given space, just you being faithful to your assignment.
Woo!
It's leading
that is a word.
It's leading you to the fucking possibilities. And I just want you to continue to be faithful to your assignment, William. You got the anointing to do what you're doing. Don't estimate your fucking self and be unapologetic about what you know in your heart you came to do.
Thank you so much, Conscious. I definitely needed that affirmation because it has been a long journey, and I'm turning 31 in March.
Amen.
31 years ago, nobody in my family thought that I was gonna live. Grandma was really there to really see me through most of my dangers. She was there when I had my surgery. She was there when I needed her the most. And Big Mama really wasn't the nicest of grandmothers, but she was my main rock and my main salvation, and kept pushing me to do the things that she knew I could do.
Yep.
And without her, I don't think I would have ever made it as far as I have. And I must thank another organization for raising me into the man that I am today. And I'm a shout out this organization because they deserve it. It's called Easterfield. They are the meanest, the baddest, they are the biggest group of motherfuckers you will ever see on the face of this earth, because they did not just take me, an 8-year-old little black boy with cerebral palsy, out of a home that was dysfunctional, that had a lot of issues, and brought me into an organization where I spent the next 10 years of my life at. And this is an all-white organization. I had private school, I had therapy, I had outings, I had every other thing that a kid could dream of that he could have. And I spent most of my time as an ambassador at this organization. I was able to meet with corporations about what the programs were doing for individuals such as me and other individuals that Easterfield had coming down the pipe. It was, and I applaud both my grandmother and Easterfield for making me into the man that I am today, because they really did the damn thing. And I can't thank them enough. But I also want to thank you for allowing me to come into your space that you created and giving me the opportunity to really speak my mind and to really show up in the way that I have been showing up, because I know I can get long-winded, but at the same time, I have a point, and I'm gonna make that fucking point whether you like it or not.
Absolutely. And you know, you always welcome. I enjoy you here. I love you in the space. I want you to always feel free to hit the motherfucking link whenever we're talking about whatever. It's a second home to you. I appreciate you as a conscious crew member. And let these people know where they can find you at out here on these social medias.
Oh, yes, baby. Yes, honey. Yes. Okay. So my YouTube is The Talk with William Morris. I don't go as live if I should over there because a bitch got a job now, honey. Okay. He's a national ambassador, baby. So you can't really
That part.
be over there no damn more. Okay. But I will most definitely try my best to be over there. You might see me upload some photos of me in a swoop or something like that, honey. But you won't be seeing me going live. I'll catch concerts over here from time to time. But baby, I got a job. Okay?
That part.
So you can't see my ass over there. But that's my channel. But I also got another channel on Instagram and TikTok. It's D Willie Morris. It's all one word, just D Willie Morris. It's on Instagram and TikTok. So just follow me over there. You're gonna get your laugh on, you're gonna get your crying on, and you might get a little bit of shit on if you fuck with me. But that's it. That's all. Child, I have a lot to give, honey. I've been going live for no damn reason.
Give it, keep on giving it and giving it and giving it and giving it, and keep me posted on everything. Safe travels, and you got my information, so we'll keep corresponding.
Okay.
All right, that was our William Morris, you guys. Look, country crew members out here doing big things. That's what I'm talking about. Pushing for change, honey. We make shit happen. 45K. I told you the platform operates like a 500K, 1 million K platform, honey. I gotta get out of here, honey. I'm tired of shit. There's been another long ass shift, girl. We went live around what was it, huh? It's 8. We went live back in around 11, 10. I don't even remember when the fuck I hit the live. But no, way back before then. We went live at like 7. We was live at 7. Yeah, 7. Child. So we've been pushing through, but this was a great live as always. I've been living for these lives lately. Obviously we'll be back for part 2. Today I'm gonna give me some rest. Make sure you guys show some love, subscribe, shout out to all the new subbies. Hi. And I will see y'all later. Thank you so much, Kevin. Good night, you guys. Good night, Moesha. Bye.